Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. Super excited to have you here for our first Real Estate to Wealth Summit for 2022. I am bringing to you people who have inspired me, whom I've learned from, and who have helped me along my real estate journey as a real estate investor. And together, we want to do the same for you. And let's go make 2022 our best year yet. I will start off by introducing to you Daniel Mangena. He's an international speaker, a best-selling author, broadcaster, and coach. He's best known for his highly successful Micro to Millions program, being the author of Stepping Beyond Intention and his Do It with Dan and Beyond Success podcasts. He's completely self-made and has spent decades perfecting his world-class coaching methodology. His mission is to spearhead an evolutionary uplift in universal consciousness by awakening people to the importance of their unique role and enabling them to manifest their dream life. Okay, today, Dan, come on board. Welcome. Dan will teach us all about our money DNA. Super excited to have you.
Hey, how you doing? Thank you for my illustrious welcome. I'm very excited to be here.
I am too. I am too. Tell us a little bit about what got you started about this abundance conversation and how you can help us and help real estate investors finding out our money DNA.
Well, I think where I'd start is that there was no sort of smooth journey. When people are like, where did it start for you? There are multiple points that I had crossroad experiences that took me into being the person that I am today, having the ability to really support people in consciously creating the life that they want to today. But I would say that in terms of money DNA, the thing that was probably most impactful is the fact that by the age of 23, I'd made and lost a fortune twice. So by 23, I'd made it and lost it twice. And reflecting back on that over the last few years, I've been reflecting more and more on that time to work on my book, Stepping Beyond Intention, to work on the content that we produce to support people. It's that a lot of people say, oh, you just need mindset. If your mindset's right, you're going to have success. Well, guess what? My mindset was impenetrable. Like I had an awesome mindset. I was reading Think and Grow Rich when I was 16 years old and getting books and videos from Nightingale Conant. I was reading Psycho-Cybernetics. Most 18-year-olds are out going to get drunk. I was reading Psycho-Cybernetics and Machiavelli. That's what was going on for me, right? This was on point. And the on pointness of my mind is evident with the fact that I did create, but it wasn't able to stay. Then you have people that say, oh, all you need is, you need to have like the vision. How many do you know that do a vision board every single year and this thing's still the same? I shared a statistic that I gathered with some research I did last year, did an event, hundreds of people. I asked how many people use a vision board. Oh my God, I use a vision board. How many actually have successful, consistent results with it? One person tried to argue the point, but nobody could say that was the case. And I know some people are going to get upset about that because people have been sitting down, doing their vision boards, working on their mindset for success with their real estate journey. But guess what? Those things alone won't support you. Then you have the people that are into our world, Nayia. We like a bit of spirituality, a little bit of woo-woo, I cleared my energy blocks. I went to go see my shaman. There's a lot of people running around here with very, very beautiful energy fields that aren't having the success that they deserve in their life. There are missing pieces and a missing idea. The missing idea is that not one of these things is going to actually move the needle. All of them need to be done together. But the missing piece that I found that's consistently supported us in helping people get to $1 million plus in less than a year, creating financial freedom in less than 60 days, turning around their financial situation like that is money DNA.
Awesome. Tell us more about that. I'm so intrigued. Missing pieces. Like I've done vision boards for years, and it's amazing. I'm one of the lucky ones because a lot of the things that I put on my vision boards came to fruition many times years later, not that year.
But Nayia, I would argue that it's not luck, number one. And number two, having the opportunity to know you on a more of a personal level, I know that these other pieces, for example, your vision board wasn't a frivolous activity in dreaming the excitement. Knowing
No,
you, your
no,
vision board was an actual picture, a picture of what you've made a commitment to go and create. You declared that you're going to go and create it.
correct.
Vision boards aren't useless, but the role that they play has been thrown out of sync with what actually works for the most part. A vision board should be a pictorial representation of what you've committed to create and should be an emotional trigger for you to desire that thing even more and to be connected to the resonant frequency of that thing that you're going to create. However, looping this back to money DNA, you also are very well adapted to what you do with real estate and how you do it. And one of the things I really want to support the guys with today as we go deeper into money DNA is understanding, number one, what it is. We're going to be offering people a free consultation to help them find it and how to align it more specifically to their real estate, and also showing people that any modality will have different ways it can be approached. Any approach can have different approaches even within it. Just because somebody has had success a particular way, for example, with multifamily, doesn't mean that that particular approach to multifamily is for you, or that the work that you particularly hands-on do within that approach is what you should be doing in order to create the success. Every single thing has within it the opportunity for success, but if we're not approaching it in a way that we can connect with, we're not going to have success. And money DNA is the key to understanding how we as individuals can consistently and repeatedly and predictably create success in any endeavor.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Like, tell us more about the missing pieces. See, you told me things about myself that I wasn't aware that I was doing, but I was. So now bring it more to our awareness. Okay. Tell us some more of those missing pieces so we can help everyone out, figure out the pieces to recognizing their own particular money DNA, because that's what you're saying, right? We all have a different money DNA, and you will also give us a gift for everyone to get an assessment and how their particular money in DNA, okay, works with real estate and what they're doing with their career. So please,
obviously
take over.
with you, we did the full, our full money blocks intensive, where we did money DNA, we did money blocks, we did relationship to money, and we tied it all together. We're offering people just the money DNA aspect, just as a quick consultation, a quick deep dive. But essentially, guys, what money DNA is, it's a way of mapping where your natural flow exists with money. All right. What we're going to do with the consultation is specifically tie that to your real estate journey. So we'll give you specific direction on how you can take this concept and apply it to success in real estate. But there are so many different aspects of our personality. There are certain aspects of us that are naturally intrinsic to who we are. There are some things that are going to show up according to even the environment that we grew up with that will be reflected in our personality. So what we do is we use a particular spectrum of personality profiles and tests, and we overlay them to pull out pieces of data that give us breadcrumbs to follow as to where your money DNA is. In the consultation, we're going to go just like 3 or 4 of the basic ones. When we work with people a bit more in depth, we go a lot deeper. We look at a much wider picture. But simple things such as this: every single person that wants to go and create something is going to have to take action. This is one of the key things that I found to be a missing piece, right, for people that create success. I can fantasize about being a millionaire as much as I want. I can fantasize about being financially free. If I'm just sitting around watching TV and eating snacks on the sofa, the likelihood, now I'm not saying it's impossible, okay, but the likelihood that success is just going to walk up and show up in my living room is very, 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 very low. And yet many people are, I did my vision board, I'm waiting for, I did my meditation this morning, I've been doing my Huddy Huds prosperity chanting, I do Kundalini yoga, so I know this one, right? I've been doing my Huddy. I've been doing my Huddy Huds for 40 days, where's my abundance? Well, here's a quick thing, right? The people that, and the thing is, guys, I know this, I didn't come from nowhere. People actually sold you this lie. But the crazy thing is the people that sold you that lie wrote a book, so they took action, that they went and marketed and sold to you. They did a webinar, they sold you, somebody built a website. All of these things were done in physical reality to sell you the idea that you can just sit around and do nothing. It's a lie, it's snake oil, it's poppycock. Action has to be taken, but the action doesn't have to burn you out. It doesn't have to be a sacrifice. It doesn't have to be unenjoyable. It doesn't have to be a pain. It can be fun. It can be flowing. It can be enjoyable. It can be exciting, sexy, and yummy. And money DNA is the way to do that. And so a simple thing is, even if we look at the four tendencies that Gretchen Rubin, for example, her model, the four tendencies model looks at how we deal with expectation. Okay. So we've got expectations that other people have of us, external expectations, and expectations that we have of ourselves. Mm-hmm. I can't see the comments, but I bet if I ask how many people have experienced procrastination, a lot of people are going to raise their hand, right? Yeah. Procrastination doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Wow. And I'll tell you for why. The unconscious mind is a terminator. It's an unstoppable machine, and it operates at 10,000 to 10 million times the speed of the conscious mind. But every conscious thought that you have about taking a particular action, you've had 10,000 to 10 million thoughts, which potentially could be saying something completely different. It's amazing. So let's say, for example, someone says, right, I'm going to go and do my marketing today. I'm going to go and sit down and I'm going to get these letters out and I'm going to market and go and get some leads. But then you end up going to have a coffee, and then you end up watching something on TV, and then your friend calls, and then your mum calls, and then the kids come home, and then you end up needing a drink, and then I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. What actually happened was, at the unconscious level, you did not have a vision of yourself that aligned with the successful action of you doing that marketing.
That's right.
Now, what people often do is they'll beat themselves up and say, oh my God, I'm procrastinating. I need to go and heal my money blocks. I need to go and do a ceremony. I need to see my shaman. No, you just need to understand how to communicate with you so that when you have something that you have chosen and declared that you're going to do, that you follow through with it. The four tendencies model says how we deal with expectations that we have of ourselves. For example, I'm a rebel type. I think you're a rebel as well, weren't you?
I'm not. I don't remember.
I think you were a questioner. You're a questioner. I'm a rebel. So as a rebel, I immediately resist any expectations I have of myself and any expectations someone has of me. So as a rebel, I'm always not going to want to do something. If I say I've got to do something, I'm not going to do it. I'm always going to procrastinate. I'm always going to put it off. I'm always going to faff around. If someone says, Dan, I need you to do this by tomorrow, unconsciously, no matter how consciously I desire, even if I'm aware that I'm a rebel, I'm still going to have an unconscious pull to not take the action. When I understand my money DNA and I understand that that's the case, then all I need to do is set up the situation and my environment to support me. So, for example, I never demand anything of myself. I always reflect on an action that I have to take, on how it's going to bring me freedom and why I'm choosing to do it. It bypasses the unconscious block that stops me taking action, and I actually get excited about doing it. So, for example, with my workouts, I was working with this online coaching company. And I found out about this after. I found out about this particular piece of the money DNA I added after the fact. They said, oh, you've got to do 4 workouts this week. I want you to send me a text message and tell me that you've done your workouts. And I kept not wanting to do the workouts. And I was committed to my fitness journey. I've been in shape before. I wanted to get back in shape, getting a bit of a dad bod. And why am I struggling to do the workouts? Then I found out about this. It's like, oh my God, the fact that they were saying you have to do it means immediately my unconscious mind wants to rebel. And because it moves so quick, I'm never going to catch it. I'm never going to bypass it. So all I did was I said, hey, can you not give me a specific direction and instead give me an option of, would you like to do 4 cardio workouts or 4 weight workouts this week?
That's perfect.
Or a mix. Yeah. Boom. Bam. Done.
Yes. Our approach.
So that's one, for example. Another thing that we love to use is we love to use human design. Yes. We've got an amazing analyst that supports our guys with the human design aspect. But of the human design types, a lot of people are burning out because they're one type trying to be another when energy naturally flows through them a particular way. If someone's a projector, for example, and they're trying to work 10-hour days, hustling on the phone, not only are you going to burn out, but you're completely losing the opportunity to have so much more success using a fraction of the energy just by honoring your money DNA. Projectors don't need to go hustling. They just need to do a particular process that we show our guys how to do, to actually magnetically attract leads in and set up a team to support you doing more of the action, leveraging people. So there's
Correct.
so many hacks are available when you understand the money DNA that you can use to create infinite more levels of success. And I'm really excited about supporting the attendees with a free consultation so that we can show them just a few tips and hacks that they can use so that they can walk away from today able to really shine and make the most out of the opportunity that you've given them today to go and really smash their real estate journey.
Oh, thank you, Dan, so much. It's fascinating, and I'm sure so many people watching this may not have heard what your not a lot of the things that you threw at us. Okay, our DNA, money DNA, or our types. I'm a manifesting generator. That's my human design, right? And you mentioned projector. Okay, give us some examples of the different human designs so people can understand, okay, what does each design do? So then that way they can vision and put themselves in a category. Oh, I'm more of this, I'm more of that. So
Okay.
can you
Okay.
explain the human design aspect?
Sure thing. So the rarest human design type is reflector. There's like 1% of the world are reflector types. Reflectors energetically are more aligned with being an observer and being someone that can really consult. They're able to really feel an environment and reflect back what's happening. They're really, really awesome at that. Reflectors are basically best set up to be within a group, within a team. And within that team, they're going to be the one that can really gauge and feedback what's going on. They can really analyze information. So let's say, for example, in real estate, your best thing in real estate would be you'll be the person that will be tracking, almost forecasting what's going on with real estate, taking the sentiment of the market, getting an understanding for, right, where should we be going? What's going on? What's the feedback from what's coming back from our marketing? So you should be more of an advisory role in your real estate company, assuming that you're starting up your new real estate empire. You be the head honcho that's taking that role, but you wouldn't be the person that's on the front line doing the phone calls. That wouldn't be the best thing for you to do. Maybe you'd be analyzing what your marketing people are actually doing and seeing what the best choice is. There are other pieces of the money DNA that we'd lay over. So I'd want to see, for example, what's their wealth dynamics profile, because if they're a reflector tempo, for example, that they'd be the one that would make the final choice about when to take action. If they're a reflector steel, then they'd be the one that would take that information and use it to decide how to actually set up the portfolio. So there are other layers to it, but at its core, that's what we'd see with a reflector. The next rarest type, I believe, is manifestors. Manifestors are the ones that take initiative action. So you're the guys that go out and you get an inspiration, boom, I'm going to go and take some action and go and get it done. All of the human design types, and this is the crazy thing, Nayia, there is only one type of person who should be initiating action against the present moment. Everybody else should be taking in the present moment and responding to the present moment in some way, whether it's an incoming invitation for a projector, whether it's a generator type that should be responding to the information in the present moment. No other type should be pushing and taking initiative action. And this is why a lot of people are burning out. This is why we've got such a crisis of people burning out, because a lot of people are trying to operate this way, but their energy field, literally, and I'm not talking about this in a woo-woo way, I'm saying even the amount of energy in their body, the life force that they have is burning out, pushing against their natural flow. Okay.
Correct.
So projectors, manifestors take action. Projectors wait for an invitation. So the way that we do it is we have our projectors get really clear on what they want, get them clear on the emotional state, set up the environment to trigger that emotional state, and then observe from a place of stillness any invitations or opportunities that show up in their space, and then use there's a piece of the human design world that's called your authority, which is how you make decisions. So they'd use their specific decision-making strategy to respond to those opportunities, know what's theirs, and then you're not wasting energy kissing all the frogs looking for the prince or princess. The prince or princess jumps out and kisses you, and then turns into a frog. The frog jumps out and turns into a prince or princess. So you're not running around kissing everything. It comes to you. Generators and manifesting generators, we respond to the situation and then we take action accordingly. As a manifesting generator, you can take initiative action once you've responded. As a generator, I never take any response. I always respond purely to what shows up. So I don't waste my energy. I always have more energy. I've always got more time. I've always got more good feeling in my body. I've always got more life force because I'm not using it going to chase things. I allow the universe to bring me the opportunity. I use my decision-making strategy to know which ones are mine. I take those steps and have 10x the success with 20% of the energy.
That's fantastic. Now, as you were explaining the different human designs, I can see where certain people that I've worked with, where they fit. For example, projectors may be a lot of people who are in who are real estate agents. Okay, they network and they're telling people what they're doing, and they're waiting for an opportunity for someone to tell them, "Yes, I want to buy a house," and they're like, "Oh, okay, I'm here. I can help you." Right? or or I need to sell the house. Oh, I'm here. I can do that. Okay. And then on the other side, like I see with the investors, the ones who are like generators, like they see what's happening. You said they respond and then they take action, right? So these people, it's in their nature to get to move,
Yeah.
to get things going, right? So the action piece is key. Okay,
Yes.
like you said earlier, that everybody needs to take action. You can't just sit there and just wait for everything to fall in
Yeah.
place. But there's different types of actions, and based on our response and
Yes.
knowing our money DNA, knowing our human design plays such a role, okay, in our understanding of ourselves, first of all, right? Our energy, okay, what makes us feel better, how we work better, because we all know when we're forcing and pushing, okay, things are really not going our way, and we feel drained. Okay, I've been there many times, and I'm like, why? I'm like, Nayia, stop. I'm like, what's going on? And I also know that when I'm in my flow state, as people say, like I can go for 15 hours straight. Okay, because I'm doing things that one, I'm enjoying, okay, or the energy that I'm getting from it, the response is feeding me, right?
I think people need to just take, I mean, I love to make things really practical and real, right? So
Yes,
it doesn't have to be theoretical. If everybody watching this right now just looks at the past few days, every action that you've taken either left you with more energy or less energy. Nothing is neutral. Everything's either adding or taking away. Everything's in flux. So look at the things that have been adding to your energy. So there are things that you do where it may even be that it takes a lot of physical energy, but you feel nourished by the activity.
that's right.
So when we were in flow, we're going to be honoring spending more time in those activities that fill us up. The smart play, right? The smart play is then to find people that do the other actions who are they themselves filled up. Then you have the collaborative energy expansion of 2, 3, 4, 5 people who are all being filled up and then adding to the energy of each other. And so everybody walks away filled up. Everybody walks away more productive because nobody's
Correct.
forcing themselves to do something. Nobody's operating outside of their flow. And this is a science. This is science, right? When you have two energy frequencies that are at a collaborative level and expanded, everybody walks away more. Everybody walks away better. You walk away with more money, more time, more freedom, more passion, more excitement, more yumminess, more zest for life.
That's what we all want.
Exactly.
So the thing though, when people are starting out, I want to mention they may feel like, hey, I don't have the flexibility. I don't have the money to have multiple people on my team to do these different tasks. So how would you solve that problem?
So in my work, there's a concept I teach called the 4 different types of capital. Money is just one type of capital. And I know we've only got a few minutes, but I'm going to tell a very, very quick story to put this into context. One of my mentors, actually, he just emailed me this morning, very, very wealthy man. He's put it this way. A few years ago, I helped him sell 50% of one of his companies for 800 million, right?
Wow.
That's right.
A little wealthy.
Little wealthy, right? He's very wealthy. And one time I worked for him when I was doing my consulting in London, and he called me, Dan, I'm in town. So we'll go have some champagne, we're drinking. And he would always tell me these stories when he had like a couple of glasses. And he said, do you know how I got my start, Dan? And I just assumed he was from a wealthy family. His dad was a diplomat, and I just assumed he'd come from money. And it turned out, no, he'd made some money in his early 20s in Liberia with timber. Then there was a civil war, and he had to run away with nothing. He left Liberia with nothing, just the clothes on his back. He ended up on the sofa with the woman who's now his wife. He said a year and a half later, he said, I was a millionaire again. I
Wow.
said, what? He goes, yeah. I said, did someone give you? He said, no, relationships.
Mm,
Relationships is actually more powerful as a form of capital than anything else. You can have all the money in the world. If you've got nobody that you can connect with, nobody that you can leverage, nobody that you can exchange with, you can't even spend the money, let alone make more of it. All right. Another one is time. Time is a form of capital. If you've got more time, you may have, for example, invested in a real estate program, learned the skills, and not have the capital to go and take the action. But there are other people in that program that have the capital but don't have the time. You can partner up with them, use your time and their capital, and go and do something, which is
there
also a
you go.
relationship build,
Yeah,
right? You've also got intellectual capital. You may have done something or have developed a real estate skill. You can go out into the world for people that don't have the resource of that skill, and you can leverage that skill for money or work with them in order to create more wealth. There are many different types of capital. We specifically teach our guys about these four, but they can be leveraged. Money is just one type, and all of the others can be converted to money if you do it with your money DNA more easily. But it's not a story that you can really hold on to. Say, I haven't got money, I can't do it. You've got other resources too. You've got your energy, you've got your time, you've got your skills, you've got
that's right.
relationships. There's different types of capital.
This is fantastic. Like, I've enjoyed this so much, and I'm sure everybody watching it was thinking, what does this have to do with real estate? But I wanted to start us off with you telling us about our money DNA, getting us in the right mindset,
Mhm.
because if we don't realize how we work, how we are designed,
Mhm.
okay, then we won't be able to go out and do what we need to do.
Exactly.
But
Exactly. Exactly.
Dan, thank you so much for your gift. Guys, please take Dan up on his offer. He and his team is giving you a 30-minute free consultation on your money DNA and how you can use it to help you with your real estate business. Dan, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank
Take
you.
care,
Talk to you
everybody.
soon. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New
All right. Wow, this was so exciting. I hope you guys got so much out of this. I'm going to go ahead and jump right in to our next speaker. Okay, H.J. Thomas is an award-winning best-selling author. He's a coach, entrepreneur, and investor who achieved financial independence by investing in rental properties throughout Asia, Dubai, Europe, and America. He's the founder of the Employee Millionaire LLC, a financial education company, and Casa Bait Inc., a real estate crowdfunding company. He has guided thousands of students through the process of financing. Actually, pause. We have my team just told us the speakers got changed. All right. HJ is coming a little later. Rob is here. Rob Sevez. All right. This is one of my friends, someone I've known for 10 years, if not longer. All right. I'm super excited to have Rob Sevez of the Casa Group guys. Rob has been in real estate for over 20 years. He started with a Casa Group in 2005, where he was buying, fixing, and flipping homes. Since then, Casa has evolved into a diversified portfolio of companies whose primary focus is helping families buy, sell, and invest in real estate. In 2018, they sold $118 million in real estate and currently have 6 expansion offices along with an investment and construction business. Casa is ranked in the top 1% of teams in the Keller Williams Realty. And in 2019, Rob was interviewed by Gary Keller on stage in front of 10,000 agents to discuss his zone method of business building. Rob's passion for wealth building inspired him to start a monthly real estate investment mastermind that has grown to over 11,000 members across 10 chapters in the US. His plan is to take the network globally and grow it to over 100,000 members and help others create wealth and legacy through real estate. This past year, they did 160 million. Wow. So, Rob, please welcome on board. Super happy to have you here. Good
Hey,
morning.
it's
Happy New Year.
good morning. Good morning. Let me adjust that a little bit. Peggy, great to see you. How are you?
Good, good. Guys, he just called me Peggy.
Oh,
When I,
Naya.
it's good. I go by both. When I first got started, when I moved to the US from Greece, I was going by Peggy. And Nayia is my Greek name. So some of the speakers who have known me for many years, like Rob, okay, they call me Peggy because it's hard to remember to be like, oh, Nayia, yeah, that's right. So, anyways, it's happy to have you.
Well, it's my pleasure being here, Naya.
Thank you.
Peggy was the first iteration of you, so that's why it
Yes,
always comes to mind.
yes,
But it's
I
so
know.
great to be here. I appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you so much. I mean, we first met at least, I think, 10 years ago, 10, 11 years ago.
Easily.
Yeah, I came, I was a member coming to the events, the meetups that you and Mark, your business
Mm-hmm.
partner, were doing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I want to tell everyone that take advantage of groups, real estate groups in your areas,
Mm-hmm.
because that's like Dan said earlier, like a relationship capital is huge. Okay. That can get you so far in any kind of business, but definitely in your real estate business.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you will learn and grow from individuals. And Rob, coming to your events, I met so many people that I worked with. You know, whether they were contractors, I found private lenders from your group
Mm-hmm.
that I used for my real estate deals. Like I wholesaled to people in the group.
Mm-hmm.
It was amazing. So thank you for doing what you do. Okay. And I'm just so grateful that we've stayed in touch. And tell us about some of the amazing things that you're working on right now.
Well, it's interesting because what you're talking about is what I call kind of like an ROR, a return on relationships, right? I call it creating social currency. He called it social capital, right? But creating social currency, and really, Naya, when I think about it, I started our investment group as a way to meet and collaborate with other real estate investors because I believe that like everybody achieves more when you're in a collaborative environment and when you're learning from each other. I never claimed to be an expert at any one of the topics. I always claimed to be a facilitator and a connector of people. And today we have over 16,000 members. We have 20 chapters across the US. We plan on taking this globally. So we're going to have 1,000 chapters around the globe where we are partnered with what I would call the agent investor avatar. So the agent that is has their license, but they think like an investor. They've got the heart of an agent, but they've got the mind of an investor. And really, what they want to do is bring the community together to help the community build wealth. Because I can look back now a decade, and I could be like, I've made hundreds of millionaires, right? For free, like sharing just like what we do on a daily basis. Because I run and operate a real estate team and investment and construction business and title business, like showing people what we do and then creating relationships. And through that social currency, that's how typically we make money. Like we give all the information away for free, but we make money because people then want to do deals with us, right? They're like,
That's
listen,
right.
I feel like I'm indebted to you because you've helped me make 100,000 or 200,000 or 300,000. I've got this listing I want to give you. I've got this buyer. I've got this investment deal that I want to bring you. So creating social currency has been one of the biggest ways that I've built my built my business on. And Grid Investor Network, that's the name of the network, is
Yes,
really the conduit that really helps the local community like build wealth and helps the agent investor, right, really learn how to be like the leader in every one of those markets. So, you know, that that's been my pet project for the last couple of years. and now it's not a pet project anymore. It's like a big
It's
business. And
not.
I'm like,
I'm watching it grow.
I was like, I'm like, okay, this thing is now big because it's kind of growing on itself. So we're about to
Mhm.
launch in Orlando, Michigan, Tampa. We got a whole bunch of different locations that we're in the works with right now. So
That's
I'm excited
fantastic.
about that.
Yeah. So you have 20 locations so far, and
Correct.
it's just growing on its own right now. Um,
Hmm.
I love what you just said regarding your avatar, the agent
Hmm.
investor avatar,
Hmm.
because I got my real estate license as well, and I was with Keller Williams just like you are for years.
Hmm.
Tell us a little bit about that. So many real estate agents don't have the investor hat. Okay, what's
Hmm.
the missing link? And
Mm. Yeah.
how yeah, tell me.
So it's interesting because I think it starts with this. It's like nobody's ever given them the context to understand that being a real estate agent, which is an amazing profession, right?
Hmm.
But it's a fee for service business, right? So
Correct.
you die, right, and you no longer are getting paid, right? Or you get
It's a
sick, you
job.
no longer get paid. It's a job, right?
Hmm.
It's a highly paid job, right?
Correct.
And that's great. And by the way, sometimes lawyers get stuck in being a highly paid self-employed person, and so do doctors, and so do realtors. Um, but what happens is that there's the ability to be able to progress through that, right? And you could progress first by thinking and learning, hey, that there is a path. I can earn money as an agent, and then take these dollars and invest these dollars into my business as an option, or
Hmm.
invest into a property, right? Which is typically an easier thing for somebody to do, right? The asset doesn't talk back to you. It works for you 24/7. It
Correct.
does it. It does its job, right? When you're building a team, that's more of a leadership skill, where the other one is more of a deal skill, right? But nobody's ever really had and poured into them and let them know, bring the future into the present, say, hey, what does this world look like as a realtor, right?
Hmm.
10 years from now, right? And they're not thinking about it. They're just trying to figure out how to help somebody buy and sell, which is what I call level one. Okay, great.
Correct.
Level one,
Yes.
you learn how to ring the bell, make money, right?
There you go.
But once you learn how to make money, you need to start thinking about what are you going to do with these additional dollars. And and that's when I start finding that real estate agents, and even other self-employed business owners, start thinking for the very first time, hey, I need to build wealth. I need to build passive income. And brokerages don't teach this. It's not like you go into That's the problem. It's not like you go into a brokerage and the brokerage starts saying, "Hey, agent, you need to start thinking about building, a long-term annuity stream." You're seeing some of that now through some of the different business models, but
Correct.
but rev share or profit share can be taken away, right? An asset, a real estate asset, cannot be, that cheese can't be moved, right? You buy that
Yes.
asset, you own that asset, you control that asset. Unless you don't pay, it can't be taken away. So it's very tangible and stable.
Correct.
So the agent investor is a very particular person, because it's the agent that all of a sudden has an awakening,
Hmm.
right? And they have an awakening and they say, oh, wait a second, there's more to this, right? How
Yes.
do I convert this earned income into passive income? What are the ways that I can do that? And they start asking themselves some of these more profound questions. How do I convert this into an actual business as opposed to a self-employed business, right?
Correct.
Can I do it? So that's who the agent investor is. They're kind of an awakened agent, right? I just came up with that, but I really like it. So
I really like that. I like the awakened agent, and that's
yeah.
exactly it. And I think when agents start working with investors, okay, the investor may help them to become more awakened because they
Hmm.
realize that, hey, what they're doing is not that hard. Okay,
Hmm.
I could fix a property up. I could buy it below market. Okay,
Hmm.
but so many agents, okay, have the fear, right? Or the
Hmm.
think that they need to have the capital. Oh, I don't have the capital. I think something that stops real estate agents is because they're working for commission. Yeah, first is the mind, okay, and
Hmm.
second of all, the way they analyze it, analysis by paralysis, right? They're
Hmm.
like, oh, I can't get a loan because they're thinking traditional. Okay,
Hmm.
let me get a
Hmm.
loan from a bank. Oh, and because I'm a real estate agent, I don't have a steady income. I can't get a loan, so I can't be an investor, and they stop themselves.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's
Do
right.
you see?
All the time. Yeah. It's a belief system. Actually, there's two things. One, first, they don't understand where they actually fall in the value chain. They think
Okay.
that they think that the person that has the money makes the rules, right? But
Mm,
that's not true, right? The person that controls the deal, we know,
yes.
controls everything. And
Correct.
so they it's almost like this mental framework where I find that agents think, oh, the investor is this like high and mighty person who has the money and can do the deals and they have this knowledge, right? When you and I know that that's not true. It's just that that
Correct.
investor kind of started on that side, right? And so the agent has kind of put themselves under the investor, when in reality, if they once they learn this business, they realize that they're actually above the investor if they learn how to control inventory, right? Meaning,
Correct.
can they control an asset with a listing agreement or even a purchase contract or whatever it is? And so once they understand the game, once they're awakened, that's when their real wealth starts occurring. And they're like, oh, you mean, I can actually be the one that controls and dictates the rules because I'm controlling the deal. Then they start, like, the real magic happens for them. But it's a belief system in the beginning that they are somehow subservient, right? Or below. And truthfully, it's because nobody's ever really exposed to them to think differently, right?
Correct.
They're,
Yeah.
they're a brokerage is trains you to work with buyers and sellers, right?
Correct.
They don't have the, hey, you need to build wealth conversation as often as they
Correct.
should, right?
I agree. Even though people get into the real estate business, real estate agents thinking, I'm going to be my own boss. Okay.
Mm, mm-hmm,
But you only know what you know,
mm-hmm.
right? And if you don't have anyone to guide you, most real estate agents, as you know, are not successful. They're not even making $50,000 a year.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. They enter in thinking I want flexibility. They enter thinking I want, they don't enter in thinking that this is a sales and marketing business and that
Correct.
it's a legitimate business. It's a lifestyle business. And
Correct.
there's nothing wrong with a lifestyle business. But for the one that really is ambitious and wants to grow and wants to learn how to scale, there is a path, and it's not like there's lots of paths. There's only like one path, to be honest with you, right? Um, and there's a path to scale, and so you would have to, like, you need somebody to be able to show you how to go from being an agent, making money, to then building wealth through either team ownership or investment ownership, or what we call ancillary ownership of other businesses like title, mortgage, insurance, right? And
Yes.
and so that, but that can only be accomplished. That can only be accomplished if that agent fully surrenders to the fact that they're actually in a sales and marketing business, and that their main responsibility is to generate leads, appointments, and an opportunity so that they can scale and build a business, right? Now, if they decide that that's not really the business that they're in, can they be an agent and make some money as a self-employed person and then take those dollars to buy investment assets and partner with somebody? Yes, you never have to build and scale a team. You don't have to have a title in mortgage, business, insurance. Like, literally, you could just say, oh, I'm going to be a highly paid self-employed person as an agent because I understand that business and I don't want to grow past that, right? Because it is
Yeah.
growth. But I will
Yes.
take this money that I make and I'll buy real estate, right? I'll
Yes.
partner with other people. And that's another path. That's a great path.
Yeah. I love that. I love what you said. They don't realize where they fall in the value chain.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and so many of us feel, I say us because we have all felt this at some point or another. Okay. We don't realize the value that we bring to the table until, okay, until we either put ourselves in the other person's shoes and we're like, oh, hold on a second. I could do this. and real estate agents bring a lot of value, okay,
Oh, yeah.
to investors. They have relationships. They have more relationships than an investor does because
Mm-hmm.
they put themselves out there more. Now, obviously, investors also do, like I market. So an investor like me who markets themselves out there to sellers, okay, I can get my own deals
Mm-hmm.
directly with a seller.
Mm-hmm.
But I know there are so many real estate investors who don't market the way I do, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and they're counting on real estate agents to bring them the deals.
Mm-hmm. There's Naya, there's like four different ways that an agent like myself can work with investors. There's four different like profiles of an investor, right?
Okay.
And I'm going to touch on some of those right now. So somebody like
Okay.
you that does a lot of marketing, right?
Mhm.
Well, let's look at this. For every 100 leads that you get, maybe you can buy one. Let's just say, I'm just going to like, I don't know what your numbers are, but just
Okay.
for every certain amount of leads, there are multiple leads, you can only somehow do something with maybe one or two of them, right?
Yeah.
So what they do, what most investors do, is that they let the other leads die on the vine, right? And we call those orphan leads. And what I've done through the years has been able to partner with other real estate investors and say, hey, why are you letting those orphan leads die on the vine? I can convert those leads to listings and pay
Yeah.
you a referral fee or pay you some kind of marketing agreement or some kind of MSA with you. So that's one way to monetize those leads
Yes.
for the investor, right? So now let's look at the what I would call the one that relies on kind of like the wholesaler to bring them deals, right?
Correct.
Or an agent to bring them deals. Well, you get, what you're going to do there is you're not going to make money on the person that's looking to fix and flip as an agent, because that's like
Mhm.
unless you as the agent become a partner in that deal. So my discussion with
Correct.
you, if you came to
Yes.
me and said, hey, I want something that's 70 cents on the dollar minus reno that I want to fix and flip, I would say, great. So then we're going to be business partners. And when I find that, you're going to put up the money and I'm going to put up the asset. And we're going to do a deal that way. Okay. Because the person that controls the deal dictates the terms, right? Or I could certainly, if I don't want to do that, I could just be like, hey, Peggy, I came across this asset. I control it with a listing agreement. Here, you can have it, but I want the listing. I not only want the commission on the front end, but I want the commission on the back end. Right.
Correct. Yeah.
Right. Somebody's got a question here.
Yes,
Go ahead.
yes. So, what should people just starting out do? And should they become an agent or not? I get this all the time. This is a fantastic question. Go ahead. You give me your perspective.
Oh, should they become an agent or not, or should they get their license? Those are different. What should people start out?
Okay.
Should they become an agent or not? Okay.
One of the questions that I get from investors, people who want to get
Mhm.
into the real estate investing business, they feel like they need to get the real estate license, okay,
Mhm.
or to become agents. And one of the things that I tell them is if you're an agent already and it's your license is making you money as an agent, keep it. Okay.
Mhm.
But for you to become an investor, okay, you don't have to go get your real estate license.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's what do you
Sure.
think about that?
So, um, getting your real estate license is license to print money. Okay, that's how I look at it. So I think I encourage every investor to have their real estate license because technically, legally, then when you're spending money as an investor, you can get up to 25 to 30% in referral fees from agents because now you carry a license, right? So it's a win-win-win. There's no downside, there's no loss. Sometimes people come to me and say, hey, I hear that there's a conflict between being an agent and then being an investor. I'm like, there's no conflict. Like, unless you're trying to break the law, then there is a conflict because you're not supposed to break the law. But either way, you're not supposed to break the law, right? So um, I encourage everybody to get their license because it is a license to print money, right? Meaning, Naya, you could technically now you never have to act like an agent. You don't need to become an agent to become an investor. So that's different. But you could definitely monetize that license way more as an investor if you have the license.
So for
This
me,
is
what I
also
do,
Mhm. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, no. With my team, I have an agent like on our team. Okay.
Mm.
So, but
Mhm.
if I am out there going on appointments, okay, structuring the deals with the sellers, okay, not with me not being an agent, okay, I don't have to, be held, have to have any disclosures, disclose anything that, oh, I'm a licensed agent
Sure.
here, fill out this disclosure to protect my broker. Okay.
Hmm.
Because ethically, as a real estate agent, you held at different standards, right?
Yep.
And there's more things that you have to go through. So for me, having an agent on my team that I work with is fantastic. Like, I haven't had to activate my license, even though I
Yeah.
started off as an agent.
You bring up an excellent point. Now, because I am a licensed agent and because I'm also an active investor, I've had to do the very simple sentences. I'm a licensed, I have to put into my document, sellers aware that, I am a licensed agent, but it's
Correct.
never discouraged anybody at all because I'm there solving their problem. But you bring up another excellent point. What you cannot do is you cannot go in. It's very hard to do, I should say, unless you have a partner or another division. It's very hard to go in as the investor and then realize that you're not going to be able to buy it as an investment and then try to flip it to being
There you
like, well,
go.
I can list it as an agent. Now there's a conflict, right?
Correct.
Because they don't see you that way. They see you as the investor. So the best way to do that is to say, you sound like you really need somebody other than me. And
Mhm.
I have a partner or I have an investment team, traditional agent team
Agent on my
or,
team, yeah.
or whatever it is that can handle that. But that's not what I do. I solve these
Exactly.
kind of problems, right? And that is a very smooth transition, right? And we've learned that the hard way. We've learned
Yes.
testing all that through the years.
Correct. Correct. And what you just said, experience is something that people cannot buy. You have to
Mm.
go out there and make some mistakes, right? And fall on your face. That's how you're going to learn. Okay. I know both you and I have fallen on our face many times. I've said things that I shouldn't have said to a seller. Okay.
Mm.
And then I
Hmm.
realized, okay, I scared them by my approach. Now I won't do that again.
Hmm.
Okay. Or I will
Hmm.
say it a different way. Um,
Hmm.
Give me some.
Oh, action. Yeah, you
Yeah.
have to get into action and make lots of mistakes. And it's constantly just course correcting. All you're doing is like
Correct.
course correcting the whole time. This is the goal. There's no straight line to this, right? Like you're going to be learning and course correcting the whole time. And I remember the very first opportunity at bat that I had with an investor. It was a divorce situation. He just wanted to get rid of this thing. It was emotionally, the house was an emotional albatross over this person. Like every time he walked in the house, it reminded him of his marriage and it just was bad. He just wanted to
Yeah.
let it go. Well, I wrote an addendum that was like 12 points of like all the ways that I would like not buy the property, right? Um, if there were, because I was scared, right?
Mhm.
And I realized that I made it so complicated for him to accept the deal that I didn't get the deal, right?
Of course.
And so I was like, okay, I will never do that again. Like I made it too
Exactly.
complicated for them to say yes, right? But a lot of it was because I was fearful and I didn't have a mentor or a guide saying, "Hey, no, 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 don't do this." Right? Like you're not going to get the deal because what sellers want is certainty. They want
Correct.
certainty, right? They
Yes.
want somebody that can solve their problem with the least amount of headache, right? And there needs to be confidence exchange of energy that occurs,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
So you have to be confident. And that comes, the only way to build confidence is through experience, right?
That's right.
Your very first, seller that you went into, you probably weren't very confident in that discussion. But after your 100th, you're very confident, right?
Yes. And you can handle any objections that come at you because you've heard them before,
You've
and
heard them
you know
before.
exactly what to do.
You've seen the situation unfold before. Mhm.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I know you mentioned. I'm not sure if the another question. How can I make 2022 my best year yet? Okay, Rob, tell us about the market right now.
Well,
And
I'll tell you the way you make your best year yet is by doing exactly what I just said. I'm going to make 2022 my best year. And the way I'm going to do that is by doing A, B, and C, right?
okay,
And so you put that into the affirmative, and then you make sure that you are saying, I'm going to do these actions. And the actions have to be actions that generate whatever activities that generate the results that you want. So if you're going to be, you might have a metric that's associated with that, right? You would
hmm,
say, I'm going to have my best year in 2022 by making 50 offers in 2022, a very tangible number, right? Just making it up.
correct,
And then what happens is your only goal is to make 50 offers. And that becomes one of the things. And knowing that that activity will generate a result.
correct.
And so, I don't know what business this person is in, but, uh, and maybe they can expand a little bit the business and I could really tailor it to that. But it starts with first saying that you're going to do it and then generating the activity that's required
Yeah.
for that. Right.
Okay. Yeah, the person is in real estate investing.
Okay. So, and real estate investing is such a big word, right? It's like,
Correct.
do I want to be
Correct.
a wholesaler, rehab?
R-
So the first thing is to decide on a niche, right? Number one would be decide on who you're going to be as a real estate investor. Are you going to be buy and hold? Are you going to wholesaler? Are you going to be a rehabber? If you're trying to make today money, the least, the easiest, fastest way could be the wholesaling side. There's like a lot of, you can make money today without any other money. So you got to get really good at understanding that concept. And then you have to become a good marketer. And it's about picking an area and then dominating that area so that people know that you are the wholesaler that buys in that area. I call it zoning a market, right?
Yes. So let's explain what wholesaling is, because
Mm,
I'm sure a lot of people who may be listening may not know what a wholesaler is and how they could get into real estate. Now, the one thing that I love that you said is decide who you want to be. I say that identity comes first.
mm-hmm,
Okay, what you're going to do, who you're going to be, and that individual will do certain things. The what and the how comes after the who, right?
mm-hmm,
Okay,
mm-hmm,
so
mm-hmm.
if the who, for example, is a wholesaler, okay, versus a rehabber, okay, tell us what the definition of a wholesaler is, what they do, okay?
Mm-hmm. So the wholesaler is essentially has learned two fundamental numbers, right? One, they've learned just this key concept. They've learned what the value of an asset is worth once it's fixed up. Okay, we call that the ARV. And then they've learned what it's actually going to cost to fix it up. Okay, and I should say the three numbers. And then they need to know what will a rehabber actually buy that property for. If they know those three numbers, right, then what they're able to do as a wholesaler is write a contract with a buyer, with a seller, and control that property with a piece of paper, literally a purchase contract, right? That you then have the ability to sell this piece of paper to that rehabber for a fee, and you never take possession of the property, right? So literally you're controlling real estate with a piece of paper and you're getting paid for that, and you never have to buy it, which means that you got to get good at marketing, you got to
Correct.
get good at negotiating, and you need to get good um, at understanding like what cost and ARV is, right? And by the way, if you know those things, you become a very powerful investor because you need to know those things, whether you're a rehabber, whether you're a buy and hold person. So I always say that's a very foundational thing to learn in our business.
Correct.
And so that's what you do. You control real estate with a piece of paper and get paid for it. That's awesome,
That's
right?
fantastic. Yeah. Well, Rob, this has been such a pleasure. Thank you so much for being part of the Real Estate to Wealth Summit and making our 2022 our best year yet. Please tell us where people could get more information and learning more about the GRID community, because
Sure.
you have chapters all over the country.
So they can go to grid, GRID, investor.com, and they could see all the different locations that we have, and they could find a location that's close to them. Or if there's an agent investor out there listening, right, maybe they have earned the right to open up a chapter, because we have some criteria on that. And I just want to say one more thing, Nayia. Thank you so much for doing this. This is so powerful. You change people's lives when you do this. And I see that your next speaker is a good friend, Tom Zeeb, who is a master wholesaler.
Exactly.
Right?
I was going to say that, a master wholesaler.
He's a master
Yes.
wholesaler and runs an awesome business, runs a great
Yeah.
RIA. And I know that your group is going to learn a lot from him. So
Yes. Thank you so much, Rob. I'll see you soon. Take care.
take care. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. With that said, everyone, I'm going to introduce to you a good friend, Tom Zeeb. Okay, back in 2001, Tom was broke as a joke. A near-death experience while rafting pushed him to find a new way to break free of his 9-to-5 job. Real estate investing saved him both personally and financially. Hundreds of deals later, he's happy to share the same techniques that set him free, so you can do the same. From Washington, D.C., please welcome my friend Tom Zeeb.
Hey there.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy New Year.
Likewise, good to see you.
I love your tan.
Well, it's been working on it nicely.
Yes. I think you were on vacation last week. Is that what it was?
Yes, out and got some sunshine.
Very good. Very good. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Tom, I've known you and your beautiful wife, Carolina, for at least 10 years, if not longer.
12, maybe?
Maybe 12. Yeah, I think 12. Yeah. I've been a member coming to your Traction RIA events and learning so much, networking. I love what another speaker, Dan, mentioned this morning, relationship capital. Rob said social capital. It's the same thing. By networking and having these relationships with people who are local to us, right? Going to local events, the RIAs, and I know you're running one of the top RIAs in the country here in the Washington, D.C. area. I'm just grateful for what you've done, and you've helped me in my business. So thank you for being here and giving us all you've got.
My pleasure. I hear you've got some very pointed, deep questions for me.
Some deep questions from you. You are a master at wholesaling. So Rob just gave a quick description of what wholesaling is. So go into it a little deeper for us.
In a nutshell, rather than buy a property and renovate it, or rather than buy a property and rent it out and deal with the tenants, I go through the exact same steps at the beginning. I market to find a seller. I negotiate a good price with them. I put it under contract. But then instead of doing everything we just talked about, I literally sell my contract, my position in the contract, to another investor who wants to rehab it or wants to landlord it.
Okay. So what is challenging for someone what could be a challenge if someone wanted to be a wholesaler?
It's in many ways, you got to focus on the same challenges that all types of investors have. You need to become an expert at marketing and negotiation.
Exactly. And I think you need to also know the numbers, right? Of a property, what it would cost to renovate a property,
Yeah.
and also the after repair value of that property to
Yes.
be able to work the numbers backwards.
Yeah, you've got to know why it's a deal. So why is it a deal? If you were going to rehab it yourself, what would you want it to be? If you were going to buy and hold it and landlord it yourself, what would you want it to be? And then that's the number that you're selling it to somebody else at. And how much better than that number can you negotiate? That's your wholesale fee.
So the numbers, what's the number one way for someone to be a wholesaler? Okay. And what's the benefit, actually the best benefit for someone being a wholesaler?
Look, I think the best benefit is that I don't get wrapped up in deals for very long, and I don't have to. I'm not exposed to the downside of deals. Right? There's, look, I have rentals. I do an occasional rehab about every year and a half. I decide to to do one. It's not. I love having done rehabs. I don't love doing them because it's purely me. Other people are different, but for me,
Yes.
I get kind of worn out, tired out of dealing with all the little issues. So one of the benefits of wholesaling is I don't have to deal with any of it. I'm out. I'm done. 60 days. I'm out.
And that's exactly it. Let me ask you this:
Good for
Have
the
you?
ADD types.
I'm sorry.
It's good for the ADD types.
That's right. Are you seeing your business change because of the pandemic?
Yes, some. It obviously been crazy couple of years for everybody. The major changes I've seen is in the types of marketing, and it's just like any hot market. Most places have been a hot market, and so when sellers have more choices, then you really got to go after the really good sellers, like the truly properly motivated ones, because the more the borderline ones they don't come through as much. So fine, you got to dig a little bit more. That's going to happen anyway when the markets cycle around. So fine, it was a hot cycle. The other thing is the different type is remembering that there's still motivated sellers out there, and anytime it feels like everyone's losing money, there's still people making money. Just like when it seems like everyone's making money, there's still people losing money. The other side of the coin is always there and always true. And so I'm always cautious. People say, "Oh, this doesn't work, and it's just not. The market's too high." Well, nonsense. There's still motivated sellers out there that they just can't list their property and have it magically sell with 17 offers within 3 minutes. That's not everybody. That's the stories you hear. That's the stories you hear in the news, but it's not necessarily the case. And so that's one thing I've noticed. Looking forward, I'm waiting for certain sources of motivated sellers to come back to life, like tired landlords from evictions.
Yes, I was going to ask you. Tell me about that. Yeah,
Well,
and one is coming to life very soon.
Yes, well, this eviction moratorium that is like some sort of monster from the abyss where you just can't seem to kill it without it coming back.
Yes.
I've been cautious because for the past few months I've been saying, well, now it's going to break free, but then they managed to stay the execution, so to speak. So, but look, one of these days it can't last forever, and I think I've been talking to a lot of people who are landlords that have now taken a bath for the last couple of years. They've had people stealing from them, basically, by not having to pay their rent. They've lost money, and they're going, I'm done with it. And it's usually there's an age element to that. Some people are just frustrated if they're a little on the younger side, let's say, 60 and below, but that 55, 60, 70 range, if you got a landlord owning that, they're done. And so that to me is a perfect group of people to go after.
I agree 100%. Expand a little bit on that, okay? Because people who may be listening may not know what the characteristics of those type of individuals are.
Yep. So when landlords are eventually able to properly remove a tenant for non-payment, then they will be filing those cases. And when they file those cases as the plaintiff, they're not the defendant, they're the plaintiff. You want to approach them
With the court, yes.
Yeah, direct mail. Just a letter, a postcard. Keep on them. Approach them personally. Approach them with a phone call. Approach them because they are sick and tired and fed up of their real estate that they own, and that's a perfect opportunity to get a good deal out of it because Nayia, the number one thing I'm after are people to whom price is not the number one issue in the negotiation. It's not number one. Solving the problem is the number one problem they have, right? They want that problem gone. So if I can solve that problem, they win, and they feel like they won, and they love that. But then I get the price I want, so I win, and we can truly have a win-win.
Absolutely. The focus is solving problems. It's a people business, okay? And what you just said, the people who care more about the price, okay, then they won't work for us, because you want, right? They want 17 offers, they want multiple offers, and you're like, okay, you do your thing.
Yep.
But there are people out there who have problems, serious problems, okay, and they just need someone to help them,
Yes.
okay, so they can move on with their life.
Yep. That's who we're after.
That's who we're after, and they're out there. It doesn't matter if it's 2022, they're still out there.
Still out there.
Okay, because you and I, we're still doing deals. We've been doing deals in 2020, 2021. That's not going to change. We have a question from the audience. Tom, what are the most important steps to take for a person who wants to get started in wholesaling?
Gotcha. Look, learning the process is important, but I would get an overview of the process. And then the only thing you need to focus on at the beginning, people don't always like to hear this, but finding deals. You got to focus on your marketing. That's actually true of any kind of strategy. But to be fair, as a wholesaler, that's all you get to focus. Finding deals, negotiate the deal, find the deals, make the deals, and then you put them under contract and get paid. So if you don't have that beginning step, if you're going to try to skip over the marketing, I know it's kind of fun, exciting, and sexy to learn the other parts of the process, but you'll never get to use those if you don't find a deal from marketing first.
That's right. It's a marketing business. At the end of the day, it's a marketing business, and you want those leads.
Yes.
We have another question. How has technology changed the wholesaling business, or has it?
Interesting. I just had, I've had a couple of my students ask me about comps. And I've always said just the best comps are out of the MLS system. And so you either can get licensed, but you don't need a license for wholesaling. So maybe you want to partner with someone to have an agent on your team. Well, now that they're shutting off access to a lot of these third-party things, that's what had happened. Some students were using third-party programs. My caution with those has always been, I just don't want to see you get wrapped up in a piece of software that does things in a different way than you want to do them. So, you know, I've never found one that did things the way I wanted it done. So I just do things my way, and which sounds really old-fashioned, but I have a calendar that's in Outlook, which sounds probably very old-fashioned, and everything else is sitting in, my data is in Excel tables. I don't need anything super duper fancy because I don't want to try to learn it in another protocol. I want to do it my way.
That's very simple. Okay.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be hard. Sometimes we overcomplicate things. We get analysis by paralysis or paralysis by analysis, a little bit of both, and just pick out what your marketing, campaign will be. Okay. And you mentioned, I guess absentee owners are one of your favorite ones.
Yep. I love them.
Okay. Do you focus more on in-state or out-of-state? Or
I personally like out-of-states. Done that. In-state, I want to add other criteria to the mix, like an eviction or the age of the property or some, other things that can go wrong. The more, I would write it down this way, guys. Motivation comes in layers, so motivations are stacked, and the more layers in the stack, the more motivated the seller.
Correct. Yeah. The more motivations you guys stack. If someone is over 70 years old, right, between 60 and 70, chances are that they will want to get rid of their property. That's one.
Yep.
Right. If they're out of state, that's another one.
Yep.
Right. Now, if they're in probate, that's another one. If someone passed away, so this is a way to find leads and be able to market to them.
Yes.
You are also a master negotiator.
It's my favorite part.
Your favorite part. So give us some of your pointers. Help us out.
So a lot of people start off flat out afraid of negotiation. Usually afraid because we don't learn it in school. It's not taught anywhere. The only thing people seem to know is good cop, bad cop, because they do that one on TV. So there's this whole mystery behind negotiation. But when you get into it, you find that it's the crux of the business. Like that's what's going to you got to bring the leads in from marketing, but you got to get good at talking to them, pinpointing their problem, packaging up a solution that would work for them and then persuading them to say yes. And that it's that that kind of, it's not really an art, it's more of a science of persuasion, is leading them to the right place, leading them to say yes. Or if they still say no, that's fine. At least you know it's a no. One thing I find problematic is that a lot of people sit there and they accept maybe, or they accept not knowing what's happening. And then you're mentally focused on that lead that you're calling a deal. You're focused on it for a month when it's not doing anything. The faster you can get somebody to say yes or no, the better off you're going to be, because you're either going to move on or move ahead.
So so what are some of the questions that you ask to find out if they can do that? You said science of persuasion. Okay.
Yes. Art. Yeah. Art and science. Yeah. I mean, the art comes down to it's science, because there's just certain ways of going about it. So for the most part, I mean, if I had to sum it up, it's, you can't be afraid of talking to people about their pain, their problems, their irritations. Look, you know, they responded to your marketing because they have an itch. So when you move into negotiation, you know, they've raised their hand and said, yeah, I have that itch. I'm a out-of-town absentee owner, or I'm in foreclosure, or I've inherited a property, right? That they're acknowledging an itch. So when it comes time to negotiate now, you got to start scratching that itch, right? They've acknowledged they got a button, you got to push the button. And I think a lot of people that I've seen try to skip out on doing that because it's uncomfortable to them. But it doesn't matter if it's uncomfortable to you. Get good at talking to people about their problems, because, and I really want everyone, I would write this down and think about this. When you can describe somebody's problem to them better than they can articulate it themselves, they naturally think you have the solution.
That's fantastic. Say that one more time.
When you can describe somebody's problem and pain to themselves better than they could explain it, like better than they can articulate it, they're naturally going to assume that you've got the answer. You've got the solution. So when you get good and you stay focused on them and their problems and talking to them about their problems, and constantly picturing it like an onion, and you keep peeling off a layer of the onion, you know, so it's great, you told me a problem. Well, tell me more about that. Wow, that problem's awful. I'm so sorry to hear that. You know, your grandmother died and left you with this house. Tell me more about that. Was that causing problems in the family? Let me guess. There's an uncle or something that's being a pain in the butt and just wants the money but doesn't want to do any work. And they go, oh yeah, that's right. And they'll tell me more about that. Has your uncle always been that way? What do you think he would take? And so you just keep peeling these layers off. You're talking about their problem. So it's you're expressing it better than they can. At the same time, though, they're just having a conversation with you. And the natural act of actually conversing with somebody, not to mentioning opening up to them, is building rapport between us. So when the next investor calls, they're not as good at that. And they're probably not going to be viewed in the same light. They're going to say, you know what? Tom solved my problems. I trust that guy. I like him more. There's something about him, rather than even if the other person offers more money, because money's not their main thing. It's getting that problem solved is.
Correct. One of the things I say, this is a people business, and people do business with people they like and people they trust. So in order to like you and trust you, okay, you have to have these conversations, okay, and touch those pain points or those pleasure points, because it could be the opposite. People may not be going through hardship, right? People may be relocating or needing to sell a house because their family is growing and they're building a new, a better, nicer house. Okay. So I agree. I 100%. So many people don't know how to get into deep conversations with sellers. So they feel like, oh, this person gets me. They can solve my problem. Yeah. All right. Another question. Do some states require a real estate license to wholesale?
There's a couple states where that stuff's popping up now. It's not all across the board. Couple states have made it difficult. Illinois comes to mind. Utah put something out there. it's not that you shouldn't need a license for it. It's just who knows if that'll be challenged in court. Or some of these states, particularly with part-time legislatures. Sorry, agents, but when a lot of brokers are on the are also state legislators, they're doing certain things to block what they would view as competition. So fine. Just pay attention to that if you're in a state where there's an issue. Generally, you do not have a legal issue because your name is on the contract. Right? There's a seller and there's a buyer. Right. And you as wholesaler are the buyer. You then turn around and assign your equitable interest. Right. Which I can say I can't spell. Equitable interest is the legal term. So you have rights in that contract, and you're selling those rights. You have responsibilities. You're selling those responsibilities. So all the rights and responsibilities are being transferred. If you have to think that doesn't exist, it goes against gazillions of years of contract law. But whatever. Some states they just haven't been challenged back yet.
So the big point is, even if you're in one of those states, okay, don't be afraid to go out and do this business, okay? The housing, we all need a house. We all need a roof under, our head. So knowing how to go and solve someone's problem and you have the ability to create profit and make a living from this, right? Yeah, your experience. Tell us when you told about the job that you had before your near-death experience, and what turned the switch for you to get into real estate.
I was just frustrated with where I was at. So this isn't going to get me where I'm going to go. I'm just literally kind of going along to get along, and I've never really stopped and said, well, how am I really going to get to what I want? It's one thing to have a daydream and have it's a pipe dream. It's just out there like, oh, someday this might happen. But to actually sit there and go, now, well, how is it that I get from where I am today to where I say I want to be tomorrow? And then I had that realization that wasn't happening. Therefore, something needed to change. And I wasn't going to get some sort of massive raise at a job. And I wasn't going to switch jobs and suddenly get paid, 15 times more. I had to go off on my own to make that happen.
But there are people out there who love their job. And
awesome.
And yes, they could still do that. And
nothing wrong with this as a side hustle either. Real estate, if you want it to be full-time, fantastic. If you want to keep it as part-time, side hustle, fantastic. It's really, it can come into play because it's not exactly devouring of your time, particularly wholesaling. It doesn't devour your time. Remember, I said that's one of the reasons I really like it. It doesn't devour my time. Therefore, I can fit it in. If I needed to, I could fit it in around a job. I fit it in around family. I fit it in around anything because it's not devouring.
Correct. Tell us about your free gift that you're offering everyone attending today.
Everyone that's attending today, you have a certificate for a free gift. So one of the benefits, maybe, of everything having been COVIDized and locked down was I have a really nice, crisp, clean recording of one of my full day master classes. So it's a full day workshop, and so I'm giving you access to that. Normally I sell it. I think it's 65 or 85 bucks for access to it. I'm going to give everyone that free. You have a coupon code, which I believe is just your name, Nayia.
Okay.
We set it logically. So it just pop in Nayia. It'll zero out the cost. And you also get the downloadable workbook for that as well. So it's a big, massive 41-page workbook that we'll be building as you go through the class.
Thank you so much. That's such an amazing gift, Tom. One last question. What's your sweet spot for fostering a lead versus moving on to the next one?
Push them to say yes or to say no. Push for an answer. Because you can't, you got to make a move at some point. Otherwise, the number one problem when people balk and they just wait too long is because they haven't pushed to get an answer. And if they say yes, great, move ahead. If they say no, it's not really a no, it's no for now. They say no, then you think about how that conversation went, and you put follow-up in 2 weeks or 1 month or maybe 6 weeks or 8 weeks, depending on how you felt about it. When can I touch base with this person again? because the key is always going to be in the follow-up. They
Follow-up.
said no right now, but it was just no for now. It wasn't no forever. So you basically, the only time you get screwed up is if you accept a maybe. And you can't accept a maybe. You get them to say yes or get them to say no, because then you'll know what to do.
Exactly. And there's money in the follow-up. I always say there's money in the follow-up, and motivation increases with time.
Yes.
So
Always.
everybody remember that. Yes. Tom,
Time
thank you
changes
so much.
everything.
That's
Thanks for
right.
having me, Nayia.
Thank
Appreciate it.
you. I hope to see you soon. Say hi to Carolina and your kids for me.
I sure will.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We're going to take a 5-minute break before we come back with our next guest speaker. Hope you're enjoying this. Oh, hello, we're back. We're live. I hope you're enjoying our Real Estate to Wealth Summit. I'm super excited to be your host, Nayia Pierraokos. And I am going to introduce you an amazing guest speaker, H.J. Chalmers. H.J. is an award-winning best-selling author, coach, entrepreneur, and investor who achieved financial independence by investing in rental properties throughout Asia, Dubai, Europe, and America. He is the founder of the Employee Millionaire LLC, a financial education company, and Casa Bait Inc., a real estate crowdfunding company. He has guided thousands of students through the process of financing, buying, renting, and managing rental properties while still employed in a day job. Okay, Thomas is the author of 4 books: the multi-award winning The Employee Millionaire, the #1 international best-selling The Employee Millionaire Personal Workbook, the #1 international best-selling The 4 Stages of Building Wealth, and his newly published book, Millionaire Mindset and Success Habits. HJ, welcome. How are
Hey Naya.
how
Great.
are
Thanks
you?
for having me on board. So
Of
excited to be here.
course.
So excited.
My pleasure. Where are you? I know you're overseas. You're not in the US. Are you in
Yes,
Dubai
now I'm
right
in
now?
Beirut.
Oh,
No,
Beirut.
I'm now in Beirut because as you know, I'm working on a startup, which is Casabet, a crowdfunding platform. It's taking a
Yes.
lot of my time, but those are exciting moments.
Oh, I'm so happy for you. I know you're working on so many amazing things, and then 2022 will be fantastic for all of us. Thank you for being here with us.
Definitely. My pleasure. My pleasure.
So, start us off. Tell us, how can someone use their day job to become financially free with rental properties?
Yeah, definitely. Sure. You know, Naya, like when everybody is employed, we got like we're kind of brainwashed or we're running on a program. We believe that we cannot do anything. We believe we're stuck on a paycheck, we're stuck in the rat race, and we cannot do anything. But I'm sure that everybody who's employed is aware that the banks are after him or after her to give them loans because that's how the banks make money. Actually, if you're not employed, if you're self-employed, to get money from the bank is even becomes more questionable. Yeah, you need some good investments. You need some good stuff to be happening. So what's happening here? If everybody is employed, they can use OPM, other people's money. In that case, the bank's money, so that they can start investing in income-producing assets. And guess what? Rental properties are the best rental income-producing assets ever because they could be secured as a collateral for the loans. So in that case, the banks would love this wise investment. They're going to give us money. We use this money wisely. We invest in rental properties. Our income would increase. And I'm going to discuss how we do that in a few minutes in a presentation. So the more we keep on increasing our income, the more the banks will be after us to lend us more and more money because they see us as wise people and wise investors who know how to use the money. And that's how we start earning passive income gradually, one property after the other, until such time that your total passive income exceeds your expenses. And then, hey, it's a choice. You can stay in a job you love, or you can really leave your job and pursue your entrepreneurial or investment dreams.
That's fantastic. Well, let's go ahead. Please give us your presentation and get us jump right in, showing us how
Sure.
we can do that.
All right. So first of all, so thanks for having me on the on the summit. I'm not going to make an introduction about myself. You've already done that. So what I'm going to discuss today is four pillars. The mindset, because everybody wants to go into the know-how and the how-to before they tackle the mindset. And then after the mindset, it's about our credit worthiness. So we need to be credit worthy for the banks to give us all the money we need to invest in properties. And then the step-by-step process. And once we master this green pillar, this is when we start to scale up to really repeat the whole process, one property after the other, to achieve our financial objectives. So before we start, let's start with the mindset. We all know that we our own worst enemy. We always have those kind of limiting beliefs, and we need to really know how to overcome those limiting beliefs and even better transform them into empowering beliefs so that we can start getting ourselves on the road to wealth. So I'm not going to discuss this because, as I discussed with you earlier, other guests are discussing those elements. But I would like to here mention to offer the audience a free book that talks only about the mindset of investment, of becoming a millionaire. It's called
Thank
Millionaire Mindset and Success Habits. It's the #1 new release, and it could be downloaded from employeemillionaire.com/breakout.
Oh, thank you so
Moving to
much.
the that's a pleasure. That's on top of the bonus that I mentioned earlier.
Okay.
So moving now to the second one, second pillar is about credit worthiness. Although this is really, it's all about personal finances. And here also I would like to offer the audience another free book, which is the number one bestseller of Building Wealth. It's called The Four Stages of Building Wealth. It's a number one bestseller.
I'm not sure. I think we're having some technical difficulties. I, I'm not sure if it's
Number one
me or.
bestseller, The Four Stages of Building.
Okay, we lost
still
you,
with-
AJ.
Yeah, are we good? Yeah.
And now we're back. Yes, we lost you for a little
Okay.
while.
Okay. So I was mentioning that about the credit worthiness, which is the personal finance topic. I'm going to dwell a bit more on it. But before I do that, I would like also to offer the audience another free book. It's called The Four Stages of Building Wealth. It's a number one bestseller. And it could be downloaded from employeemillionaire.com/the four stages. Now, before we do that, I want to ask a question. Did you know that being employed gives you a superior advantage to finance real estate investments with the bank's money, which is the question you just asked me a while ago? And here is all about the power of leverage, because banks like to lend to people with regular income and with a good track record of paying their all debt obligations, which is the credit score, and then with a reasonable plan to invest what they're borrowing. And banks love real estate because real estate is a secure investment, which could be secured as a collateral against those loans. Now, to do that, the banks would like you to have a low debt to income ratio. I'm not going to go a lot into the debt to income ratio, but it's basically they want to see how are you able now to pay all your debt obligations, but also they want to take into account the future debt you're going to take to invest in those properties. So the lower the DTI, some counties they look at 33%. In most counties in the US, we look at 49% and below, which is below 50%, let's say. And if you're above 50%, that means you need to work on your personal finances to get your DTI lower, below the threshold, so that the banks will be giving you the money. So now all those concepts are discussed in the Four Stages book, which I'm offering as a gift. Now let's go to the real estate stuff. How can we invest in a step-by-step process into rental properties? So what I'm going to do today is share 10 simple steps. I'm going to go through very fast on this. This presentation could take a long day or could take 15 minutes. So I'm going to take now the shorter route on this presentation. And for anyone who would like to know more, once they get the books, they could jump on a free call, free discovery call, free coaching call, and I'm happy to walk them through the details of the 10 steps. Now let's jump into them quickly. So first of all, it's about building your team, because you cannot be the Superman who's gonna do it all by your own. You need a team who's gonna, each one, they know that they have the certain areas of expertise and they're gonna help you. So you need what I call 3 types of team. The advisory board will give you advice and guidance. The executive board who do the transactions on your behalf and for a fee, and the service squads, which are doing only when you need a certain task, they're gonna give them. They're gonna do it for you. So the strategy is you find them before you need them, you build the relationship with them, and then you assign them on the task whenever you need them. Because if you want to find them when you need them, you're gonna lose a lot of time just looking around for people to help you out. So we need to build your team, and this is really step number 1. Step number 2 is about getting you as a person pre-qualified for a loan, because in the whole loan approval process, it takes 2 parts: you as a person and then the property itself. So the bank will ask you for a lot of paperwork. So basically what they want to know is your credit score and your debt to income ratio, which we discussed a while ago. That's once you become eligible for a loan, this is when you know how much properties you can afford, because depending on your loan eligibility, if they're going to give you 80% loan to value or 90%, depending on the county, on the state, on the area, on the properties itself. So you know that, okay, now with this loan pre-approval, this is the value of properties I can now start prospecting for. Now, the third step, so once we know the budget in mind, is about finding those properties. And the question comes to mind, how can you know an investment property and you know if it's a great deal for you? So usually I look at things like a funnel into four levels. So level one is what am I looking for? And this is what we look into, what we call the features, like the number of bedrooms, the construction, the amenities, all this kind of stuff. And number two is what we call is how much is it given as a rent. So what happens here, you look at the rental income of those properties and you see if it meets a certain criteria, then it's something that's worth going to step three, which is to view. Anything that don't pass step one and two, level one and two, you don't view. Everything happens on your desk, using your PC, using a paper. You do all the stuff, you do the comparisons, and you don't need to lose time and go see a viewing, to have a viewing. Only those that fulfills level one and two are worth to be viewed. And then once you view and you really channel it down and you screen all the important properties, this is when the whole negotiation process starts. So moving step number four is about analyzing. So an analysis. So we need to analyze properties based on two things, based on its operational performance, which is the net operating income. We look at its expenses, all this kind of stuff, but also from a financial performance. You want to see if this property, after you service all the debt, all the debt related to it, and after all the expenses are paid, does it still produce a healthy return on investment? And a healthy return on investment in our case is usually a double digit. We don't invest in anything that gets less than a double digit ROI. And when analyzing properties, what happens here is we need to determine the property's value, because a lot of investors, specifically new investors, what happens, they only take the listing price for granted, and they say, okay, I want to lowball the seller, and it doesn't work like that. So what we do in our system, we compute the property price based on two numbers: a lower, which is our initial offer, and the higher property value, which is our maximum offer. And then the negotiation process, we start with the initial offer, but we know in our back mind that we're willing to go as much, and we have a lot of room to maneuver in the negotiation process. Of course, we want to get the lowest possible, but even if we go to the high property value, we're still gonna make money on that property. So then, which takes us to the negotiation process. So here I want to really discuss one thing is, once the property makes sense and the numbers really do make a lot of sense from an investment perspective, it's about tying up the property with the letter of intent. And here importantly is you need to have a good balance between the down payment and also the clauses to exit in case the property happens and the due diligence doesn't meet your criteria. So that's an important balance to have in the letter of intent. So once we go to the next step, which is due diligence, it's all about looking at the paperwork, looking at the physical inspection of the property. And here is when we use also third-party appraisers to help us in that, because even if you have a lot of experience, your eyes are not trained to see things in the same way as a professional appraiser will do. So there's a lot of stuff that are hidden behind the walls, like the electric system, the water system, the sewage system, the cracks, the infrastructure, and you need somebody to help you on that. A lot of people try to save money, and they pay for that later as a big price. I did this mistake myself. I lost on one property around $70,000 because I didn't do the right due diligence in the past. So, and the due diligence helps us in two things. Remember in the LOI we said we need the right clauses to exit. So if the due diligence is not in check, we can exit the whole deal without having any legal liability. If the whole due diligence is in check, this is where we have two options: either to go with the offer as stated in our LOI, or to negotiate further if we find something that needs to be fixed up. We do kind of an assessment how much it's going to cost us, and then that way we reduce this cost from our initial offer. Then once everything is done, this is where we go to the bank. Remember, we had the pre-approval in the previous step. We tell them we found the property, we did the due diligence. Now please we want to finance it. Now there are multiple ways. Usually you get 75 to 80% LTV, but in many states and in many countries, like in Dubai, I invest usually 100% loan to value. So the bank gives me 100% of the property's value, although on papers they mention 80%, but there are some legal hacks we do so that how can we get those 100% loan to value. Uh, and then once the property once the financing is approved, this is where we go to the transfer of the title in our name. Usually that's a simple process. Usually you are guided by your real estate agent, by your mortgage broker. They're gonna join you and they're gonna guide you all the way, so no need to lose time here to talk about it a lot. Now the important step here is once you become the owner of the property, the property is not an income producing assets if you don't rent it out. So you need to attract the right tenant, to manage the relationship with the tenants, and then to keep them always repeating. So we always look at long-term tenants. We don't like short-term tenants. Our agreements are always a year or 2 years plus. In that way, we have minimal really kind of vacancies. But also we need a system of eviction in case problems happen. So it's all about when you attract the right tenant at the right time, at the right rental income, usually your evictions are way less. If you attract any tenant, you're gonna have headaches and you're gonna be losing time and money and energy on the eviction process, which I don't recommend. But also always as a real estate investor, you need to have the system for the eviction process if it happens. And then the last step is about managing the property. Here now, a lot of our students on our coaching program, they tell us, can I really outsource the property management to a third party? And what we tell them, yes and no. And the real answer is, in your few initial properties, I recommend you become the property manager, because you need to learn the nuts and bolts, the in and outs, all the tricks of the trade of property management, so that the moment you want to outsource property management, you know what you're talking about, you know what to look for, you know all the details of any property, you become an expert and nobody can take you for a fool. And then once you master the process of owning your first rental property that's producing positive cash flow, it's all about scaling up. It's all about the power of repetition. It's about repeating the same process over and over without giving up, one property at a time. And as mentioned earlier, each property will add on an additional residual income to your total income until such time you achieve financial independence. Now, a word of caution here is always that whenever you have additional income, your debt to income ratio should always be reduced. Meaning to say, if you go crazy at one point of time and you want to buy a Ferrari or go into bad debt, your debt to income ratio will increase and you're gonna get stuck somewhere. So you need to really be on top of your personal finances for some time until the whole money making machine is really automated, is really on auto drive, and your debt to income ratio is always in check, so that you can always, your credit worthiness is high with the banks. So usually when you start earning your passive income, you go into 3 stages, which is financial security, then financial comfort, and then financial independence. I have a bit of a different definition. Usually people say once your total income or your unearned income, which is the passive income, equals to your expenses, you're in financial independence. I call this only financial comfort. And for me, financial independence is having a surplus of 30% above all my expenses while maintaining my current lifestyle. And the reason is, as an investor, your rental properties, your rental income will not always be as it was on day one. The market goes up and down, like when when COVID happened, or when a financial crisis happens, your rents might go down, and you don't want to be to be stuck in a certain position that, oh, I lost my job, I left my job, but now my rental income is low, and I have to service the debt and all this kind of stuff, and I have my expenses, and you become stuck. So always this 30% incremental income over all your expenses always gives you a kind of a cushion to fall on uh, in case you have any financial problems. Um, I will end up with one slide here is, guys, the more you invest in rental properties, the more you can invest in more rental properties. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm happy to jump on a free call with you, and you can find here the link, which is employeebillionaire.com forward slash book call, book dash call, apologies. And I'm happy to really go into more details with anyone who would like so. And here, guys, please also connect with me on any of my social media. You can find them here at HHMAS, be it LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook. And thank you. That's it from
Thank
a
you.
presentation perspective. Yeah.
This was fantastic, HJ. Thank you. You took us through your 10-step process. Okay. From starting at level 1, which is, figuring out your boards, putting everything in place, the people that you need, because your approach is different, a little different than the other speakers, the other guest speakers I have here today. Your approach is focused on individuals who want to do real estate investing, okay, but more on a passive business, okay, versus actively doing this and leaving their day job, okay. You're working with individuals who are happy with their job, okay. They don't necessarily want to do real estate as their full-time job, right?
Or you know what happens, Naya? Here what happens, and my approach. Why am I doing that? A lot of other people, what they recommend: leave your job and go around into real estate. But what happens? What if you fail? You already lost your job, and you're gonna not be making it in real estate. So I like to advise people take this safe approach. Do it as a passive thing in parallel, and then once you master it, by all means, leave your job if you would like to do so.
Yeah, this is a combination, passive and still active. You still have to do some work, right? You have to go
Yeah,
pre-qualify. You have to go look at properties,
of
and you have to
course,
evaluate numbers. Okay, look at the
definitely,
rental
definitely.
income. Okay, what is the average rental income? What will your mortgage be? How much money do you have to put down? Right?
Exactly, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Thank you. We're getting great comments from people that support. They love the presentation. And so let me ask you a couple questions. Okay.
Definitely,
How
definitely.
can someone overcome their limiting belief that stands in their own way of becoming financially independent? Okay.
Yeah. So what happens here is everybody has a limiting belief, and if anybody doesn't have any limiting belief, please raise your hand here on the chat box. But I bet everybody knows that we have our own limiting beliefs. So the first thing is to acknowledge them. And how do you acknowledge them is by really looking what other people are doing. Look at podcasts, at seminars, at workshops, at stuff like that. Read the books, because you need to see it from another perspective. You need somebody to highlight this for you, and then you can reflect on it. Oh, I'm having this problem. You need to acknowledge it. Once you acknowledge it, you need to identify what's your own personal truth. So, for this limiting belief, what's your own personal truth about it? And once
Correct.
you really face the fact, it's all about, okay, you need to be in control, you need to be in the driver's seat and start looking, okay, how can I transform this into an empowering belief? Because this shit, sorry for the word, is still there. Now, it's either I make it kill me, or I can take advantage of it and make it work for me. And then once we learn how to transform this into an empowering belief, you switch, you turn the table, and you become more in control of your future.
And it comes back to taking action, right? Acknowledging,
Exactly.
seeing where you are right now. Okay. Look at where you are in your business, whether you're new to real estate or you've been an experienced real estate investor, okay, for years. Look at where you are, acknowledge where you are right now, okay, and decide to say, okay, this is where I want to go. This is the approach. And today we're giving you so many different options, okay, of real estate investing. So HJ took a whole different approach with someone who has a full-time job, and how they can create wealth by through rental properties. HJ, so how does someone stay focused on achieving their objectives and dreams? Let's click.
Yeah. Do you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear
Hello.
you. I was just having some
Yeah.
technical.
Yeah. It's okay. So I always resemble that to the salmon fish. You know that the salmon fish is always swimming upstream in a river. So because and I always tell them like that, we need to have the end in mind. We need to have a big why that really attracts you towards it. Once you have identified this big why that you want to achieve in your life, it's really about swimming upstream. And in that case, getting one property after the other, getting one property after the other, increasing your experience, increasing your knowledge, your connections, your leverage. And then, because the moment you stop, the river will take you down as a dead fish, and you don't want this to happen. And when you go down as a dead fish, you're gonna end up where others would like you to end up, not where as you want to be. So my advice is always keep your big why, focus on it, becomes like a really a big magnet, and whatever shit you're gonna face in the whole process, and nobody's saying it's gonna be always cool, you're gonna not gonna have problems, but that's part of the fun. Hey, it's part of the fun to have all these problems. This is how we get our experience. This is how we overcome them. We learn from our network, from our connections, and this is how we become stronger. So it's about who we become in the whole process, which is, I think, the most important thing.
Yes. And remember, you are not who you were yesterday. You are not who you were last year. Okay. So your big why, okay, will help you realize who you want to be. Okay. And you step into those shoes. HA, this has been fantastic. One
My
last
pleasure.
question from a viewer
Sure.
is they've tried real estate before and they've failed. Okay. Where should they start now?
I think they should first of all identify why did they fail. Did they have a good process, a solid process, a proven process, so that for them to follow? Because most of the time, trust me, I've worked with hundreds and thousands of students. Most of those who fail before joining our program, what happens to them is they want to be the Superman. Hey, I can lowball here and there, I can do it. But most of the time, they gotta buy something which is more expensive than the real value that it's worth. And they think they made it and stuff like that. It's all about having the right process, having the numbers. My recommendation for the first one, two, or three properties, have a mentor, work with a mentor.
That's
Each
right.
one of us has mentor. By the way, nowadays I have two mentors. I have two mentors. One is coaching me on startups. Another one is coaching me on communication and sales process. Everybody needs to be mentored at any point of time. Yeah. In the past,
Yeah,
I used to have real estate mentors, because when you have a mentor, they're gonna hold your hand and really make sure that you're gonna be in the safe zone until you're good to go on your own.
that's right. Absolutely. And HJ, thank you so much again. It has been such a pleasure. Again, remind everyone about your gifts so then they can
Yes.
access,
So
be in touch with you and access the tools that you're giving them.
sure. First of all, thanks for all the comments, guys. I really love them, Chris, and the guys before. I really forgot the names, but thanks. This gives me a lot of energy. It makes me like, oh, I'm fulfilling my mission in life, which is adding value to people's lives. So going back to the free gifts, I have three gifts for you guys. The first gift is a free book called Millionaire Mindset and Success Habits. You can download it from employeemillionaire.com/breakout. The second gift is a free copy of the number one bestseller, The Four Stages of Building Wealth. You can download it from employeemillionaire.com/the four stages. And the third gift is a free session with me, 40 minutes full session with me. Nothing will be sold on the sessions. I'm really here only to add value, only for those serious people who really want to learn more. Yeah. So you can book your call on employeemillionaire.com/book-call. So I'm really
Thank
excited,
you.
guys. Thanks for listening. Thanks for having me, Naya, on this summit. I really
HJ
love it.
has been fantastic. Thank you for your time. Enjoy your projects. I can't wait to hear how they're going. And we'll talk
Sure,
soon.
sure.
Take care. Happy New Year
Okay,
again.
ciao. You take the best. All the best.
Thank you. I hope you're loving this. I am enjoying it. The guests today are phenomenal. And the value that they're bringing to the table, their perspective from their experience is real. You can do real estate investing. All you have to do is decide and take action. One of I'm going to bring on my next guest speaker, and she is a powerhouse. Okay, Dixie Decker is the queen of student housing and running a business like a business, not a hobby. Okay, after a devastating divorce and a bankruptcy, this single mother of two rebuilt her life through real estate. In the process, she accidentally stumbled upon a unique method for buying and profiting in real estate without using any of her own money or credit. In just 3 years, she mastered the process and built her net worth to over $5 million and $100,000 per month in positive cash flow. This is huge. Today, her cash flow machine runs practically on autopilot so she can focus on her family, growing investments, and helping others succeed. Dixie has raised over $10 million in private money while tripling her cash flow over traditional single family rentals. She loves rehabbing and keeps anywhere from 5 to 10 projects going at all time. She has Airbnbs and loves teaching QuickBooks for investors so they really know the ins and outs of the real estate business. Dixie Decker, welcome. I'm so happy to have you here today. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. You too.
What I want to know is, how did you get into student housing? Like, tell us what did you fell into it accidentally? You know.
Yeah. So there's always like a long story behind it, but I was freshly divorced and going through that thing, and I ran into one of my high school best friends, and he told me this story about how he was this entrepreneur and he was in real estate, and really he had gotten out of the military and he was totally flat broke, living on his friend's couch. But they had gotten this GI money from going overseas, and then they came back and they started rehabbing this house they were living in near campus while going back to college. And I had lunch with him, and I'm like, you are insane that you would even try to rent to college kids. Like, they're going to destroy everything. And then he says, well, this is what they pay to live in these houses. And I'm like, well, I can do math. That's pretty incredible. So fast forward a couple of years, that was just like a lunch conversation. And I we started dating, and went to a real estate seminar, kind of similar to something like this. And I met my mentor there, and his big thing was buying and selling houses, no money, no credit. I had none at the time, and I thought real estate was over for someone like me because I had no money. So we learned how to buy on lease options and owner financing from sellers creatively. And the goal was to do a rent to own on the backside with a buyer. Well, we had picked up this house from a seller, and it was near campus. Nobody wanted to rent to own. Nobody wanted to give me a down payment. So I looked at Brandon, who's now my husband, by the way, and said to me, 10 years down the road, I said to him, okay, you did that student housing thing. Can we do that on this house? I'm like, Ron LeGrand did not tell me I could do that when I took his course as my mentor. So probably not. But then I remembered he said, you can sublease anything. The way that we wrote our agreement with the seller, I could sublease anything. So I said, well, let's give it a go. Let's put one ad out for like a pricing it by the room and one for rent to own. And the students found us because every call that I got was like, hey, I want my kid to live here. I don't want to buy it. I just want to rent it. And we kept saying, no, we're doing rent to own. So we put out that ad, and they were going to pay us more than the rent to own people. So I'm like, oh, this worked. Okay, let's do this again. So we just started doing that again and again. And you know, if you've been in real estate, you know, I always say you don't eat cheeseburgers off equity. You only feed your family off of cash flow. So a girl who was broke doing like rent to own, cash flow around here, I'm in the Midwest, by the way, Springfield, Missouri. Cash flow is like $200 a month net cash flow on rentals around here. And the investors are like, that's amazing. And I'm like, who eats off of that? How many houses do you have to have at $200 cash flow to pay your bills? So that's kind of how we stumbled upon it, and we've made a really great team at this. I'm very good at the operations side, and so I fired him from a lot of other jobs and kind of took over doing this model for the most part. So he's really good at working with the city and private lenders and things, but I love managing this thing and making it run when we're on the beach. So we've been on vacation for like the last 3 weeks, and today's my second day back in the office.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I love this model because it just keeps the money coming in. I never have vacancies. I've had 0 evictions for college students. They pay rent 12 months year round. I don't do any short leases just because school's only in session for 9 months. I have the parents co-sign. And then most importantly, they're not responsible for just their room rate. They're jointly responsible for the rent for the entire unit.
Oh,
so, yeah, so, you know, peer pressure is what drives this model, that no one's going to let their friend down. And if they do, they're going to replace that friend with someone who's going to help pay the rent. So those are kind of like the short ends of why my model works well, because I run into people who go, well, I've tried student housing, it's terrible. They managed it terrible. They didn't do the right pieces of it. I don't pay their utilities for them. They can fight over who's going to put utilities in their name. I don't care. My motto is, I'm not your mom, I'm your landlord. Here's one lease on one unit. So I'm still single family rentals. I don't have to have special permits for like boarding houses or anything weird. I'm just a single family landlord. And I love that.
That is fantastic. I hear an echo. I'm not sure if we hear an echo.
I'm good.
You're good? Okay. Do you think every market in the US is good for this? Okay. Or where should people focus?
So the way I teach it is you need to find out, so you can pick any campus and you can either Google or you can call enrollment. But my primary question is, how many students are enrolled and how many can they house on campus? So for example, Missouri State University is where I invest. There's 24,000 students enrolled. They can only house 4,000 on campus.
Oh, wow.
So every summer, I have 20,000 college students looking for a place to live. So when people say, well, are you going to go to any other markets? My question back to them is, with those numbers, do I need to go to any other market?
Correct.
I don't, right? So that's where I tell people to start, as long as you look at that first. And then my second question, these are the biggest baseline tools, I believe. Find out what those kids are paying to live in the dorms for spring and fall semester. I don't care about summer. And then divide that by 12 months. And that's about what you're going to charge per room to set your rental rate, which then is going to identify what can you afford to buy, and are you happy with that cash flow?
Yeah,
that's
a
it.
great
So
way.
I don't care what the purchase price is of a house, really. So like, even in this economy where people are like, things are too expensive, it doesn't matter to me as long as I have a good payment that I can cash flow.
Correct. You can cash flow. We just got a question. How do you find the property initially without money?
Well, I don't know who all spoke today, Nayia, but I always joke, I love to teach student housing. The buying part is a whole nother model we could spend days on, and a lot of people teach buying on creative terms. But it's the same model. I don't care if you're buying on the south side of your town, north side of your town, midtown, or around campus. If you're doing direct mail, you're going to target the zip codes or the neighborhoods around campus. If you're running, if you're doing any SEO or PPC type stuff, you're still targeting your sellers the same way you would anywhere you're buying. So you can do your digital marketing, you can do your direct mails, you can do door hangers, you can do cold calling. It's all the same stuff. To lead into the without money is you're trying to negotiate with the sellers directly or private money. So I use a lot of private money, or other people's money is what some gurus call it. So I'm looking primarily to negotiate with the seller for owner financing or a lease option. I won't do any deals I can't get at least 3-year terms on. I want the house for at least 3 years or it's not worth my time, because I don't want to let anyone down. And then my private money, I kind of have 2 batches of private lenders. One for short-term deals where I pay a pretty high interest rate to them just to get the deal. And then I have some that are longer term where we're using their IRAs and things like that, where they can do a lower interest rate for me, similar to the banks. And everyone's happy. So their money is secured by collateral, which is real estate. And a lot of people that invest in the stock market, they have a piece of paper. If it crashes, they get nothing back. Private money lenders, if you don't make your payment, they're going to get your house back, and then they can go sell it. So my private lenders are never leveraged over 70% loan to value of the property, because I want them to be able to liquidate it if something happens to me or the property. And then when you're doing seller financing, this is where my people get the most confused. Seller financing or creative financing or lease options or subject twos. Nayia, you've done subject twos, I'm sure. Yeah. I don't care if those are 100% loan to value, because you're borrowing or you're negotiating directly with the seller. So the payment is all that's relevant in those situations, not your loan to value. So it's the same as any other deal. So Nayia, if you're buying on the south side of your town, it's the same as if I'm buying around campus. We're working the deal the same way.
That's fantastic. Give me some of the criteria. Are you looking for larger homes? What type of neighborhoods do you go into? Do you go after houses that have HOAs or not? Because I know those may be issues that investors.
Okay, so everyone's areas are going to be a little different when it comes to this, but they're all pretty similar in the same aspect. Typically around campuses, you're going to have older inventory, it seems like. When I've traveled the country, I'm a super big nerd. So Brandon and I were like, we're wherever. We need to go look at their campus, right? And we find a lot of it is older inventory. My favorites to buy from sellers are parents or other investors that aren't good at managing, but they already fixed the house up, right? So I like the prettier the house I can pick up on terms, the better, because then I'm no money in. If I'm buying something that's old and dilapidated, I want to rehab it and I want to use private money for that. So you asked about bigger. What am I looking for? HOAs, I'm not a fan of HOAs, but you can operate within an HOA so long as it doesn't restrict the type of person that can live there, which we know by like the discrimination laws and stuff, they rarely say who can't live there, but they will say things like you can't do less than 6 months on a rental. No problem with student housing, it's a 12-month lease. They may say you can't do boarding or fraternities or whatever. No problem, it's one lease. They can't dictate how many people sign the lease, it's still one lease. Correct. So you can still work around an HOA. And then as far as the size of the house, this is where I tell people you have to be careful in your area. So if you have any of those non-related rules, like planning and zoning will put in place, you want to buy the house to cash flow according to how many non-related people can live there. So if they say only 3 non-relateds can live there, you better only buy it based on 3 people living there. Now, if it's got 5 bedrooms and you want to try to get away with 5 people living there, go for it till you get caught. But no, you need to be able to cash flow by following the rule, right? So usually your non-related rule is a complaint-based system. So only if like a neighbor complains because there's too many cars or whatever, that's when you get caught. Not because you buy it and rent it. No one knows who's living there. So my favorite houses are really 3 and 4 bedrooms, sometimes 5 bedrooms. We have some zoning around here that's called high density residential. I can have 4 or 5 people live there. If it's zoned low density single family, I can only have 3 non-relateds there. So you need to know a little bit about what your zoning is in the area. I would say that to be true anywhere you're renting stuff though.
Correct.
So I don't think that's abnormal. You should still know your rules, right? I've had other friends that rented to family who had other friends live with them, and they weren't student housing, and they got called out on the 3 non-related rule. So it's not just student housing in some areas. I've grown a little bit in my inventory. So I like to have 2, 3, 4, 5 bedrooms. I love duplexes, triplexes, small apartment buildings. It really doesn't matter to me because I like the variety to offer to people that call in. When I first started, because I was so broke, I didn't want to just have cash flow off a 2-bedroom. I wanted more, right? But as we grow up or get better at this, we can do that. I don't like 1-bedrooms. I have demand for it, but I don't like them because there's no peer pressure making them clean up and be responsible. You can still get parents to co-sign, but because I was so broke, I like as much security as possible. I like to eliminate as much risk as possible because I never want to go back.
Correct. No, this is fantastic. You've given us some great pointers. I know a question that's in a lot of people's minds would be, how do you market to these individuals? Now, what are some of the criteria that you go after? Are you waiting for these properties to show up on the MLS, right? Or
Yep.
Are you actually targeting the sellers yourself? So touch on that, please.
Absolutely both. So when I first started, we started this in 2014, and then I started speaking, teaching, and training late 2016, early 2017. So when I first started, I did everything new investors do. I did all the direct mail. I ran the Facebook ads. I put out bandit signs. And this is looking for sellers, right? I worked off the MLS. Back then we had foreclosures still, a lot of them. We did everything. So I was putting out 40 bandit signs every single week. I was mailing 300 some letters every single week. As things started moving along, I evaluated my numbers, and our credibility was getting out there as far as Rosa in Springfield, Missouri. They knew what we were doing. In the same aspect, we had gurus coming to town telling people, mail your letters, put out your bandit signs. So I started capitalizing on my RIA groups, and I started saying, okay, you guys are doing all the mailers and spending all the marketing dollars. If you don't know what to do with the deal, bring it to me and I'll buy it from you. Right? I'll pay you a referral fee for that lead. So now I do very limited marketing for sellers because people just bring me deals. But I'm almost 8 years in now. And in our town is, I don't want to say small, but small. It is kind of small. So I don't do a lot of marketing now. When I first started, I did a ton of marketing. And I do still buy off the MLS as long as the numbers work with my private money. Usually on those deals, I'm not good at negotiating with sellers because the realtors are like the roadblocks in getting to the sellers, but I'll still present 2 offers a lot of times, even with my realtor in place. One if they take terms from me, and one if they, bought cash outright. So that marketing for sellers it's a lot of word of mouth and just referrals for us now. It just is.
That's fantastic. I love that. You said that you make 2 offers. I know there are people out there that advise individuals to only make 1 offer to a seller. Okay. Tell me about your approach with the 2 offers, and how does that look like?
So that can go in so many different ways. For the people that are new who haven't talked to sellers, they think that buying real estate is a dollar game or a money game. Real estate is a people game, and it's a solving problems game. So if I can talk to a seller directly, I want to find out why they're selling and what the issue is. And I want to help solve that versus just throwing dollars at something. It really doesn't fix things by throwing dollars. So if it's an inherited property, there's a lot of emotions behind whomever passed away usually, and the dollar isn't always the issue. It is something they care about. Sometimes if it's a hoarder, they just can't leave because there's so much stuff, it'll take too long. So I made deals where I said, hey, I can give you this much this much money and you don't have to move a thing. You just take what you want. You get a fresh, clean start. We can help you get a moving truck, whatever it is. I can build in those things to solve their problems. And then I can just say, if you want traditional sale, this is the price. And it's always less than if they take the terms, right? Right now, what seems to be popular for me in negotiating, whether it's MLS or directly with a seller, is they have no place to go. This market's so tough, they have no place to go. So I can make two offers. One is I can give you $150,000 to close next week. You can move, done. I can give you $185,000. You can live here for 6 months and you pay me back rent, but you have 6 months to find some place to go. They like that because they don't have anywhere to go and they need time. So if I can buy it with cash, sometimes I give them their cash now and they can live there for 6 months. I would have never done this 2 years ago. Never. Would have never let someone stay in a house after I bought it. Ever. Correct. But then they rent it back from me with a termination date and then like a penalty clause that's substantial if they don't leave after 6 months. What it's benefiting me is my team is so busy rehabbing right now. I don't want to close this week because I don't have time to get to the project. I need time to get my other inventory finished and completed to move on to that project. And they don't have anywhere to go. So it's a win-win for both parties. They get 6 months to find a place to go. I get 6 months to finish up what I'm working on. I can create some revenue or cash flow off of it. So listening to the seller is the most important piece. Correct. No matter how you're negotiating. And so I just always throw cash at it. My cash is always lower because I want a deal. Cash is still king. Or I can go a little higher if they'll give me some terms, if they'll give me some time, whatever that is that will solve their problem and my problem.
So the example that you just gave of 150,000 all cash or 185, and you can stay here 6 months on terms, right?
Yep.
Now, I want you to tell us what, based on your market, how much is the ARV, the after repair value of that property for you to give that offer? Just because I don't want people to think that you're paying 100% of the fair market value.
Yeah. So, okay, we made a deal. That deal, we made that. Actually, I have it written on my piece of paper right here. I made that offer to a seller last week, and our ARV on that it does need repair work. I would say it probably needs about 40,000 in repairs, and it'll appraise for about 300 when I'm done with it. Okay. So 225 is what I would be in for $300,000 appraisal in this marketplace. I have one across the street that's got 2 extra bedrooms. It appraised for 585. So it could even go up higher than that if I can squeeze another bedroom out of it, or I can gut it a little bit further than the $40,000 fluff and leave the floor plan like it is. So that's kind of how I would evaluate that. We are gutting stuff that we keep long term. So my student housing stuff, I rarely do a fluff and buff rehab. I gut, I re-insulate, I replumb, electric, HVAC, because I am in the hold game for long term. So it is not abnormal for me to spend $100,000 on $185,000 purchase price in my market to get it up and moving. I meet people that still think you can rehab for 20 grand. You cannot. And I'm in the Midwest. If I can't do it here, you can't do it anywhere. $20,000 is going to be like flooring and paint right now in this market. So I'm big on spending the dollars up front for a product that's going to last a long time. And I think that's a big misconception for people that hear of student housing. I am not a slumlord. They have granite, hardwoods, tile, brand new appliances. My houses are nice and my spaces are large. So my bedrooms are no less than 12 by 12 usually. And if you have anybody here that's had a kid in college or they've been to college, the dorm rooms they share with a roommate are like 8 by 8 concrete cells. Yep. So when they get a whole bedroom to themselves, plus the living room and the kitchen, they feel like they're getting a lot of bang for their buck. Around here, you have to go live on campus for 1 year before you can move out. So the trend is go to college, live in the dorms for a year, Then they go to those big apartment buildings that have the fitness center and the coffee shop and the swimming pool, and they go party for another year. They get match made with people on year 2. And then I typically get, by default, I don't market for them, I get year 3, 4, and graduate students. They want more privacy, they want to study, they want to maybe have a pet and a backyard. So they're the ones that are moving into our houses. They are getting a little bit more serious about graduating, that kind of thing. Don't be fooled, they're still going to party in your house. So if you want to monitor their parties, do not get into student housing. You are not their parents. Their parents will party with them in your houses, and then the parents will clean them up. I'm okay with it.
Yes, it's fantastic. So how are you seeing the pandemic? Obviously, you're getting deals right now, okay?
Yep.
So has the pandemic affected your business? And here we have a
Okay,
question.
Yeah, this is a great question. So the pandemic hit in, I think it was like March 13th of 2020 is the day I remember the gut check. And I was driving to my Florida condo, and we get like the news that everything's officially shutting down around here and they're going to online courses. And I'm not gonna fib you, we pretty much didn't sleep or breathe for like the next 17 days to see if rent would be paid, to see if who was gonna move out, to see what was gonna happen. I quit teaching student housing for about 6 months until I knew what was happening, because I felt like I couldn't share a message that, who knew? I had so many investor friends not getting paid around the country that I'm going, okay, I'm not gonna teach this to people. And prior to that, I had said, student housing is nearly recession proof because everybody goes back to college when a recession occurs. Parents encourage their kids, you gotta go get that degree because of the recession. So then I'm thinking, oh my gosh, we might go broke. Everyone's gonna move out and go home. They paid rent. And so we're like, okay, that's one more month down. So I have staff. I have one assistant that does all my management of my tenants and shows my properties and everything. So I haven't shown a house in years now. I haven't done leases in years now. But I called her and I said, hey, get me an appointment to go into these 3 or 4 places. I'm gonna go do a video tour so we can market virtually. And I go into every place I went into, all the cars were in the driveway, all the cars were in the parking lots of my apartment buildings. And I'm going, okay, this is a good sign. So go in the house, they're all on their computers. They might've been drinking. And they say, yeah, go ahead, go through. And I'm like, okay. So they don't know who I am, right? I just work at the facility. I'm not anybody else. Yeah. So I get done and I say, hey, tell me, what are you guys gonna do? If everything goes to online classes, pretend I'm not your landlord, you guys going back home? They were like, heck no, we're here for the college experience. And we're just gonna stay here and do our classes and we're gonna party and we're not going back home. We don't wanna live with mom and dad. And I'm like, hallelujah, keep partying, boys. Just keep it up. So that was like April, May, I was driving town, and I don't normally do this, but I'm like looking for cars. I'm looking for signs people are leaving. Nobody's leaving. We go into May, that's graduation, and typically I turn over properties the end of May, end of June, and end of July. Parents start coming to town because they help their kids move in. And parents step in the office and I say, hey, because I can't travel anymore, like we're shut down. So I spent more time in the office to be around human beings. And so I said, hey, tell me, what are you gonna do with your kids? What if in August, they don't go back? What if it's all online? What are you gonna do? And they said, we don't want them back home. They're staying here. And I'm like, oh, praise Jesus. Oh, heck yeah. Okay, so that's how it went. So I started getting on different training things with other investors around the country that did some student housing, some appraisers that evaluate student housing. I said, what is the trend? What are you guys seeing? They were telling me basically the same story I just told you guys. So we got 100% paid. We were 100% full. It actually trickled into this last year of 2021. I pre-leased more properties in 2021 than I ever have historically, because so many kids had to live where they didn't want to live while taking online courses. They wanted to secure a place sooner, so they got what they wanted, knowing they would be in that place more than outside of it.
That's fantastic. I love it.
Yeah.
This has been amazing. Okay.
Thank
And
you.
I know we're about to end the session right now, but before we do, tell us about your gift. I know one of your passions is to help investors with their financials. You know, having QuickBooks as a tool is what you teach on and what you love using. So tell us a little bit about that.
So two things. I've been teaching student housing because it's a niche no one was talking about. Everybody's keeping the information to themselves. So that's what I spent the last several years teaching and sharing with people. So my free gift is my entire one-day seminar. I sent a PDF version of that to you guys to send out to everyone on this call. So that's my free gift. My new thing is I realized in those years of teaching my student housing investors that nobody knew how to work their QuickBooks for real estate, because we don't have set like sale of goods daily, right? We don't have like that inventory of paper plates and spoons and food or clothing. So I spent this year, well, 2021, building a QuickBooks program to teach investors how to know what is going on, whether they're doing rentals or rehabs or paying employees and staff and marketing. I call that operations. I've worked on building that. And so I have not launched it to the public yet. I spoke to you just a little bit about that, that I'm working on partnering up with some people to get it out to the students. And so as soon as we have that worked out, I'm happy to share a free gift about that one. I don't know what that one's going to look like. So for now, my free gift is just the student housing, my entire one-day seminar for them. I've never given that away before. So that's like a full program.
This is such a gift. Thank you so much.
Yes. So we'll get together on the QuickBooks in the future, because I don't know what that looks like as far as promoting that goes. But it's a great product, and I've been teaching it to my mastermind group. And they're actually the reason that I did it. They said, this is our biggest struggle. We don't know how to track anything. I said, okay, let's do it.
Oh, that's amazing. Dixie Decker, thank you so much for being here with us today. You have been such a pleasure. And we'll definitely follow up and get, in touch with the QuickBooks stuff, everything that you're working on, so we can bring more value to people. Thank you again.
If I can help in any way, you let me know.
I sure will. Have an amazing rest of 2022, and we'll talk soon.
Will do. Thank you.
Bye. I hope you are enjoying today. I'm having a blast with these wonderful speakers that we have talking to us about real estate, how they're doing their business, and how you can too, in creating wealth through real estate and making 2022 your best year yet. We're going to take a quick 25-minute break, and we'll come back at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So see you soon. Take care. Hello, welcome back. Nayia Pierraokos here, and I'm super excited to have you. Welcome and Happy New Year. I hope you are enjoying our Real Estate to Wealth Summit. And let's make 2022 our best year yet. We have been having an amazing group of guest speakers throughout the day, and we have more to come this afternoon here on the East Coast time. Frank, well, let me pause for a second. I am super excited to introduce to you an amazing guest speaker, keynote speaker of today, Mr. Frank McKinney. Frank is a real estate artist. He has created and sold 44 oceanfront mansions with an average selling price of $14 million. I was at a spectacular unveiling party of his last property 2 years ago, and it was phenomenal. He's also a philanthrocapitalist and has built 29 self-sustaining villages over the last 19 years in Haiti, providing more than 13,000 children and their families with homes, schools, clinics, community centers, churches, renewable food, and clean water, and means to support themselves. I am proud to say that I helped build one of those villages. He's also a best-selling author, actor, and keynote speaker. He has written 7 books in 6 genres, starred in 2 movies, and keynoted more before audiences of 10 to 10,000 around the world. Physically, Frank has pushed the limit of his body by racing in the bedweather 135-mile ultra marathon 12 times in the scorching summer in Death Valley, California, a race referred to by National Geographic as the world's toughest foot race. He's also known as a daredevil developer and has captivated the media and public for nearly 30 years. He's been featured on Oprah, ABC's 2020, been on the cover of USA Today, CBS's The Early Show, and in over 2,700 TV and print stories. Frank McKinney, welcome, and thank you so much for being here.
Let's go. I am here because of the very first part of that introduction, because of what you did a few years ago, maybe not a few, 5 years ago or so, when you helped us build, I think it was our 27th village at the time. So you know I get asked to keynote a lot of things, and you're a special person because you know how to dovetail your professional highest calling with your spiritual highest calling. You've done very well in real estate, but you've taken those blessings and you helped us build one of our 29, now we're up to 29 self-sustaining villages in Haiti. So I'm ready to give you all I got, Nayia.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say the first time I met you, you made me cry.
Is that good or bad?
Was it good? It was at a real estate event in Florida, probably 7-8 years ago. And it was a room of 800 real estate investors. Okay. And you were the last speaker on stage. And you stood up. At first, I was like, man, this guy's a little weird. What is he going to tell us? And you told us your story, how you made your wealth through real estate and your passion. And at the end, you said that what you were doing, the impact that you were making in Haiti, and you made an invitation to the group of 800 investors. And you said you were going to the village, the most recent one you were building, like in 6 weeks. And you invited the group if anyone wanted to support. I stood up. I was the first one to stand up in that room of 800 people. And I went back. Okay. I was shaking and crying because I was just so excited of the opportunity that I would be given to make such a contribution and build a house for a family of 7 or 8 people. Okay. And I could do that with such little financial investment. So thank you so much. You have been fantastic. I've been following you for years. And I want to start off with not only your big heart, because we'll get to that and everything that you're doing, but tell us a little bit about your real estate, experience starting out, how you started out, your maverick approach to create real estate. Um, Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So this is a good day to be doing this because this is my 20th anniversary of my very first book coming out, Make It Big, in which I started to tell my real estate story where I started buying and selling crack houses over 30 years ago and flipping them. Now Nayia, that the word flip was only used in gymnastics back then. It wasn't even used in real estate. Nobody was doing this flipping thing. So we were doing it before it was ever a thing, buying crack houses for 20 and 25 grand and making them the nicest little houses on the block and then selling them. My first one I made $7,000. And I was a tennis pro before that, and I actually learned a lot about the real estate business from my tennis students who encouraged me to leave the tennis court and get into real estate. So I earned my PhD, in entrepreneurship, on master's in real estate right there on the tennis court. And in the late 80s, I slowly but surely started to come off the tennis court. I was making 100 grand a year as a tennis instructor and started to get into this thing called real estate because all of the folks that I taught tennis to that were very rich, I was teaching in very affluent communities. I mean, people driving up to their tennis lesson in Mercedes and Ferraris and living in mansions and having yachts. They all made their money in real estate. That's what I learned on the tennis court, picking their brain. And so, I said I had a 1-point GPA coming out of high school. So I might be dumb, but I'm not stupid. And I said, I'm going to follow what these other people were doing that caused for them to drive fancy cars and have the fancy houses. So for 5 years, a lot of people don't know this. So for 5 years, I didn't do a house worth more than 100 grand. I did hundreds of little houses, buying, fixing, and selling for less than $100,000 from 1988 to like 1992. And then in 92, we did our first oceanfront spec house. Basically the same exact approach, only there was one more zero attached to the acquisition price and the selling price. My first house was $2.2 million on the sale side, not on the buy side.
Mm-hmm.
We've done 44 houses since then. My last one, which I sold about a year ago, was a $15 million house. The most expensive one I did was $50 million, about 32,000 square feet, 12 bedrooms, 14 bathrooms, and a 20-car garage. But this thing called real estate, I mean, it has been, for me, coming out of 4 high schools in 4 years with that 1.8 GPA, coming from Indiana to Florida with nothing, no network, no education, obviously, no friends, no money. It provided me with this dream lifestyle that I've lived for over 30 years. And now I'm pretty much retired from building spec houses, pretty much, I say, because we're doing something quietly in North Carolina right now. But for all those watching this, man, Nayia, first of all, Naya's the real deal. What she teaches you, she's done herself. I did some research on people you're having on this program. Everybody can walk their talk. Yes. So I'm here to talk and walk with you and help you realize that this is it, man. This real estate game is the best. I went from a $50,000 crack house to a $50 million mansion on spec. So listen, I'm going to say it. I'm going to sound like one of those tried and true gurus. If I can do it, so can you.
Exactly. And that's why we're here. And that's why we're doing this today, to show everyone that it doesn't matter what's happening right now, whether we're in a period of a pandemic or not. Real estate is real, and you can be profitable and create great deals and win-win scenarios with sellers that are, and make huge profits. It doesn't matter what's happening right now.
Listen, the biggest mistake people can make is trying to time the market. I never try to time the market. I have a formula that I apply to my acquisition, improvement, and sale, and I stick to that formula, but it doesn't matter what's going on out in the outside world. My new book, Aspire, How to Create Your Own Reality and Alter Your DNA. Subtitle, one more time, How to Create Your Own Reality, which in turn means how to create your own market in real estate. I'm gonna apply my formula, which I'll share right now, which is acquisition basis, what it costs you to buy the opportunity, plus improvement basis, what it costs you to fix it up or build it, should never or rarely equal more than 65% of retail. So what you buy it for, what you put into it, what you should never be more than 65-ish% of what the retail market after repair value says it is. And that I've stuck to, Nayia, for all these years, and it served me well.
That's fantastic. I know some people that number fluctuates between 70%, a little higher, but you've stuck to that 65%, and it has obviously worked for you.
No, I will rephrase that. So in a market like this, which is an insane seller's market, absolute insane, you have to adjust a bit higher. I've gone as high as 70. There's nothing wrong with going as high as 70. And back when the market crashed in 2008, 9, I wasn't paying more than 40 cents on the dollar. I mean, I was,
Yeah.
we were stealing properties. So no, but that average of 65% is a good one to stick to.
Okay, that's fantastic. We have a question from a viewer. If you were starting out from scratch now, okay, what would you get started with? What would you do?
Very simple. There's two segments of the real estate marketplace that are recession proof. The first time home buyer, the person just getting in to owning their own home for the first time. Because why? The American dream was not meant to be rented. And I'm not a buy and hold guy. So there are other people that can talk about that and they're great at it. And I'm not going to disparage it. I'm a buy, add value, and sell guy. I don't believe the American dream was meant to be rented. I believe it was meant to be owned. And so if you can get into the market wherever you're call or listening from at that low end of the real estate market, like that entry level, the wife works as a school teacher, the husband works at county sanitation, they both have decent jobs, both have decent credit. Those are the people I sold to for 5 years, Nayia. Again, I was making $25,000 a house and not selling the houses for more than $100,000. That's a really good margin. But I was selling to entry-level buyers, first-time home buyers. That's where you want to start. And then for me, I jumped. I didn't do a house worth more than $100,000 until I did a $2.2 million house, because that's the second segment of the real estate marketplace that is recession-proof, the ultra-wealthy and the first-time home buyer. In between, you could get caught, in a recession or in a crash like we had in 2010. So if you're just getting started in real estate, seek and find, and again, somebody else will teach you buy and hold. I'm the one who advocates for buying, adding value, and selling it, and building that war chest of cash. And then you decide, what you want to do as far as buying and holding.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love that. So on the first part, recession-proof first-time home buyers. So you're suggesting for the viewers to focus on median price ranges in their areas? Okay?
Lower price
So
ranges.
lower income.
Yes.
Okay? So more blue collar.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, if someone doesn't have blue, how far away would you tell someone to go? If they live in an area, for example, Washington, D.C. or New York or California, and they don't really have that many lower income markets near them,
Yeah.
what would you suggest?
Okay, so we're answering the same question. If you're just getting into real estate, you put a little pin right into where you live, and then you draw a circle that the circumference should be no more than 5 miles away from where you live. I'm not a big fan of going, like if I lived in Florida and I can't find anything and I'm going to go to Cleveland, Ohio. No. I don't know the Cleveland, Ohio market. I know the Florida market. And when I started, I said, well, I know where I live. Let me draw a circle. Let me try 1 mile from where I live, and then 2 miles. If you draw a 5 mile radius around from where you live, I guarantee you'll be able to find that first time home buyer house.
Okay. I mean, that's just an approach. And I agree with you. I like buying properties close to my market. Instead of 5 miles, I'm willing to just expand a little long, further out.
Listen, if you have to, I just don't think you have to. I think if you really, I believe in carving my niche a little bit deeper than wider. So let me give you an example. My car, I put about 3,000 miles a year on it, because what market I control is within 10 miles of my house on the ocean, 5 miles north, 5 miles south. I mean, I keep looking over there because I'm in my tree house and the ocean's literally right over my computer. That's my market. That's the market I've made for the last 30 years. And I took the same approach, Nayia, when I was doing the smaller houses in the entry-level neighborhoods. Okay.
So now for someone who's been in the industry for a while and not just starting out, okay, what would you tell them? Would you say, hey, try the number 2 recession proof, go to the ultra wealthy properties? How did you fell into that?
So here's my suggestion. I mean, you got to exercise your risk tolerance like a muscle. You got to exercise your risk threshold like a muscle. Eventually it becomes stronger and is able to withstand greater pressure. So when the first thing you want to do is get really good at the craft of real estate, not the business of, but the craft. You got to approach it like an artist would approach his craft. I got to be an expert at the craft of real estate. So Nayia, it didn't matter how many zeros were beyond the first digit of the acquisition price. The reason I jumped up to 2 million is I knew I was good at the craft of real estate. I had done hundreds of transactions. I wanted less competition.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a lot of competition that in that mid-level market, let's say in South Florida, it might be from 500,000 to now maybe $1 million, $1.5 million. In other markets, it would be less than that. But let's say you use your Washington, D.C. example. I guarantee you can find properties up there for entry level around 200,000. Every neighborhood that's on this program today on your your event, every neighborhood from where everybody's from, there is a wealthy neighborhood. I don't care if it's Des Moines, Iowa, or someplace. I'm from Indiana. There's wealthy neighborhoods in Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
I would then start to look out at the fringes, not in the dead center of those really fancy neighborhoods, but on the fringes, because what you want to do is you want to make a market. Location, location, location. I don't buy it. I'm sorry, I just don't. And the reason they say it 3 times is the first person to establish a location is the one who makes the most money. The second person, the second location, the second person to the location might make a little money. The third person that gets there is late to the party and the bubble might burst. There's no margin. So don't be afraid to make a market and go into a location that isn't well established. I've made a fortune, Nayia, not following location, location, location.
That's fantastic. I love that. We have a question. What skills do I need to develop for my craft of real estate if I'm just starting out? So what are those skills to create?
The first thing, and again, you got 11 other experts on here that are better at teaching you how to. The first thing I'm pretty good at teaching you how to stick to it. You've got to get the mind right, and then the money will follow.
Correct.
You can learn all the real estate tricks and the trade from all these 11 experts, but if you can't get the mind right, you will never make money in real estate, nor will you in Tupperware or selling pink pens. It's a matter of getting the mind right. So I mentioned exercising your risk tolerance like a muscle. You've got to fear is associated with the thought of taking a risk, not with the actual taking of a risk. You think about getting into the real estate business, then that creates this sensation of, I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to leave the 9 to 5. I'm going to leave my cubicle. I'm going to take a risk and get into real estate. The minute you think about that, Nayia, the next 4-letter word, risk being the first one, the second 4-letter word is fear that enters the mind. And it's the thought of taking the risk by leaving that cubicle and getting into real estate. But once you take the risk, any risk in life for that matter, the fear is replaced with excitement, joy, and jubilation.
Yeah.
And so I want people to focus on what's being taught today. And you've got a lot of experts in there. Don't try to, when you're taking your notes, I think when you're done with the day, you should have no more than 5 takeaways, 5 actionable takeaways. And mine to you is going to be to exercise that risk tolerance like a muscle, to not be afraid to create your own personal brand, to get out there and establish that marketplace and make that market, because that's where you're going to make your money.
Yeah,
Making a market.
That's right. The best way to do that is by taking action, right? How can you exercise that risk muscle? Okay, if you don't take any risk, you cannot be stuck in your mind being afraid of that risk if you don't actually go out there. And even if you make a mistake, it's okay. Like what you said, as long as you stick to it, okay, you will, succeed.
So here, look at. Here's my book, Aspire.
Yep.
Let me make it really, really simple. If you, Nayia, and the other 11 people plus myself motivated your listeners and viewers, we failed. Because motivation washes off and goes down the drain with the soap at night. It does not last. If we inspired your viewers, your participants in your event, we've also failed, because inspiration wears off like a bad sunburn. Like 2 weeks later, it's gone.
Okay.
Aspiration is this otherworldly, burning passion for your purpose to achieve something high and great. when I define high and great, it's not a $50 million spec house. It's doing that first $50,000 flip, or
Yeah.
in this case, you can't buy a house for 50 anymore, $200,000 flip.
Correct.
Because I'll back up even further. What legacy do you aspire to leave behind? I'm asking this of the viewers.
Yeah.
I would hope it's something that your kids and grandkids would be proud of. It's not necessarily the amount. Well, it's not at all the amount of money in your bank account. It's the effect, and we'll get to this a little bit later, the spiritual and professional highest calling. My professional highest calling now is building these beautiful mansions on speculation, 44 of them with an average selling price of $14 million.
Mm-hmm.
Taking the proceeds, taking money from donors like you, and building self-sustaining villages in Haiti. That's my spiritual highest calling.
Yeah.
So think in terms of aspiration. What legacy do I aspire to leave behind? Whatever that answer is, and you don't answer it like in the moment. You need to really think about that. Whatever the answer is, it's highly likely you'll get there through real estate.
Yes. Thank you for that. That I agree. More millionaires and billionaires have become, that successful through real estate.
But again, I want people to get deeper than just a million and billion. I want you to define what success looks like to you. And if I were to ask you one-on-one, for all the people that are watching this right now, one-on-one, I would ask you, so why do you want to be successful in real estate? I want to make more money. Well, why do you want to make more money? I want a bigger house. Why do you want a bigger house? I need a bigger garage for all my cars. Why do you want a bigger garage? Oh, Frank, quit asking me. I just want to be happy. Oh, so that's what you want. You want... I will tell you one thing, because I have experienced this. When you're successful, and I'm talking financial success right now, making big money, money provides two things in abundance: relief and comfort. All the relief and comfort you can imagine. But what's missing from that is the joy that I have found after 20 years of building 30 self-sustaining villages in Haiti. But I wouldn't have found that, Nayia, without real estate being identified as my professional highest calling, which led me. I build houses for the ultra wealthy so I can build houses for the poorest of the poor. I get to be modern. I get to be Robin Hood. Isn't that great?
Yes, that's fantastic. Frank, I love it. Thank you so much. Tell us a little bit about your free gift. And I know you touched on your book, Aspiration, Aspire, which just came out in November. So tell us about what we can give to everyone watching this today.
So Aspire has done extremely well. It's my 7th book in my 6th genre, Nayia. So I've written a bunch of different genres. There are segments in here that deal with real estate. It's a mindset. It's my first mindset book. So what I have provided for you to provide to your guests is a link to a sample chapter. They can download that link. They can read the sample chapter. It answers the question. Well, it asks the question. It's chapter 2 of the book. It's the only chapter that's answered. It's the only chapter that's posed in the form of a question. What legacy do you aspire to leave behind? And we go through that exercise to help you look in the mirror, not only ask the question, but answer it. So you can download a free chapter, and then hopefully from there, you'll buy a copy of Aspire. Because, Nayia, I make no money for my books.
Yes.
This book right here provides 200 meals in one of our orphanages, very similar to one of the orphanages that you help us build in Haiti.
Yes, absolutely. So please, I want to thank you so much for being here with us today, being part of this Real Estate to Wealth Summit. You have been such an aspiration for me. I've admired you. I'm someone who sees you as a mentor. I want to be like you and make the impact that you're making in the world. So I just wanted to let everyone know that when people upgrade, today we have also made a donation. We built another house for another family of 7 to 8 people. So I thank you. Thank you, Frank. And
I know it's time. I know I got to go, but I just have to toot your horn a little bit. So Nayia has built now 2 houses in Haiti for now 2 families totaling 16 children. And she's building those houses for around $5,000 per person. So you're fortunate to have a leader like her today. I only get you for 20 minutes or 25 minutes. You got her and all her guests for the rest of the day. You're very fortunate. Take advantage of this. I guess this is free for everybody. That's insane that you're doing this for free. So you're fortunate if you're a viewer and a participant to have Nayia as your leader. And I'm just happy to have spent 20 minutes with you.
Oh, Frank, thank you so much. And I love your tree house, and I've been to it, and it's fun. Tell us, give us a quick 60-second.
Well, yeah, this is where all the magic happens, Nayia. This is where I wrote all 7 books. This is where I designed all the houses. I would flip the camera around and show you the ocean is right over my shoulder. There's 12 windows in here. There's a bathroom, a sink, a toilet. There's a king size bed, all in 220 square feet. So yeah, this is it. And again, in Aspire, there's a chapter in there that talks about how to draw out your creativity and ingenuity, because that's what's rewarded in business today. This is what that treehouse does for me.
Yes, that's your magic place. So thank you so much for sharing yourselves, your ideas, your book, and we'll talk soon. Take care.
Okay, bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, I'm so excited to be here. Like, Frank has been amazing. All the guests today have touched me at some point or another with helping me in my business, whether it's been my mindset, but it's definitely been on growth, personal development, and professional with my real estate. I'm super excited to introduce to you my next guest speaker, Mr. Jay Connor. Jay has been buying and selling houses since 2003 in a population of only 40,000 people. Wow. With profits averaging $71,000. He has rehabbed over 400 houses and has been involved in over 52 million in real estate transactions. For the past 7 years, Jay has completely automated his 7-figure real estate business to where he works less than 10 hours per week. He has consulted one-on-one with over 2,000 real estate investors. He's also known as the private money authority. Jay has raised $2.15 million in private money in less than 90 days when the banks refused to loan him a dime. That's huge. He's also a commercial developer. Jay is a national speaker on topics of private money, business automation, and foreclosures. Best-selling author of Where to Get the Money Now. And he's a leading expert on private lending, marketing, and business development. Jay and his wife, Carol Joy, reside in Morehead City, North Carolina. Thank you for coming. Jay, welcome.
Hello there, Nayia, and thank you so much for inviting me to be on. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. I'm excited to have you and talk about money. Okay. How did you raise $2.15 million in less than 90 days when the banks told, they wouldn't even give you a dime?
Yeah. Well, my definition of coincidence, Nayia, is God's way of staying anonymous. Let that soak in a second. And so, I remember it like it was yesterday. I was actually talking on this telephone to my banker at the local bank, and we had done a ton of deals from 2003 to 2009. And I learned during that conversation that I lost my lines of credit, right? I mean, boom, they were gone with no notice. And I had a great credit score, but I learned that myself and the rest of all the real estate investors in the world had lost, their lines of credit. So I was introduced to this world of private money in less than 2 weeks of losing my lines of credit. And so what I did is I put my private lending program together to where, and then I put on my teacher hat, right? So I started teaching people that I know, and, in my contacts, I started teaching them what private money was all about and how they could get really, really high rates of return safely and securely. And so it was from my own connections initially that I got over $2 million in private money. And so it was a huge blessing in disguise, Nayia, a huge blessing in disguise. In fact, that first year of losing my funding from the banks, our business actually tripled. Our business tripled from 2009 to 2010 because I had all this private money available. So I actually had more money available to fund and buy houses and deals than I did when I was borrowing from the bank. So in answer to your question, I started teaching people how to, how they could become a private lender themselves. I started teaching them about self-directed IRAs and how they could use their retirement funds. And so that's just one of the categories as to where real estate investors can get private money and funding. That's just one of 3 or 4 categories of getting private money, and that is through your own connections. But there's 3 others.
Yeah, so I was going to say that in case people don't really understand what private money is, so explain it. It's through your friends and family. That's what it is.
Well, that's part of it. That's part of it. So private money is not hard money. Private money is not institutional money. It's not any kind of commercial money. Private money is when you're actually borrowing money from individuals, from human beings, just like you and me, that loan money to real estate investors, either from their investment capital, just their liquid capital, or they loan it to you from their retirement funds. And that's why it's so important to establish a relationship with a good, reputable, self-directed IRA company or third-party custodian, as it's called. So you can introduce people to a self-directed IRA company to where they could transfer their retirement funds and loan money out to you. But yeah, as I mentioned, these people come from either your own connections, people in your cell phone, your email, all that, or the second category is what I call your expanded market or your expanded warm market. Myself, and I teach other real estate investors how to expand your connections to where you have more people that you can connect with. The next category is existing private lenders. How in the world do you find those existing private lenders, individuals that are already loaning money out? And the fourth category is self-directed IRA companies actually have networking events where there's individuals there that are looking to loan their retirement funds out to real estate investors.
Yes, actually, we have a speaker after you, perfect timing, who owns a self-directed IRA company.
Awesome.
Okay, and will tell us more about that and explain in case anyone doesn't understand what that is. Okay, so that's fantastic. Give me some advantages of using private money over the other types of funding.
Oh, my lands. There's a long list, so I'll do the big ones first. So one advantage, and all of these are not necessarily in any particular order, but one advantage is there's no limit to the number of private lenders you can have, and there's no limit to the amount of private money that you can borrow. That's in contrast to borrowing money from local banks or institutions. They always have a limit on the amount that you can borrow. There is no limit. Like my wife, Carol Joy, and I, right now, we've got about 45 private lenders that loan us money on our investments. We got about $8 million that, we have out at any given time on different projects and such. There's no limit to the money. Number two, guess what? With private money, you never have to bring any of your own money to the closing table. And in fact, I always get a big check. I get paid. I get a big check when I buy. And how does that work? Well, I just always borrow more than I need to purchase. If I'm rehabbing a house, I get all the rehab money up front. So it's a super way to increase cash flow in your business very, very quickly. Another big advantage is your credit, your tax returns, your verification of income has got nothing to do with private money at all. If you borrow money from banks, of course, you have to supply all that stuff. In private money, you don't, because it's a collateral loan. Another big advantage is you can close on deals so much quicker. Yep. So on all my offers, particularly for sale by owners, I tell them we can close in 7 days. 7 days.
Yeah.
There's no way you can close that fast with commercial money.
Absolutely not.
And as a result, I get more offers accepted because I can move, so much more quicker. Another big advantage on using private money, if you have a guest here on your summit today that's never done a real estate investing deal and they're still looking to do their first deal, private money is the quickest way that I know to get to your first deal, because here's the deal. I use creative financing. I buy houses subject to the existing note. I buy with seller financing and all that. But what I've discovered, Nayia, after reviewing thousands of property lead sheets from off-market sellers, only 13% of them will sell to me creatively. What do the other 87% require? all the money. So
Correct.
we use private money. Of course, anything that's in the multiple listing service, bank-owned property, short sales, you got to have all the cash, you got to have the private money. But what I have learned is when you've got the private money lined up, ready to go, how much more confident are you going to make offers, and how many more offers are you going to make when you know you've got the cash ready to go? So you're simply going to use the private money when the seller of a property requires all the cash. And we use private money for single family houses, commercial, small apartments, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, any kind of real estate you can use private money for when the seller requires all the cash.
Correct. The more important thing though before that is knowing your numbers, right? Knowing what kind of offer to give, because you don't want to borrow private money from friends and family and buy a deal that you lose money on, right?
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
talk about that a little bit. What are some of the formulas or strategies that you use? Because right now there may be people watching us who are thinking, okay, great, I have family and friends that can give me money, but because I don't have the experience that I need, how are they going to give me the money? Okay, they won't trust me. I don't even trust myself. I'm not sure. So walk them through that for a minute.
Sure. So when we're paying all cash, I use what a lot of other real estate investors use, and I've been using it since 2009. I'm typically going to use what a lot of us call the Mayo formula, and I know you know what that is, Nayia. So if the after repaired value, so this formula is based off the after repaired value. So we take the after repaired value, and of course your realtor is going to give you that value. I don't even do my own comps.
So tell them what MAO stands for. Maximum allowable.
So it stands for the maximum allowable offer, and you're only going to use this formula when we're paying cash. So we'll take after repaired value. If the after repaired value is less than $300,000, we'll multiply the after repaired value times 70%, and then we'll subtract repairs, estimated repairs on the property, if there are any. That equals maximum allowable offer. But I'm not going to pay what we call Mayo. I'm not going to pay maximum allowable offer. I'm typically going to subtract an additional $10,000 just for the unexpected, because you know what I've discovered, Nayia, after rehabbing over 450 houses, Murphy lives in every house.
No, I've experienced that too.
So there's always going to be the unexpected or the overruns. Now, if the after repaired value is over $300,000, then I'm going to take the after repaired value and multiply that times 80%, because it's bigger numbers. So I can since it's bigger numbers, I can use a different percentage that I'm multiplying by.
Okay, no, that's fantastic. We have a question from a viewer. What are the terms that you should offer a potential private lender?
Okay, so let me give the person that asked the question the core of it. I actually have 22 checkpoints as to what I offer private lenders. And by the way, I've never, and listen to this, Nayia, and the person that asked that question, I've never asked anybody for money. I've never asked anybody for money.
That.
And they say, well, Jay, how you got $8 million in private money if you never asked anybody for money? And I said it when we started out, Nayia, I put on my teacher hat. I've never tried to sell anybody, chase anybody, beg anybody to fund my deals. When I teach them my private lending program, then they're chasing me, right? So it's like, how in the world can you get all that money? Well, when they find out your program, they can't get those kinds of returns anywhere else. So here's the core offering that we teach our new potential private lenders. First of all, right now I'm paying 8%, right? The hard money lenders are going to be 10, 12, 14%.
That's
so
right.
I pay a straight 8%. And we can actually if it's going to be a quick rehab, we can just let the interest accrue and not make any payments at all until we cash out. So think about that for a second. How well is that going to help your cash flow if you're picking up a check when you bought the property and you're not making any payments until you cash out and sell the property? That's pretty cool. Yeah. So 8%, either letting it accrue, or some of our private lenders, of those 45, some of them need the monthly income because it's their retirement money and they're counting on that. Well, guess what? If they want monthly payments, that's no problem either, because remember, I'm bringing home a big check when I buy. So 8%, typically the term or the length of the note is going to be 2 years. Seldom am I going to keep a house that long. However, I do once in a while sell homes on rent to own and help people actually repair their credit and help them get ready for a mortgage. So even within 2 years, we'll be able to cash it out typically. So that's the length of the note. Again, I'm typically not going to be borrowing more. Well, I haven't said this yet. I'm typically not going to be borrowing more than around 75% of the after repaired value.
Very good. Yes. Yes.
I didn't say 75% of purchase price.
No, of the
or I wouldn't be bringing home a big check. But I'm
Correct.
typically not going to be borrowing more than 75% of the after repaired value. That's going to give a nice equity cushion to the lender, particularly once we get the property, rehabbed. And that's not going to work unless you're buying properties at substantial discounts, right? And you'll buy them at substantial discounts, particularly when they're going to be needing a rehab. But that's I don't pay any origination points, never pay any origination fees, and so that's the core bit of it: the interest rate, the term, the amount that we're going to borrow, and etc.
That's great, because some people may be questioning, a private lender wants 10% or 12% or more. That's not really private. You're going into hard money that way, and it's not that flexible for you.
Exactly.
To the next question. Okay, what kind of due diligence do you provide to your private lenders?
Right. So that's a great question there from Hannah. So due diligence, there's a 5-letter word in this world of private money called trust, right? So after you've done a deal or 2 or 3, really the only thing your private lender really wants to know and cares to know is how much do you need and when do you need it, to tell you the truth. But starting out, as far as due diligence goes, if they want a copy of the appraisal, if they want a copy of the CMA from the realtor, I always get a current CMA from my realtor. I'm glad to provide that. If they want to see title work, I'm glad to provide title work. But here's what happens in the real world. You see, I never teach my private lending program and present a deal at the same time to a new private lender, because I've already compromised my position. I already sound like I'm desperate, right? Mm-hmm. So I teach the private lending program first. They're in, they want to be involved, and now they're just waiting for me to call them up and give them good news. And Hannah, along with that question, I've never pitched a deal. I've never tried to sell a deal to one of my private lenders. I call them up. If I call them up and say, hey, here's this deal, do you want to do this deal? That's like the most stupid question I could ask them. Of course they want to do the deal. They're waiting for the phone call because they've already said, hey, I got 200,000, 300,000, let's go do a deal. And you know what? When I call them up, Nayia, I only tell them 4 things. This is more than they want to know, actually. I tell them 4 things. I call them up. I say, Nayia, let's say you're one of my private lenders. I got great news. I can now put your funds to work. I got a property over here in Newport. I don't even tell them the address. They could care less. I got a property here in Newport. The after repaired value is 200,000. The funding required is 150,000, and you'll need to have your funds wired to my real estate attorney by next Thursday. End of conversation, right? Because they're waiting for the phone call because they're not making any money as long as their money's just sitting there not doing anything for them.
Correct. No, that's perfect. Now, going to someone else asked regarding title work. How can you close within 7 days? Okay.
Excellent question. The only way you can close on a property in 7 days is if you have got a relationship with a real estate attorney that can turn your title work around like that. Yeah. Guess what, Nayia? I get all of my title work I get all that done within 24 hours
Me
of,
too.
of requesting, right?
Yeah.
But it's because of the relationship, right? My real estate attorney gets all my business. Now, here's the deal. When you're starting out and you haven't done it before, sometimes you've got to buy a relationship. And what do I mean by that? You may have to offer a premium, right, to a real estate attorney to do your title work if you're just starting out. But that's crucial and an excellent question.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. How many private lenders do you usually put on a deal? Do you only want one, or do you put two people?
Excellent question. So it depends on how big the deal is. So part of my program is I'm typically these days not accepting less than $30,000 from a private lender, because my real estate attorney is going to charge me the same thing whether I borrow $300,000 or I borrow $30,000. Right?
Exactly.
So I'll use smaller amounts of money, Nayia, for rehab money, and I'll put that in a junior position or a second position, and have the larger amount of money, say from another private lender, that I'll use for purchase. Now, I can tell you from experience, most of the time, the only people that are going to go in a second position or junior position are people that you've taught about private money and they're from your own network. Like any kind of, commercial lender or anybody like that, they're going to want to be in first position. But here's what's important. We have this thing called total loan to value. Correct. Total loan to value. And that's still, we want to max out at around 75% of the after repaired value. And here's what we do. For example, let's say I've got an after repaired value of $200,000. Well, that would be an outhouse in California. I get it. But let's say the after repaired value is $200,000. So we'll borrow up to $150,000. So I could have one private lender in first position at $100,000. And then I could have, for example, a second private lender in second position at $50,000. So I add the 100 to the 50. That's 150 divided by 200. My total loan to value is still not exceeding 75%.
Yes, when the after repair is 250. Yes. Correct. So tell me how to find private lenders. Let's say if someone is new to the area, doesn't have a lot of friends or family near them, or where they want to do real estate at. What's another way to pick up private lenders?
Sure. So three other ways that would be the quickest, in addition to your own network. Number one, I mentioned a moment ago, existing private lenders. How do you find existing private lenders? Yeah. Well, Nayia, when I started out looking for private lenders and teaching private money back in 2009, I hired my real estate attorney's paralegal to search public records looking for individuals, not companies, but individuals who were loaning money out and they had a deed of trust or a mortgage recorded on public record. Well, in 90 days, we only found two. And I'm going, there's got to be a better, quicker way. So we started developing some software that we've been using now for a number of years. And it's called the Private Lender Data Feed. And we update that every month. And we get every private lender loan in the nation in our software. And I'm actually going to be able to tell your guests in the guide that I'm going to give away here when we finish up, how they can have access to that private lender data feed. In addition to that, as I mentioned, self-directed IRA companies, your guest that's coming up after me could certainly talk about their networking events that they have. They probably have them on Zoom now, if not in person. And so that's a great place to network. And I also practice myself and I teach others, get involved in your community. The worst time to try to raise private money is when you got a deal under contract and you don't have any way to fund it. The best time to raise private money and get it ready to go on the shelf is when you're not like chasing a deal. There's always going to be deals. So I get involved in your community. It can be networking through your local church that you're a member of. It can be the Rotary Club, BNI, Business Networking International. I've gotten a lot of private money by being involved in the local Business Networking International group. So, and also get involved in your local RIA.
Yes.
network through your local RIA. And when you're in these organizations, don't join them looking to see what you can get out of it. Go there with a servant's heart, offering to volunteer, because when you volunteer to help in these different organizations, you're going to be seen as a go-to person.
Yes, absolutely. That's great advice. I always tell people the question to ask is, how can I serve?
Yes, absolutely.
And then
Absolutely.
when we go with that intention first, then the money, the deals come, they follow.
Absolutely.
I want to touch on the type of documents that you use. How do you secure the private lenders? So what would people need?
Yeah, exactly. So it's a closing actually takes about 5 minutes when you're using private money. But one document is the promissory note, which is very simple. Who's the lender, who's the borrower, the principal loan amount, the interest rate, the frequency of payments, etc. So you got the promissory note. Then you have the document that's going to collateralize or secure the private lender. And that's going to be either a deed of trust or a mortgage, depending on the state that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
About 15 or 20 states uses deeds of trust. That's what we use here in North Carolina. Others use a mortgage. It accomplishes the same thing.
Correct.
It gives your lender the legal right to foreclose on that property if you don't pay them. And you said something a minute ago, Nayia, that I want to speak to for a quick second, and that is these private lenders. I've even got relatives that are private lenders. I give them all the same security. I can borrow unsecured, but I still want to secure their note. And sometimes, and you mentioned it a minute ago, new real estate investors will say, "Well, who in the world is going to loan me money? I'm brand new. Why are they going to do that?" Here's the answer. If you don't pay your private lender, the property does. And that's a writer downer right there. If you don't pay them, the property pays them. How does the property pay them? They get the property. Now, of course, they don't want to mess with the property, but they'll actually make more money with the property than the interest that you're paying them. So back to the documents: promissory note, mortgage or deed of trust. We're then going to name the private lender on the insurance policy as the mortgagee. That if there's a total claim or there's an insurance claim, then the check's going to be made payable to the private lender and to your entity, your LLC, your trust, and your private lender will have to sign off on that check before you get it. That protects the private lender against any losses, right? We're also going to name them on the title policy as an additional insured in case we have any, issues down the road. And guess what? That's it. That's all the documents.
Yeah, and as long as you have a real estate attorney, a title company that does this for you, you can move and close on a deal in 7 days because people have the money in the bank. They can access it. You don't have to go through an underwriting process and use your credit or qualify you in different ways. So private money is the way to go.
Yeah. And by the way, private lenders always have more money than they tell you. They always got more. Like, I'm closing on a deal day after tomorrow, Nayia. After repaired value is $500,000. I'm buying it for $200,000, but the rehab's $150,000. Anyway, so I cashed out 2 of my other private lenders last week on 2 other properties. And I called them up and I said, here's an important question when you're using your private lender's money again, or the second time, the third time or fourth time. Always ask them, would you like to add more money to your investment amount?
Oh, that's fantastic.
Do you want to add more? And if they're doing, and odds are they do, like one of them added $75,000 to their amount. The other one added $50,000. So you never know. And by the way, notice I did not ask them for money. I just asked them if they wanted to add money to it. I'm giving them the opportunity to make more money. Again, there's no chasing, there's no begging. It's providing the opportunity.
Correct. So when they flip that mindset, okay, that you're providing an opportunity to create a win-win, okay, a relationship with a private lender, an opportunity for them to make more money than they would in a bank or in a CD.
Exactly.
Account, right?
Exactly.
So they will want to give you money And then the more you prove yourself, and like you said, you build that relationship with trust. Okay. Then the next deal, when you ask, do you want to add to it? Of course I do.
Of course I do. Well, and here's the thing. Where else are they going to get these kind of returns? The local bank, the 12-month certificate of deposit, the national average as of last week, Nayia, is only 0.14%. That's less than a quarter of a percent. People don't know what to do with their money. And when they learn your program and you're going to pay them 8%, that's like, 40 times more.
Yes, absolutely. I want to ask you, how many deals do you do a year? How are you running your business?
Yeah. So I only do 2 to 3 deals a month, right? But guess what? In this small little market of only 40,000 people, my average profit is $71,000 per deal. So if you only do 2 or 3 a month, those numbers work.
Yes, it works. And it keeps you busy. I mean, you don't need to do more than that. Have you seen the pandemic affect you?
It's really very interesting, Nayia. Since the pandemic, I've had more money chasing me, more private money, more private lenders chasing me than any time prior to the pandemic. Last year was a record year for us for the amount of real estate deals that we did. Hey, look, my crystal ball could have never told me that's what was going to happen when the pandemic started. But for whatever reason, there's more private money available now than ever before. When I just last checked a few weeks ago, there's over 30 trillion. That's with a T. Over $30 trillion in the United States sitting on the sidelines as cash that can be used as private money. And you know what? Since people don't know what to do with their money, it's our moral and ethical obligation to relieve them of their problem. Right?
I like that. It is our moral and ethical obligation to relieve them of their problem. So it's up to us to go and find deals, right?
Exactly.
So, and you've automated your business to work less. You're working less than 10 hours a week. Okay?
That's right. In the real estate business, I'm in it less than 10 hours a week. So how does that work? You got to have a great team in place, and I've got a great team. I've got an acquisitionist that's been with us for almost 15 years. I've got 2 crew leaders. I got general contractors. So, it takes a little while to get the team in place, but once the team is in place, you can run it and not let it run you.
Correct. So how many people are on your team right now?
Yeah, so as far as employees go, we only have 3 full-time employees. But as far as the team goes, like 1099 people, I use virtual assistants. I use, quite a few of those. So the entire team, including virtual assistants, crew members, and et cetera, that are 1099, is probably about 12 people.
Okay, and that's great. You don't need them full time, and especially when you're using virtual assistants and 1099, you can leverage just the way we leverage our properties and how we buy houses. You leverage the relationships you have and the people that work for you.
Absolutely.
It's fantastic. Well, Jay, thank you so much. It has been such a pleasure. Well, before we go, tell us about your free gift.
Absolutely. This is hot off the press, Nayia, for you and for your attendees. Just finished it this past Friday, just a few days ago. So your folks are the first that's going to get it. It's a brand new guide. They can download it, PDF. And the name of the guide is 7 Reasons Why Private Money Will Skyrocket Your Real Estate Business and Help You Build Incredible Wealth. And here's where they can go download this, and I'll email it right to them. They can go to www.jayconner.com/money guide, one word, just like you've got it there on the screen. And it's totally free. They can download it, and this is chock-a-block full of information to get anybody that's interested in getting private money, how to get started.
Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jay. It has been such a pleasure having you. And thank you for your gift. I know people are going to get so much value from it. So
Absolutely.
have an amazing rest of the day and make 2020. I know you're going to make 2022 the best year yet.
Absolutely. Nayia, thank you so much for having me. And I love being here with you and your guest.
Thank you so much. Take
All
care.
right. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. I'm having a blast. I'm getting ready to introduce to you my next guest speaker, okay, Mr. Edwin Kelly. Edwin is America's leading expert on self-directed retirement accounts and self-directed investment strategies. He has more than 24 years of experience in the financial services industry. Edwin is a founder and currently serves as CEO of Specialized Trust Company. Prior to founding Specialized Trust Company, Edwin helped grow one of the largest self-directed IRA custodians in the country. Edwin has made several special appearances on The Money Show, and his work and ideas have been featured in major national magazines and newspapers throughout the U.S. He's the co-author of the best-selling book, Leverage Your IRA. He's currently writing his next two books, The Retirement Dilemma and the 7 Specialized Strategies You Can Implement to Solve It, as well as The Shift. Edwin Kelly, welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Nayia. It's great to see you again.
Yes. We just had Jay Connor, and he was talking about self-directed IRAs. And I was like, well, this is fantastic. Our next speaker is going to tell us all about that. So,
yes, and I know Jay. Jay's a great guy. Like
yes.
Jay a lot, and I've worked with him for numerous years. I'm going to share. I know we were going to do some Q&A and stuff. I put together some basic information that I thought I'd share with everybody to kind of lay a foundation, right, to kind of get us started. And I'm going to go ahead and see if I can share that. Oh, okay. Hold on a minute. Let me try one more time here. Whoops. Let's try this. Share. I'm not so familiar with this. This platform, is it easier to share the screen, or is it easier to share slides? Do you have an opinion on that?
I'm not sure. I think if you hit the share button at the bottom, you should be able. Share slides is best. That's what.
Okay. Let's see if I can do that real fast here.
Sure.
All right. Okay, here we go.
All right.
And just as an FYI, I am in Cancun, and normally the internet is great, but it's been a little spotty today. So bear with me if there's any hiccups.
No problem.
You know what? That's one of the best benefits of self-directing is that you can, when you do this stuff, you can kind of work from anywhere.
Yes.
And so that, that's a huge benefit. Okay. So you guys see the slide deck. So
yes.
What I'm going to share with you is just kind of a little foundation in terms of how to scale your wealth and scale your business using self-directed retirement accounts. Just as an FYI, right? I'm not gonna give any tax advice, legal advice, or investment advice today. What I am going to do is give you some very powerful information that when you implement it can absolutely and radically change your financial future. So here's what we're going to talk about. I'm going to give you an intro. What is self-directing? Why self-direct? Why is this something that you might consider doing in addition to some of the other things you might already be doing? And then the last question is, what is a self-directed custodian? Because if you decide you want to self-direct, you need to select a custodian to have on your team. And so knowing what a custodian is and how they can help you accomplish your goals is important. So that's what we're going to touch on. And we're going to go from there. So in terms of the team, one of the things that we're doing, Nayia, right, with your group, is that I'm giving you guys a single point of contact. That's Amanda Holbrook over on my team. So any questions, any help you need, she's going to be there to help you out. And so Amanda Holbrook is the person that we will connect you with later.
Yeah, she's fantastic. I've worked with her on my accounts and my stuff, and she's on the ball. She's quick. So she's a great person on your team.
Yeah, and we're fortunate and blessed because we have a very experienced team. We have some of the best and the brightest in the industry, so to speak, that are part of our team, and the tenure. In fact, you know what? I have to go back and ask Amanda how long she's been in the self-directed space now. But we hired her. Gosh, I don't know. It's been over 10 years, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so. I mean, that's kind of the level of experience that a lot of the people on the team have. Which is really, really nice when you're dealing with professionals. So here's a question. So the first question is, what is a self-directed IRA? Now you'll see a picture of a Ferrari here on the screen. And the reason why I have this is because I like making things simple so that I can understand it. And so, and in honor of that Ferrari, I got my red shirt on today. So I packed this one for Cancun, because I knew I'm going to be doing this. So here's the easiest way to think about it. What is a self-directed IRA? I'm going to give you a definition here in just a second. But a self-directed IRA, okay, is a vehicle. Okay, so when I say self-directed IRA, I want you to think about this vehicle, the Ferrari. Okay, that's the vehicle. And so a Ferrari can help us get to where we want to go faster than a lot of other vehicles, right? And it does it with a lot of style and panache, which is an added benefit. And so the Ferrari is the vehicle. The Ferrari is the self-directed IRA, right? That's the vehicle that we can use to build wealth, or one of the ways that we can build wealth. But it takes something to make that Ferrari go, doesn't it? And the thing that Ferrari needs is gas, right? It needs fuel. And it can't be any fuel. It's got to be high octane fuel. In other words, it needs the right fuel for the type of vehicle it is. And so the fuel are the investments, real estate, notes, mortgages, right? Whatever it is that you're investing in, right? That's the fuel that we add to the vehicle. So that's as simple as I can make it. A self-directed IRA is a vehicle that's going to help you get where you want to go. And the way you get the most benefit out of that is to put the right fuel in there, which happens to be the investments you specialize in, or you know how to do, right? That arena is two things. They come together just like that. Self-directed IRA is an approved vehicle that allows you to get complete control over your retirement account, invest in anything allowed by the government, like real estate, like notes, like cryptocurrency, right? So invested in anything allowed by the government, make money protected from income tax and capital gains tax, which enables us to then exponentially grow your wealth faster and larger. And in many cases, spend every dollar you make or earn 100% tax-free. So if you make $10,000 in one of these vehicles, you can spend $10,000 for these vehicles. You're not paying tax. The government's not taking a piece of it. So that's my is between self-directed IRA and what I call a plain vanilla IRA, or what a lot of people are familiar with. Well, a plain vanilla IRA basically allows people, as you can see here, to invest in stocks, bonds. Self-IRAs, on the other hand, basically remove the restrictions and allow you to invest in anything allowed by the government. So real estate, notes, entities, private placements, private lending, tax liens, right? You name it. Virtually anything you imagine, you can invest in using a self-directed account. So here's the next. So that's what a self-directed account is. So here's the next question. Why self-direct? There was a study done several years ago, and here's the bottom line. I'm not going to spend any time on it really, but just to kind of share what was found out. The Social Security Administration had conducted a study several years ago, and here's what they found. They basically said, we're going to look at like 100 people at the start of their working career, and we're going to follow them through retirement. We're going to see how they did. They defined retirement as age 65 for purposes of this study. And here's what they found. Only 5 out of 100 people were financially secure. 5 out of 100. Wow. Another way of looking at that is that 95% of Americans fail to create any kind of financial freedom or security in their lifetime. Because if they haven't done it by age 65, something's got to radically change. And for most people, that's just not happening. Okay. The question, why is, well, it's because of a few factors, all of which a self-directed account can solve. So one factor that we all think about, particularly this time of year, right? Because this is actually the perfect time for this conversation. April's coming up. Now, my tax time is usually October, right? So if you got W-2, I'm usually April. If you own a business, protect your assets from creditors. How does that work? Again, just high level. If you were, say, if you ever went through a personal bankruptcy, the court cannot attach judgment to any asset held in a retirement. Business go bankrupt. The court cannot attach a judgment to any asset held in the retirement account. If you were tried and convicted of a criminal offense, court could take your life. Can't take your retirement account. Now that doesn't seem right, but that's the way it works, right? So when we talk about,
and that's IRS law, right?
Asset protection, right? That's what we mean. Yes. And now I will say that's a general statement. There are, you have asset generally true in all 50 states. Two big things that people also love about self-directing once they kind of make it is that they go from vanilla account. Our staff actually goes through statements. People, they'll break it out and actually show them because people have no idea what they're. Typically, the moment that somebody transfers money into a self-directed account, they pass right on fees. Big thing is the uncertainty, right? And so is what I call uncertainty, right? Typically, we think about it like the stock market. It goes up, it goes down, but it's certainty in what it's going to do today, tomorrow, specific knowledge on an investment, or you're working, say, with another investor on putting together an investment, then you have the ability to reduce or eliminate the uncertainty by investing in things that you know and understand. And so that's a huge, huge benefit. So how does this all come together? How does it actually scale your wealth? Well, here's what I've uncovered, having done this for over 2 decades, probably going on 3 decades now, but I'm not going to say that because I don't want to age myself any more than I have to. So how does it scale your wealth? Well, the first thing that I notice when we start working with clients is that clients usually come to self-directing because what they've come to the conclusion through their own life experience that, hey, what I've been doing is not going to get me financially free. I have to do something else. One reason why people look at real estate investing, right? Because real estate is a way that a lot of people have created large sums of wealth. So one of the things that we find, and one of the things that I share with people is that if you're building wealth, the first thing we need to do is preserve your nest egg. Okay. In other words, preserve the assets you already have. The reason why we need to do that is because for most people that start self-directing, they're not yet at a point that that nest egg is enough to provide for them, right? To give them that financial freedom. That means they need to grow their nest egg. Well, it's really difficult to grow your nest egg if you're not first keeping your nest egg, right? And what you've accumulated. And those two things are necessary because that nest egg is we're going to use to create additional income. And it's that income that creates the freedom, right? It's pretty simple when you look at wealth. It's having assets that generate an income, right? And cash flow for you to cover your lifestyle. That's basically what it boils down to. And the only way to accomplish those 3 things is to get control over your money. And that's what a self-directed account does, because it gives you control over all the decisions regarding your account, right? And what you're doing with it. I'm just going to touch on this real slightly just to plant a seed. People are familiar with IRAs, traditional and Roths. One of the things that we're big advocates of is, and I'm not going to spend too much time on the distinction between some of the tax features of those accounts, unless you want to ask about it, which then I'm happy to go into more detail on it. But with a Roth IRA, what I say about a Roth IRA, right? Because when you put the way a Roth IRA works is that if let's just say you take $5,000 and you deposit it in a Roth IRA, we don't get a tax deduction for that. But once you put cash in that Roth, right, into that Ferrari, if you will, it becomes tax protected. So as you invest that money and generate earnings and income and profits, what happens is that money grows exponentially because you're not paying taxes on any of it. You get to keep all that money in the account to reinvest and keep working for you. So one of the most common things I hear from clients once they start self-directing is they're blown away by how fast their money grows, because they've never really seen a situation where they could invest and grow and not pay taxes. So that just takes off, right? The magic with a Roth is that down the road, two requirements need to be met, 59.5 and 5 years. We meet those two requirements. And then at 59.5 and 5 years, unless I tell you otherwise. So let me qualify that statement. Every dollar you take out of a Roth, it's called a distribution, comes out 100% tax-free. So that's where I say, if you make $10,000, say this month, and you meet those two requirements, you could withdraw $10,000 from your Roth, and you get to spend all $10,000. You have no tax liability. So that's how our Roth IRA works. Now, what I'm showing you here on the screen is a Roth Solo K, because, and Nayia, when we were talking, you've got a lot of folks on here who, right, are real estate investors, or they're getting started in real estate investing. And so the Roth Solo K is a unique opportunity for real estate investors. And here's why. Most people in the country don't qualify for a Roth or the Roth Solo K, because to set up a Solo K, you have to have a business. Well, if you're in real estate investing, you have a business. So you now qualify most likely for a Roth Solo K. Why do people love the Roth Solo K so much when they get into real estate investing? There's a few reasons why we see this utilized by a lot of real estate investors. Number one is that if they have money in an IRA someplace else, we can transfer that into a solo 401k, right? That is set up for their business. The Solo K has, when we talked about asset protection just a minute ago, IRAs are protected at a state level, so you got to look state by state. However, 401ks are protected by federal statute, which means it gets superior asset protection because they're protected in all 50 states. So you get superior asset protection. You get the Roth, right, tax-free component built into the plan. Another great thing about the Solo K is that it's the only account you're allowed to personally borrow from. You're not allowed to borrow from your own IRA, but you are allowed to borrow from a Solo K. So the way that works and why it's such a huge benefit to real estate investors is that, let's say you've accumulated, let's say you had a job, or you still have a job, maybe you're working and you've got some money in an IRA that you've accumulated from previous company plans. And let's say you got $100,000 in there. And you say, well, hey, I could use this money to invest in real estate. Well, the first step is to move that into a self-directed account. Any self-directed account, you can buy real estate in it specialized. Well, but now you say, well, I want to invest in some additional education or training, or, hey, I've got this business and I need a line of credit, so I've got some capital to work with. Well, the great thing about the 401k is that you can borrow up to $50,000 or 50% of your account value, whichever is less. So 50,000 or 50%. And that is like a personal line of credit or a business line of credit that you have for your business. So now this money that you've accumulated in a retirement account over the years, you can now use how you see fit to not only build wealth going forward in real estate, but to potentially help you with your business today, right? By creating a line of credit. Great thing about it is that those loans, in fact, I just got off a presentation right before I jumped on yours. And those loans, a couple great things about those loans. One is that they're fully amortized loans, so they get paid back in 5 years. So it's not like a credit card that goes on forever. Another great benefit is there is an interest rate, but you pay interest to yourself. So you're just moving money from one pocket to another. And the way that I say it is, it's like a zero cost of capital. right? Because it's all your money at the end of the day. You're not giving it to the credit card company. You're not giving it to a bank. You're giving it to yourself. So that's another benefit. Last thing I'll say about the 401k loans, they're non-reportable loans. So it is not uncommon, particularly for real estate investors and people who are going out trying to secure loans, right? Credit score is very important to them. We have a lot of clients who use that 401k loan to restructure debt, maybe pay off credit cards, those kinds of things. And then what happens is their debt utilization comes into line, right? And their credit score goes up. We see that happen a lot because that 401k loan does not appear or get reported to any credit bureau. So nobody other than you knows you have it. So solo 401k, Roth solo 401k specifically is a great account for real estate investors. And so I just want to make sure I shared that.
Thank you. I want to ask you a quick question before you. So someone who has a 401k in their current job or a previous job, okay, can they roll it over into a Roth solo? Okay.
Yes. So good question. If it's a previous job, yes, you can move that money over. If it's a current employer, you have to check with the basically the administrator, right? Whoever that plan is, and ask them what are the qualifications to move money out of the plan, and do you meet any, right? Because they know the rules built into that plan, and so they're the only people that can answer that. Generally, though, what I can tell you is generally most people do not qualify to pull money out of a current employer's plan, but previous employer plans, yes, you can move that money.
Okay, that's great.
So here's why this can be so beneficial to you, because when you have a Roth, whether it's a Roth IRA or a Roth 401k, there's different types of, we use the term Roth to describe the tax treatment of being tax free. And so what a Roth does for you is it allows you to go from forever taxed to never taxed. Forever taxed, never taxed is what a Roth does. And so that is where we become huge advocates of Roth and tax-free strategies in self-directing, in particular with real estate. So it is transformative.
It is.
Now, that's on the wealth side. I want to quickly just switch gears and plant a seed. So there's two ways, and again, for those of you in real estate investing, this is very, very important. Two ways that real estate investors use self-directed accounts or self-directing to build wealth and grow their income or their business. So the first way that people will use an account is to set up their own account and invest in like real estate or notes inside that account to build wealth for themselves and their family. The second way that real estate investors use self-directed accounts has nothing to do with your own account. It has to do with other people's accounts.
Yes.
So if you're using private money to fund your deals, or you're looking for private money, then you want to be familiar with self-directed retirement accounts and have a strategy as part of your private money process to be having these conversations with folks. The reason why and how self-directed IRAs can help scale your business is this. That's where the money is.
Yes.
If you're looking for money, you've got to go where it is. Now, size matters with money. And so what you see right here is the size of the retirement market, meaning how much money is in retirement accounts right now today. That number says $32.3 trillion.
Wow.
I would venture to guess, Nayia, that's probably a little bit more money than most people could put to use in the next few months. So if you're looking for money, you go where the money is, right? Yep. And it's in these self-directed, it's in accounts, right? So let me just share with you a quick success story, and I'll share this with you from both sides so you can see both sides of this point, because it's so important. The role that you play as a estate investor to help other people build wealth as you're building it for yourself and your family. So And Nayia, I'll put this to you for the sake of time. Here's some background. Married with 2 kids, lives in San Jose, California, makes between 100 to 200K a year, mortgage, 2 car payments, 56 years young at the time that he became a specialized client. How much money do you think he has to invest outside of his IRA? How much cash you think? What would you guess?
I don't know, 50K?
All right, so that's a great guess. He doesn't have $1,000 in an emergency fund in the bank. His emergency fund is crazy. He's got no money to invest. But here's the interesting thing about it, and this is why I share this with you from 2 sides. He's got goals. He doesn't want to work forever. He wants to stop working at some point. He needs to build his assets, and he needs to build an income to quit his job at some point. So that's his goal. He knows a little bit about real estate investing, but he lives in San Jose. California's a very expensive real estate market. But he doesn't have any cash to go invest with unless you learn and know to ask the question, well, do you have an IRA? Well, yes, I do. Really? How much money do you have in your IRA? So, okay, he doesn't even have $1,000 in the bank, Nayia. What would you guess he might have in an IRA?
I don't know. Let's say 50,000. I'll use the same number again.
Okay, 50,000. The actual number is $540,000. That's what he transferred into Specialized when he set up his first account.
Oh, wow.
And this is why, if you're raising private money, you need to pay attention. You're talking to people who will tell you they might be interested, but they don't have anything to invest with because they don't know they can use their retirement account to invest with you. But do you know?
Yes.
So that's how it works. So what did he do? He ended up setting up a self-directed account with us. He then took his $540,000 and worked with other investors funding their deals. He's making income in his account. They're funding their deals through their business. It's a win across the board. And that's probably just the simplest example I can give you on how self-directing can help you build your wealth and at the same time build your business, right? Your current income. So just huge stuff. That's how it comes together for you and your investor. The reason why you need a self-directed custodian is because a self-directed custodian is the only way to unlock the money, right? We're it. Like if you don't have a self-directed custodian on your team and somebody has an IRA and their IRA is at the bank or brokerage house down the street and you say, hey, well, you could lend me your money, that bank or brokerage is going to say, no, you can't do that. And what they really mean is you can't here, right? That's why you want to have what I'll just say briefly, because for the sake of time, is that we are not just a custodian. We are a provider of and creator of solutions. Self-directed strategies and accounts and vehicles are extremely powerful when you know how to use them and you implement them. And that's really what we're all about. So, okay. I think I've got like 1 minute left. Like I came in at like the 60-second.
You got it. Okay.
So I'll just stop there and if there's any questions, happy to take them or if we're
Thank you for you did such a great job explaining self-directed IRAs. I know I have been using them for over 12 years now. I have an account with Specialized Trust Company. And here on the screen, you guys can get Edwin's gift. I would encourage you to schedule a free consultation, a call with his team. They are fantastic. And yeah, let's make 2022 our best year yet. And this is one of the best ways to do it in creating wealth tax-free. So Edwin, thank you so much for being here and explaining this to us. And thank you for your gift. And have fun in, you said you're in Cancun? Can you hear me? I think we lost you for a second.
Sorry, it froze. Thank God I waited till the end of the presentation to start giving me trouble.
Well, you were coming in and out at some points, but at least we had the slide.
Okay.
So we could follow through. But
all right,
thank you so much for being here. And thank you for the information and your gift. I appreciate you.
We'll see
thank you.
Bye.
All right. Wow, so much information. This has been fantastic, right? We had a guest speaker talk to us about private money. Now we learn about self-directed IRAs, and I'm excited to bring on my next speaker, my next guest, Mr. Alton Jones. Alton has worked in the real estate industry for over 18 years, buying and selling hundreds of properties. He has been an active member of the Real Estate Investment Club of Los Angeles, the Real Estate Mastermind Group, and serves as a mentor to real estate investors all over the U.S. His company, West Coast Home Buyers, LLC, buys and sells homes throughout LA County, San Bernardino, and Orange counties. Alton supervises all the purchases and sales daily from his office based in Long Beach, California. Alton is a real estate trainer, and his company in California, Flipping Factory, doing business as Rehabs to Riches, okay, where he teaches the ABCs on how to run and develop a house rehabbing business, to which he has taught thousands of students, not only in California, but also across America. Alton Jones, welcome, my friend.
What's up?
So good to have you here.
How you doing? How you doing, Nayia?
I'm fantastic. I'm fantastic. How are you?
I don't want to get caught, saying the wrong name because I've been working on it because we go so far back. And
go way back.
Yes. So I'll do my best to make sure I don't say that word. I got a little zap thing on the side here, so if I say something, I'm gonna get zapped.
That's fine. Rob earlier today, he's like Peggy, and I'm like, okay, Nayia, Peggy, it's okay.
He did it twice. I caught it. I was trying to see who was gonna say it the most. When he said it without knowing he said it, but you let him go. You let him slide on the second one.
Yeah, I have to let him slide on the second one. Alton, thank you so much for being here. Like, you and I met probably over 10 years ago.
Yeah, at least 10. Yeah.
10 years ago. 10. And at the time, we were both just active. Yeah. I'm not that we're not now. But back then we were in the trenches.
Right.
Yeah. Figuring things out, making mistakes, doing our business. I was in the DC metro area. You're in California.
Right.
So tell me a little bit about, first of all, you've been in law enforcement for many years before you got into real estate.
Right.
Okay. And being in law enforcement and, retiring from that, how did you get into real estate? Okay.
Wow, that's a good question. So, as in law enforcement, I've been with the LAPD for more than 36 years. Even to this day, I'm still in the reserve. So I love police work. I mean, I grew up watching Adam 12 and TJ Hooker and, all those law enforcement shows. So when I was growing up, it was a no-brainer that either I was going to go to the military or I was going to go to the police department. So I got in the police department at age 18. And I was one of those guys. I looked so young. I looked like I was 14. I was 21. So the first thing they did, Nayia, see, I was they actually put me in the high schools to buy drugs, like that show 21 Jump Street. So that was me buying drugs as an undercover officer in my first years in the police department. So, and after years go on, you get a little older, so you can't do that anymore. So, I just love being out there. I love serving my community. I love being involved and something of helping people one way or another. And real estate was just really a transition of being able to go out and help people and serve them the way I did in law enforcement, but in a different financial way. A lot of people I came across, and especially in domestic violence situations, was because of the lack of money. People didn't have enough money in the household. So what does one spouse do to the other? They jump on them, they beat them up, or they slap them around. And it's just totally unfair because kids see these things and then they grow up thinking that's normal. It's not. So we had to create a way of breaking that cycle. So I says, well, the one thing I did in law enforcement, I got tired of getting shot at, if you will. So bullets don't have no names on them. So some people I knew grew up in war communities, like overseas. They grew up in war communities, so they're used to weaponry and shooting and stuff like that. But where I grew up, it was like, either a gangbanger, you're a drug dealer, or you're a nerd. Well, I wasn't a gangbanger, I wasn't a drug dealer, so I was a nerd. So what? Not a smart nerd, but just a nerd. But real estate gave me that ability to be able to, when I was on patrol, I worked in the Brentwood area. I worked Brentwood, Palisades, Malibu kind of areas over there. And I saw these beautiful homes over here. But then I got transferred to South Central LA where it's Watts. And I'm thinking, man, people actually live in this place. You got to wear bulletproof vests. You're getting shot at. You got to know how to run through the alleys real quick and jump a fence. I'm like, really? People live like this every day? I said, there's got to be a better way to earn a living other than getting shot at. And I thought real estate was one of the constant denominators to be able to help people and make money at the same time. I thought it was okay to help people while making money at the same time. And real estate was able to give me that ability to do that. And the one thing I did like was I took an ugly house and I turned it into a pretty house. So my thought was I like taking things apart that was dilapidated and building it back up to make it a beautiful place that people really were fighting over to get. And so that's why I got involved in rehabbing. But there's other things other than the rehabbing took me to other things like lease options, owner financing, subject to landlording. And then it also took me to student housing, like my friend Dixie Decker. We go way back. Jay Connor, the Private Money Authority. I didn't know that there was private money out there. I learned it from Jay Connor. I learned student housing from Dixie Decker. I learned how to do Airbnb from one of my other mentors. And those people who spoke before, like Dixie and Jay, and I think it was one other person too, we actually worked together one way or another through another mentor, Ron LeGrand, that's mentored all of us. So, and you know who I've been working with him for many years, and it's just developed my mindset. I call him my rich uncle from Jacksonville, Florida. So some people have a rich uncle from Texas. I got a rich uncle from Jacksonville, Florida. And that person poured into me the ability to not only learn the business, Nayia, in a way of private money. And that's actually where we met as a private money training over in with Alan
New
Calio.
Jersey.
I had never been to New Jersey. Remember in New Jersey, it snowed, and I had never been in the snow. I was like a kid.
You were like a little kid. You were so excited.
I was so excited running around the seminar in the training. I didn't even know what to do with myself. And you experienced that with me. That's one thing we share together. But you're in the snow all the time because you're from the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. This snow's there all the time. But I thought that real estate would be the way for me to punch my ticket. And then at a certain stage of the game and me knowing this business and collaborating with people like you and other people like Vince and some other folks out there, it came to me that I needed to be able to share what I know to other people, pass the information on that I was blessed with to other people. And then 2016, I started mentoring in 2014 for other people, but I came up with a training course that's called Rehabs to Riches. And I started teaching and training and mentoring people across America. So I've mentored and trained thousands of students across America on how to run and develop a house flipping business from a rehabbing standpoint. But there's things other than rehabbing, such as the wholesaling and the other things that the student housing and Airbnb, all of those things are different components. I approach it as looking at this business from a 30,000 foot view in the air. And the one thing somebody said earlier, I mean, I've been on this thing since early this morning. So I've been up early on my time.
Thank you.
Anything. And I saw write down a few nuggets from different speakers out there that were doing it. We know Frank McKinney, he had some different things. He got a different philosophy, but everything is getting to that goal. And everything is centered around helping other people. So it's not just making all this money for yourself. It's what you do with the money and the training and the knowledge to help others at the same time. Where was I going with that? So
no, it's fantastic. What I want to ask you is, when you first started rehabbing houses, okay, did you go at the low income areas? Like, where did you start? Did you go to those war zones, okay, that you were afraid to go to when you were a police officer? Okay.
Yeah. My first house flip that I ever did, without even having any training. I thought training was from the Saturday morning flip this house show. I thought that was the training. I didn't know there was a boot camp. This was before Ron LeGrand. This was before anybody that knew about a boot camp or 3-day weekend kind of a thing. I thought television show on Saturday morning, getting my training from Van Merrill would flip this house. I thought that was a training, right?
No.
So I had to watch it and record it every Saturday morning. But what my first flip I did was a house in Compton. Compton, California. So when you hear the word Compton, you think, what's going on? Hey, what's happening? Okay, am I going to get shot at, killed, robbed, or what? So I got a house in Compton through a lady who allowed us to be able to buy this house from her aunt and uncle who inherited the property. And I didn't know anything about, I had another guy I joint ventured with. He was a broker. And so he put the team together. And it took almost forever to do this, probably maybe 4 or 5 months to do this deal. But we did it all the wrong way. We did it completely the wrong way. We bought the house, 100% financing, 80-20 loan. We didn't put no money down. We just paid closing costs. And we had no contracts or agreements with the contractor. So there was no accountability there. They spoke Spanish primarily, but my wife speaks Spanish.
Yep.
We still didn't know what questions to ask, even if we asked a question. So by the grace of God, we were able to get through that first flip and made about $50,000 on that flip that we ended up splitting with somebody else. But it was our first experience.
Mm-hmm.
And then I did another house in another area in Watts, an area, but this time we didn't have a partner on that. I was able to find somebody like Jay talked about, a private lender. I was like, so the private lender funded 100% of the purchase price and 100% of the rehab. We had no dollars in it. He even funded the closing costs as well. So we had nothing in it. But the deal made so much sense when you talk about the ARV minus repairs, and you have a maximum allowable offer you make to the seller, and then you're able to get that deal. And then we ended up making like $116,000 in that deal, which to me was all the money in the world.
Yes.
And again, I had not been to any training. I had not been into a boot camp. I only saw the television show Flip This House, thinking that, in a 48
That's how you do it. Yes.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I don't know how I came. Oh, Robin Thompson came to town one day and somebody told me, hey, they got this boot camp training in LA at LAX. You should go to it. So I went there, and it was all she wrote, to be able to, one person takes you to another person, takes you to another person. And then I ended up finding Alan Kygill, and I ended up meeting the great Nayia.
You're sweet.
Known as a different name back then, but Nayia, we've been together a long time. See, it's not about the money you make, but the relationships that you build and the people that you work with makes the most sense. I mean, we have a long-lasting relationship. You've invited me to your home out there. You have your boys that you raised, and you're tough. I mean, I don't know anybody in this industry that works as hard as you. I mean,
thank you.
You coached, mentored, and you, like you said, we in the beginning, we just had our nose down and we was just going to work. It was not writing about writing a book. It was not about having a training course. It was not about, how much money we can make. It was how we can, live to fight another day. But at the same time, helping people, because we have people, when you're taking over debt subject to and you don't own the finance, these are people are in very difficult positions. And they need you.
Yes.
And they need us. And how can we help? And they got to trust. I tell people all the time, 97% of the people that you talk to do not want to sell the way you want to buy.
Yes.
So if you understand the word no, you just have to embrace that no, and that to be able to make the number of dials you make on the phone, contacts you make, and then the number of offers that you make will be the numbers that you're going to do. Now, you just have to have a big funnel. And at the end of that funnel, when it comes down, that's what you're going to get. You got to know what your numbers are. And understand, somebody said it earlier today, about this is a sales business.
It is.
It's mostly selling yourself. It's not about selling a house or selling a lender on terms. It's about selling yourself. Are you trustworthy and respectful enough to be able to do business with that person, whether it's long-term or short-term? I got long-term private lenders that have lent money to me for years. I got one guy that's given me over $6 million.
Yeah.
Okay, in the last 10 years. He trusts me.
See, how much is that relationship worth? Can you put a price tag on a relationship like that?
It's priceless. It's
priceless. I say it's a people business.
It is. It really is.
We have been in this industry for so long. Okay. If I come across a situation, that I haven't seen before, which is not likely, but it could happen, right? I can't say that I know everything.
Right.
If anyone tells anyone that I know everything about real estate, they're lying.
They're lying. Right.
They're lying. So the good thing is that I have relationships like people like yourself that I can say, hey, Alton, have you come across something like this? And if you have, you're there to help me, right? And going back to mentors, people who are watching this today, and they're afraid to get into real estate because we're in the middle of a pandemic and we have been for 2 years, right? They only know what they know. Okay, they don't know what they don't know. You and I know that this business can be so profitable, right?
Yes.
It's life changing. It's transforming, and not only for us and our families, but also for people, that we can impact other people in our
We
communities,
can.
right? Okay, just like building a village in Haiti, okay,
Yes.
or giving scholarships here to local high school students. So what would you tell someone who is starting out, or they're afraid right now, and they're afraid, one, to do rehabs because prices are high, okay? What do you tell them? Are there deals out there, Alton? Are you
Yes,
doing deals?
there are definitely some deals out there, a lot of deals. Not just in, I mean, some people say California is the hardest state that you can do deals in. And if you tell yourself that, you're right.
That's what you're going to get. Yes.
It's all about the mindset. What
Yes.
you tell yourself has power. It doesn't matter. I call you a name or say or think something about you. Doesn't matter if Nayia say something about you or tell you no good. Look, it's what you tell yourself that has power. Self-talk is the most powerful talk in the universe. You know, what you tell yourself, if you think you can, you can. If you think you can't, then there it is. You can't.
Correct.
So I would say that there's a lot of deals out there across not only America, but across the world. It's how you look at things. Don't look at things in one perspective. Just look at things in a whole gamut of things. I mean, I like to rehab houses. You know that. That's one of my big deals. But a lot of times I may buy a house on terms. You know, I can get owner financing. I can take over debt subject to. And I may rehab that house, not going out and getting a bank loan, but have a good loan already in place. And then I can take private money and rehab the house. And I can take a year, 6 months, or 2 years, depending on what I'm going to do with that deal. I've built houses from the ground up, took 18 months to do. I've taken some other properties that I was in and out in 90 days.
Yes.
But I didn't have the high cost of getting a loan from somewhere else where you got a perfectly good 3.5% loan already in place. And I just took over those payments until such time I was to cash it out. Now, it's all about asking questions and finding out, you know, when you ask questions to a seller, you know, and leading them to a decision that's good for them. I don't ask a question, Nayia, that I don't want to hear the answer to. Okay. Because there's always somebody out there that can either outbid you. In some cases, I've bought houses that were lower priced than the people who were bidding even for cash, because it's the relationship that you build. It's how you treat the seller. It's how you're able to structure the deal. I can look at a deal and say, like Dixie talked about, I'm in a near college campus. My office here in Riverside. I have an office in Long Beach. I have an office in Riverside. This one office in Riverside. I'm near a couple of universities. So I'm focusing on finding a single family or duplex in Riverside. I'm looking, okay, do I want to fix and flip? Do I want to do a lease option on it? Or do I want to do a student housing play? Or possibly even an Airbnb? So those little things like that, I may not make the decision, but once I buy it, I've already decided what my exit strategy is, or I'll have multiple exit strategies. I like, and the thing now this year, our goal is to buy and hold. We want to buy and hold 50 units, you know, somewhere, whether it's a duplex or 8 unit or 10 unit. We want to accumulate 50 units, 50 doors this month. That's going to give us great cash flow. It's the cash. It's not cash is king. It's cash flow is king. The more you cash flow, the better for you and your family and things that you can do. I like when Robert Kiyosaki talked about having phantom income. Phantom income. Most people ain't never heard of phantom income. What the hell is phantom income? It's the income that the wealthy know about. It's that if I want me a Mercedes Benz, or I want me a Ferrari, I want me another, I'll go buy me a duplex that will pay for that car. I'll buy a duplex that want to pay for my yacht. I want a duplex that will pay for my camper or my RV. I'm not going to take money out of my pocket and pay for it. It's a depreciating asset. But if I have a vehicle such as a duplex, a triplex, a 4-unit or 10-unit that will support the purchase of that vehicle for the CEO and his family to go recreational vacationing on, because we need that rest and relaxation from time to time, let the business take over that, and it'll be a different tax advantages for you, depending on who your CPA is, to be able to make that thing right. So deals are out there. It's depending on what you want to do. But I think the first step, Peggy, is to educate yourself first, and then make a decision, and then surround yourself with the right people and the books that you read. So I think the books that you read and the people you associate yourself with is the person you're going to become. I'm
Correct.
55 years old. I got 5 years till I want to retire. But here's the deal. If I retired today and I ain't do anything else, if I didn't do that, what would you have me do if I retired? Because people say, you work so much, you work so much, you work so much. Take some time off. If I took time off from doing what I do, because it's not work to me, I'm having fun. I'm in my office. I got my plaques. I got my phone. My wife is in her office on the other side. Guess what? If I didn't do that, what would you have me do? You can only do enough, so much fishing, so much skiing, so much golfing, so much playing basketball. At the end of the day, I'm on when I'm negotiating deals. I'd rather be out there talking about a deal I can negotiate. And guess what? Most times people going to tell me no. Great.
You don't stop.
Nobody dies.
Yes. You're one step closer to a yes.
Yes. Yes.
So, obviously, you have been doing this business. I mean, we both have for many years now. Okay.
Mhm.
And someone who's starting out or wants to get into it, it may be overwhelming hearing you say all these things because you know how to do all these strategies,
right?
You know how to go after deals and you can analyze them in 30 seconds, okay? And say, okay, my exit could be 1, 2, or 3 for any particular deal, right?
Right.
So someone who doesn't have that experience, who doesn't have your experience to be able to do all that, what would help them the most, okay, right now to get into this, okay?
Yeah. Well, the main thing I would say is they need a coach. You got to have a coach. That coach is going to be critical to your success. The coach is not the person who's going to do it for you. They're going to hold your hand and show you what to do step by step, inch by inch, because everyone, as adults, we know we learn different. Some adults are visual. Some adults are audible, which means they can hear it and get it. Some people need to be able to read it and analyze it. And some people are like me, fire, ready, aim. And I don't care if I'm wrong. If I fail, I'm going to get up and I'm going to keep moving. If you had 10 of me on your team, how successful do you think you would be? If you had 10 of me on your team, blowing and going, are we going to make mistakes? Yeah, we're going to make mistakes. But we're going to fail our way to the top. Okay. Yeah. Because I always say, what I typically say, I'll see you at the top because the bottom is too crowded. I mean that. The bottom is very crowded, a bunch of dull, frustrated crybabies, but a good coach, a good mentor, and I have multiple of them in different arenas, from the investments to real estate to even as a coach. I have a coach who coaches me how to be a better coach. So there's different factions of having mentors and reading the right books. Right now, I'm reading a book. Oh, I just had it there again. Anyway, I'm reading a book on what is it? I forget what it's called. It's paying myself first. Basically, paying myself. It's okay to pay yourself before you pay others. Like in your business, you should pay yourself on like a salary or something. You should make sure. And one of my mentors talk about, you want to rob your business blind. You want to be the first person to get the most money out of your business. And after that, then you start paying the other things. You still pay your bills. You always pay your debts and all that stuff. But you should pay yourself too, because in the beginning, Nayia, guess what? I didn't pay myself first. I was always the last to get paid. And in some cases, I did not get paid. You spent 3-4 months in a rehab, and all of a sudden you made money. And after you paid everything out, including taxes, you got nothing. I'm done with that. You need to pay yourself first, because what are you worth? If you don't pay yourself, you won't be in the business, and then the business fails and the business is out of business.
Yep. Yeah, comment. Yeah, I see you at the top, just like that.
So I'm having fun. I feel that this year in 2020 the one thing about our business, Nayia, is this. It's good that you're your own boss. But it's a double-edged sword. It can be bad if you don't know how to manage your time.
Correct.
If you don't manage your time and you're your own boss, as you being your own boss, if you don't know how to run your business or do the right things in your business or do things, or what one of my other mentors said, don't be doing the MWAs. Well, what do you mean the MWAs? The minimum wage activities. Our business is, my wife is in the business. She's the CFO. She's the chief financial officer. But she's also the people that deal with a lot of the contractors too in negotiation. She's a shrewd negotiator, a dynamite person. Believe me, in a foxhole, man, stand by. I don't have to worry about her field of fire because she's got it taken care of. I got to worry about my end. So it's her and I in the business, but we also have a VA in the Philippines that handles a lot of our lead generation. And we also have another gentleman that's with us that does our acquisitions. So he's right now, as we speak, presenting 4 offers on a contract on 4 houses in LA. And then he's got another 3 in San Diego. So he's busy and we want those things to come through. So we got about 6 or 7 offers out right now as of today. But guess what? We only need one because one deal in our field, what we do, makes us $100,000.
Correct.
Now,
Based on the prices.
I want to make the 700, but one deal, 100,000 in 1 month, is not a bad payday, if you will.
Correct. No, it's I like what you said. So what I would recommend people is find individuals who have done what you want to do and who've made it, okay, and learn from them.
Right.
Okay. Everybody has different approaches.
Right.
You first want to decide, okay,
yes,
like you said, who you want to be, okay, in order to get the results you want to get. Okay, the what and the how follow. Okay, but first, okay, see what is your approach? How do you want to bring the real estate industry or the business into your life? Right. Some people are full-time employees and they like it.
They do.
That's fantastic.
Police officer, a lot of them they don't do police work for the money. They do it because they love serving people. Firefighters, nurses, they love paramedics. They love serving people. They just have to get paid a pretty good check.
Exactly.
But sometimes it's not enough. So a side hustle, such as I think everyone should get a real estate license, period. Whether you want to or not, get yourself a real estate license, build a business. And in real estate, they're constantly training you. So you learn how to train as well. As an investor, I'm a real estate licensed. I've been licensed since 2003. I had not used my license in years until the last couple of years. That license is worth about $2 million to me by itself, just the license. So if I do a little bit of activity, you make average in California, your average check in Los Angeles County is about $15,000 on one side of the real estate transaction. Even if you're doing it as a part-time school teacher, policeman, firefighter, or whatever it is, student, make $15,000, let's say once a quarter. What would that do to your year? If you make $15,000 a quarter, you're making more than some people make full time. We're talking about working 6 or 7 hours a week.
Correct. And
do both.
Yes.
The gentleman spoke about earlier about wearing both hats.
Yes.
Okay. And I think it was Rob, right? Rob was talking about that. Look, you can walk and chew gum at the same time, folk. You can be out there asking questions, getting people excited about their life, selling them the dream. Don't sell them a nightmare. Sell them the dream. Get yourself a license, go to work, learn from the best people, plug into Nayia's program, plug into anybody you came in contact you like. You're going to find people you're going to gravitate to. Some people are going to repel you like 3 6s. And I'm sure anybody out there know what 3 6s is. That's the cold remedy medicine. It's got a bitter taste. And if you don't like that person, think of 3 6s. And if there's going to be some good, there's going to be some not so good. But there's a choice to do something in this business, whether it's student housing, Airbnb, rehabbing, wholesaling. You can do it all if you plan it out.
Rentals, correct. Long-term rentals.
Yep.
Yeah.
We love it.
You can. You can. And that's why we're here today, to give people as much information as we can and help them take action, not just inspire and motivate them. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely. You got to have some kind of action behind it. Rome wasn't built in a day. And sometimes you got to act. You got to act as if it's you. If you don't have success, then you need to borrow somebody else's success. Whether it's your coach, whether it's your mentor, or whether somebody that you've been following and mimicking. I say all the time on my banners at my training, my boot camps, I have a banner that says, "It's okay to copycat as long as you copy the right cat."
There you go. I like that.
You get in trouble for copying off your neighbor's test, right? I was told when I was growing up in school, oh, he's a daydreamer. He's always looking out the window. He's never paying attention. Well, I just knew that I was cut out to be something more than just being average. I didn't want to be average. I wanted to be a winner. And anybody around me, no, if you're around me, you got to step up your game. You need to lace up your shoes. You need to go to work. You need to stop. You can either make excuses or you can make money, but you can't make both. So I say, drop the ego. It's all about ego. Drop the E and just go.
There you go.
Yeah, I have a lot of little cliches. I got these alternate isms. I should put it on a t-shirt or a bumper sticker.
I love it. I love it. I love your energy.
I love being with you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for today. Let's close. We have a question. What other books are you reading right now? Would you recommend? Like one of my favorite ones is like Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill.
Well, I'll show you my books. Those are my books right there. That's my bookshelf there.
Okay.
There's another, my readings over there.
Okay.
I even got some Art Williams in there. A.L. Williams, Art Williams, about leadership stuff. I have I got even Marco over there in the corner.
There you go. Give us one. There you go. Give us one bit, like one book that helps, you know.
The one main book that really helped me is Think and Grow Rich.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a very profound book to be able to put things in place. And I know some of you guys have read it, or maybe you didn't read it. Guess what? Go back and read it again. You know, sometimes you got to not see when you know a book, when it's highlighted and the pages are falling out, that's somebody who's been taking advantage of the book. If your book is nice and tight and you can barely open it up, that means you ain't read that book. You need to go have a couple of book generations. Another book that I looked at, obviously, Rich Dad, Poor Dad is a great book. And then the Cash Flow Quadrant. Those three books helped me tremendously. And I guess I follow a lot with Robert Kiyosaki. But I mean, he's got a lot of books out there, a lot of product out there. And if you can't and don't want to read the books, get it on Audible. Get it on Audible. You know, you pay a little small fee once a month and you get any book you want to download, because if you're on the road like me, I'm on the road all the time. I spend 2.5, 3 hours driving back and forth to LA. And sometimes I just can't open the book and read it, but I can listen to it on my podcast or on my Audible, and I get a lot out of that. So I wouldn't be who I am today if I didn't plug into them. I was one of those kids, I didn't like to read. I was forced to read, or it'd take me twice as long to read a book to finish it than the average person, because I really wanted to understand. I wanted to get it. I wanted to be able to apply it to what I'm doing every day, not just to read the words, but apply things in that book to what I'm doing every day. And I think that's the difference.
Okay, that's fantastic. Alton, tell us about your gift that you have for everyone watching today.
Here's my little guide. Some of you guys, you're going to get the link right now, but it's the 4 biggest house flipping mistakes that's made me millions. Okay. Like I said, we have one investor that's given us $6 million from one guy. Now we have multiple private lenders. These are the things, you see that money tree right there? You can make money growing trees as long as you go to work. Okay. It's all the mistakes I've made. Think about it. I've made mistakes. These 4 biggest mistakes, and we made millions. If you don't quit, you'll make it to the end. Sometimes you got to fail your way to success. Okay. You got to be hungry. Hungry.
Hungry.
The question is, are you hungry?
That's right.
And if you're not hungry, get out the way, because I'm in the field. If I come to your town, listen to me. I almost called you.
Yeah.
Nayia, if you took me out of California and planted my fanny over in your town, Virginia, Baltimore, South Carolina, Morehead City, with 40,000 people, where Jay Connery, I will go out there and win every time. I don't care what town you in. I don't care if it's a rural area or a populated city. You could drop me in the heart of Detroit. I'm going to win big, and anybody around me would do the same.
Yes, you are. Alton, thank you so much. Thanks for being here. You know, a friend of over 10 years. Yes. So I love your passion, and I'm sure everybody does too. And I like your pointers and your suggestions. So thank you again.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
And I look forward to seeing you soon.
In person, at your house.
In person. Yes. You'll come here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again. Have a great one.
Thank you. Take care.
Right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Whew. This has been such a fun day with all the guest speakers, with so much value, everything that they're giving us. It's blowing my mind. And I have one more amazing speaker and one of my mentors as well, Marissa Levin, coming up. She is a 30-year entrepreneur, speaker, and globally recognized growth strategist. Marissa's life legacy mission is to educate, equip, and empower 100 million entrepreneurs and leaders with the skill sets and mindsets they need to reach their greatest potential. Marissa Levin's entrepreneurial journey began in 1995 when she launched Information Experts, a strategic communication and education firm. She launched her firm as a solopreneur with a $35,000 contract and grew the organization to over 13 million in revenue until she resigned in 2012. In 2012, she launched Successful Culture, a leadership consulting organization that helps CEOs master the three most critical aspects of business growth. Marissa is also the author of the #1 best-selling book, Built to Scale: How Top Companies Create Breakthrough Growth Through Exceptional Advisory Boards. Using Marissa's patented scale model, Marissa helps CEOs select and implement highly effective advisory boards, which is an essential strategy for any business looking to grow exponentially. Finally, Marissa is a leadership columnist for Inc. magazine and a co-host of the Culture Podcast, the leading podcast where CEOs, leaders, and employees learn how to create exceptional work environments and successfully adapt to external shifts that impact organizational cultures. Okay, it's my honor to have Marissa here with us. Okay, she and I have worked together closely for years, and she has been such a big influence in my life on my personal growth and obviously my professional growth. Marissa, welcome and thank you.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fantastic. We're having such a great event today with the speakers, and thank you for being here. Everybody's talking about mentors, right? And people who have affected them in their lives. And you have helped me in my business. Okay. I've known you for years now. And because of your help, my business has grown exponentially. So I thank you. And that's why I want you here to give us some of your expertise, your magic.
So, Nayia, I want to honor you because I'm so proud of you. And the only reason that I can be an effective coach and mentor for you is because you're open. You are coachable. And that is really the most important thing if we're going to bring coaches and mentors into our lives. It's our responsibility to be open to new ways of thinking, new ways of doing things, open to feedback, open to criticism, right?
Yeah.
So the success that you've had through our relationship really falls back on you. I was simply the catalyst and a facilitator to how you can do things differently, but it was you that was open to receiving. And that is what makes our relationship so successful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I do. I say I have a student mindset, and I will never stop learning.
And I always say I have a beginner's mind. And, I have 30 years experience building 4 businesses, got my first business to about 14 million. And every day I wake up and I ask myself, what will I learn today?
Correct. So here, Marissa, having you here with us, okay, it's such a gift. And I want to touch on one of your books, okay, Built to Scale, okay. Tell us how these principles can help real estate investors grow their real estate business.
Sure. So just a 15-second background. I created the scale model because my first business, when I was growing it, when you grow your first business, no matter what the industry is, it's like flying a plane. It's like building a plane while you're flying it. You literally are figuring things out as you go along, and you're hoping you have the right people next to you in the cockpit. You are hoping that you're going at the right altitude, the right speed, the right direction, right? You've got the right parts, everything is working. You are literally figuring things out as you go along. And when I was building my first company, we were quote unquote successful because we had high profits, happy customers, great people, but it was like the wild, wild west in my business. And I needed structure. And there were so many things I needed that I didn't even know. And so one of my advisors said to me, have you ever thought about putting in an advisory board? And I said, what's an advisory board? And he told me the general idea. I went and I looked for information on how to do it. And there was literally nothing out there. So I spent a year documenting my own process. And that's how I came up with the scale model, which is now in 14 countries and thousands of business owners have implemented it. And it stands for select, compensate, associate, leverage, evaluate, evolve, and exit. And I'll go through the model with you. And what I'll share with you is that I have a partnership with a company called Lodestone Global, who's one of the global leading companies for building boards of directors and boards of advisors. And we are just putting the final touches on a board for one of the leading mortgage industry companies. And I have permission to mention that company. I checked with my client first because we always want to make sure. And he was really, first of all, he's really proud of you. And he was sorry that he couldn't be here and he would like to join in another one. This is a company called Annie Mac. They're based in New Jersey, but they are national. And I'm just pulling up, in 2021, they had $5.5 billion in annual loan volume. So this is not a small company.
Yes.
And so I wanted to use them as an example of how we help professionals in the real estate industry, and that advisory boards are an essential component to be able to get your business to the next level. So you want me to go through the model? Is that what you want?
Yeah, let's go through the model and scale it down.
Sure.
Yeah, scale it down where your model, okay, can help like an individual, like a
Absolutely.
solopreneur. Okay?
Yeah, because
so we can help them.
Yeah, because the advisory board idea is really a mindset.
That's right.
Right? I mean, it ends up being a product. It ends up being something that you implement, but everything starts with mindset. And so the mindset is, how do I surround myself strategically and intentionally with the people that can get me from point A to point B? And, one of the things that I always say, it's one of the mantras in my life, as you know, there's a lot of spirituality weaved into everything that I do. When we become part of the universe becomes part of us, right? So when we expand beyond ourselves and we put ourselves out there, we're able to bring in all of that expertise, right? And so it doesn't matter if you are a solopreneur or if you have a company that is $500 million. It is literally the mindset of the business owner that matters. And, my company, Successful Culture International, we do so much corporate culture work. And people always say, well, what industries do you work with? What size businesses? And I answer the same thing every time. It's not about the industry or the size of the business. It's about whether or not the leader believes in and invests in culture. It's all up here. That's how we qualify who we work with. So it doesn't matter if you're a solopreneur or a $500 million company. So the model, you want me to go ahead and kind of
let's touch on it. Yeah, let's start with phase one.
Okay, so phase one, and here's the book. I'm not sure if you guys have it around, but yes, this is the copy of the book, and
I have it.
Okay, and I will share my free gift at the end. So the model starts with S for select, right? Where do you select your advisors? How do you select it? I mentioned the word intention in the beginning. Everything starts with intention, okay? When we select advisors for the companies that we work with, or if someone buys the book and they want to go ahead and they want to implement their own set of advisors, it doesn't even need to be a board. It can just be a handful of advisors. You want to align them to what we call the holes and the goals of your company. So when you look at your company, what are you missing? What expertise? Are you missing marketing expertise, sales expertise, IT expertise, access to buyers, how to put in process? At my company, when I built my advisory board, I had 75 projects going at one time and lots of great project managers, and it was chaos. So I had an advisor come in that built a project management office for me to standardize and put structure around how we actually did our processes. So there's lots and lots of ways that you can leverage your board, whether you are one person or 10 or 100. But you have to really know what your holes and your goals are. Okay.
So with a real estate investor, okay, some of the things that you suggest is to select based on the holes and the goals that they want, right?
Yes.
So you can select finding a local real estate attorney, okay, or a title company.
Yep.
Okay. Interview a couple. Find someone that's investor friendly.
Yeah.
That's how you can select somebody. Having a real estate agent on your team if you're not one, right?
Yeah.
Or a home inspector. Putting those, patching those holes that you need.
Yeah. And marketing, like I'll tell you, when we're building boards, we're seeing a shift in what companies are looking for. Digital marketing, digital transformation. Companies that have been really kind of paper-based and burdened with that, and they want to transition over to, digital transformation, digital marketing, storytelling. Like, how do you tell a story that really stands out? We're actually putting people with that expertise on boards, cybersecurity, IT, M&A, and finance. Like, if you're a realtor, or you're in that industry and you want to merge with another company to grow, or you want to be acquired, having someone on your board in your industry who has expertise in how to run that financial transaction, really, really important. So what are your holes? And then align that to your goals. So if you know that you're at this revenue this year, and in 18 months you want to be here, and in 3 years you want to be here, when you select advisors, you don't want to select advisors that are right where you are, in terms of revenue and infrastructure. You want to select advisors that are where you want to be.
Correct.
Really, really important. So if you're just starting out and, you're doing real estate transactions where you're netting, $700,000, $500,000, $250,000, and you want to go upstream and you want to really expand that, don't bring on advisors that have already achieved what you wanted to achieve.
Yeah.
Bring on advisors in terms of
Yes.
where you are. Bring on advisors where you want to be. Super, super important. So
Right.
being super selective around your goals and goals, your values. Got to know what your values are, right? You need your advisors to align with your core values, with your mission. Risk tolerance is really important. You want your advisors to be aligned with risk tolerance. Are you willing to take on investment from other people and basically bet the farm and take lots of risk? Or are you going to be a little bit more conservative? So there's, in my book, which people will be able to, get it through Amazon. In my book, there are a dozen different ways in which you select your advisors so that they really align with your organization and with your leadership style.
Correct.
So that's the select.
And I like the risk tolerance, because we had Frank McKinney earlier talking about, risk is like, your tolerance is like a muscle. You have to test it out. Okay. And in real estate, bring this back to real estate, are you going after, $2 million properties? Okay. Or are you doing $200,000 properties?
Yeah. Right.
Perfect. Tell us about your next phase.
Okay. So the next phase is compensate. And this is where some people can get intimidated, especially if you're a solopreneur or you've got just a small team. One of the biggest objections that we hear about advisory boards, or concerns or fears, is, well, I can't afford to pay my advisors. And here's the thing, you're in an industry that always requires creative thinking to make a deal get
Correct.
done.
And I've had mentors. I mean, I've paid you, right? I've always had mentors. Okay, the last 10 years.
Sure.
And that's why I am where I am now. You're using the word advisor. I'm using the word mentor. It's the same exact thing.
Right, exactly. And you know what? There's something to be said about putting skin in the game, right?
Correct.
So if you want to be able to call an advisor anytime, if you want to be able to put your advisor on speed dial, if you want them to be really next to you in the trenches while you're building your business, you've got to pony up something.
Correct.
And the thing about advisors, and that's different than like a formal coach that you're retaining as a coach, and you've got a set agreement, a retainer agreement. When you're bringing on an advisors, not that you don't want to pay them, because you do, but there's an altruism to being on an advisory board where people just really want to make sure they believe in the leader. They want to, a lot of them have been around for a long time and they've had a really successful career and they want to give back. So you can find creative ways, and I talk about different ways in the book about how to structure compensation.
Great.
That is not something that a business owner should ever be intimidated about, because I have a saying that everything is always figure outable.
Yes,
right?
I
Like
love it.
you can figure out anything.
That's
and
perfect.
and as Tony Robbins always says, it's not a lack of resources that holds us back, it's a lack of resourcefulness. So I'm all about solutions. Let's figure out how to get this done. Maybe it's not the way it's normally been done, but that idea of what's normal and what's not when you're trying to get business done is just a mental construct. It's a box that we create, and we don't need to stay in that.
Perfect. Awesome. Let's go to the next phase.
Okay, so the next is A, and that's associate. So how do you associate the board into your business? And so I'll make it relevant to like the smaller businesses, right?
Yes.
Because that's, your industry has a lot of small powerhouses.
Correct.
You have to look at your advisors as an extension of your brand. Okay. So for larger businesses, there's a way in which you integrate them and associate them into your brand. And that's because they're coming to your office, or they're doing Zoom and they're having different, meetings, and they're working with a lot of different people in your company. For smaller companies, there are ways in which you can harness your advisors. You can give them business cards, right? You can give them titles. You can have them advertise on LinkedIn that they are part of your team. You want to extend your brand into your advisor. And when you build your contracts for your advisors, because they're going to sign, legal documents, you're very clear on what you are expecting from them. Like, it's not just that they're giving you advice on the phone or on a Zoom call once a week, but how are you truly leveraging them to extend your brand? So you want to make sure that you're fully associating them into your brand. And then, of course, there's the legal documentation, too, to associate them legally into your company. Make sure that that's all done. And all those templates are in the back of my book.
Okay, perfect. All right, next phase.
So L for leverage. So in the book, I have 35 listed ways on how companies can leverage their boards. And this is, this took a lot of creative thinking. When I was writing the book, I interviewed more than 150 business owners, and then I compiled their experiences on how they leverage their boards. So if you think about anywhere, anything about your business, people, processes, infrastructure, any of the areas like IT, finance, sales, marketing, HR, business development, anything at all about a business, you can leverage your board for those things. Like the example I gave, I put in a project management office. I brought on an advisor who that was her expertise. And I built what's known as a PMO, a program management office, in my company using my board. Another thing that I did that was, I guess, considered to be a little innovative was I didn't know if I should outsource our accounting and finance functions or if we should keep it in-house. And I'm not a finance person. That's not my area of expertise. So my advisor in my finance seat, he said, let's run an RFP process and I'll run it for you. And he got proposals in from vendors who do the outsourced accounting, and he ran the whole thing. And then he gave me a recommendation.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's about being creative and leveraging your advisors.
And for real estate, I love leverage, because in real estate, this is what I love doing with houses. Okay. I leverage all day long. Okay. I leverage a loan. If there's a loan in place, I buy property subject to existing loans. I leverage capital, whether it's my capital or I borrow money from somebody else, right? That's leverage. So leveraging relationships, right? The people that you know. So going back to the real estate industry and what we do, leveraging is key. And I love what you're saying. There's so many creative ways. and you talk about, you said you have 35 ways that you talk about that in your book, or how they can leverage.
Yeah.
And even though your book is more on the corporate side, you can easily take those ideas and find ways to implement them into our everyday real estate business.
100%. It's a mindset. It really is about, I want to surround myself with the right people. I'm open to new ways of doing things. I'm going to look at my business differently. I'm not going to let a lack of resources or time or money impede my ability to move forward. These are all mindsets.
Exactly.
And the scale model is just a collection of mindsets that will drive growth.
Perfect. I love it. So the last phrase, give me number 5.
Okay, the 5th one is E, and I couldn't decide, so I went with and, not or, because I live life from a place of and, not or, right?
Yep.
So it stands for evaluate, evolve, and exit, right? And what that means is that in every moment, we should be evaluating our advisors. Are they the right people that we really need? And the reason that should be reevaluated all the time is our needs change, right? And with any interview process, no matter how rigorous it is, whether it's for an employee, whether it's for an advisor, people always bring their best foot forward when they are, scouting opportunities. It's only when we get under the hood, right? And we really roll up our sleeves and we start doing the work that we really get to know somebody. And maybe you've brought someone on that isn't as good of a match as you think, and that's okay. I just had a call with a client, a CEO that I coach, that I've been coaching for 7 years, and he was feeling bad that he's going to fire his vendor who's doing recruiting for him. I said, don't feel bad. CEOs are entitled to change their mind to do whatever is best for the company, period. Correct. So the evaluation process of the scale model is that you're constantly evaluating. And if someone's not working out for you, then replace them.
And also, I want to add, give yourself permission.
Exactly.
Right? Give yourself permission to evaluate what you've done so far, right? For example, in the real estate industry, if you need to take a shift, or if you want to go into another market, or you want to add a different strategy that you haven't done before, right? Evaluate what you're doing so that way you evolve. I think evolving is natural. Okay.
It is natural.
If you're not growing and evolving, you're dying.
Exactly. You're either growing or you're dying. There's just no in between, right? I mean, and I have a saying that, a fish only grows as large as its tank.
Correct.
So if you are living in a small space, like that's your tank, right? You're not going to grow any bigger than that space. If your business stays at a certain size, that's a tank and a container that you're creating for your business. Yes. So evolution should be a very strategic intention for everybody, personally, professionally, spiritually, emotionally, financially, all of it, right? We should be looking at life as an opportunity to evolve to the next level. So that's what evolve is all about in the model. And then the exit part is, how do you roll off advisors or, out of your life or, off of your board in a way that is done with grace and integrity and dignity and respect, because you don't need to burn a bridge. If both parties are always in integrity and both parties treat each other with respect and, they are mindful of the relationship and they give the relationship the care that it deserves, that when that relationship comes to an end, there's no reason why there has to be, burning the bridge behind you, right? Absolutely. So, and those advisors are resources for great insight into how you function as a leader and how you can do things differently and what worked and what didn't work. So, my first company was a human capital and education firm. So I'm very mindful and dialed into the importance of human capital and making sure that exit interviews are seen as a strategic tool to gather important data about the leadership and about the company. This is no different as an advisory board or a mentor. How do you roll these people off, but use that relationship in a way that gives you insight into your own leadership, your own company, and you do it in such a way that doesn't burn a bridge. Again, it all gets back to integrity. integrity and respect, right?
Yes, right.
If all parties are in integrity and you know, share respect for one another, there's no reason why there needs to be a burned bridge.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. Thank you so much, Marissa, for sharing your expertise with us. I love your scale model. Okay, and tell us about the gift. So everybody's
Sure.
going to get your book, right?
Well, they're not going to get the book. They're going to get a great white paper. They can get the book on Amazon, and the link that I'll give you has the book information on there.
Yeah.
The go to built2scale.info. So that's all spelled out.
There you go.
Built2scale.info. This is the book website, and there is a white paper on the mistakes that leaders make and how to mitigate the mistakes that they make, because it's no good to just point out mistakes, right? We want to make sure that people know how to do it correctly. So the gift is on there. There's also lots of blogs on that website, case studies for successful boards and things that you need to think about. And anyone who reaches out to me on LinkedIn, I'm at Marissa111, or they can email me at marissa@marissainternational.com. And if they reference that they saw me on your show, I will send them the templates from the back of my book so they can do this work themselves.
Thank you.
Okay. They can either go to marissainternational.com and sign up for another white paper on facing your fears. If they do that, or if they email me at marissainternational.com or get to me through LinkedIn, they'll get another gift and they'll get all my templates.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, you have been amazing. So I appreciate you being here. And I'm going to keep you for another 30 minutes.
You got me, Nayia. I am always at your disposal and your beck and call.
All right. So I would like to switch their roles, okay? Because so many people today, I'm hosting this event, and a lot of people who are watching don't know much about me. So I want to take the opportunity to have you and turn you into a host. Okay.
I can do it. I'm flexible.
I know you're flexible. And then you give some information about me so people can get to know me and then ask me questions.
Beyond the fact that you are just a rock star and a warrior and one of the most fun people that I know, and an amazing mom and a woman with a heart of gold, you want me to go beyond that, right?
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. I'm humbled.
Okay. So I'm going to read your bio so people kind of have an idea on who you are. Nayia Pierraokos is the founder of Wealth Through Real Estate and creator of Grateful Warriors, where she helps real estate investors create 7-figure portfolios every year without banks, credit, or rehabbing houses. Originally from Sparta, Greece, Nayia came to America in 1988. She purchased her first property when she was 23 years old, and since then has changed the lives of hundreds of families through profitable real estate deals. Nayya's mission is to be a catalyst and help make 1,000 multimillionaires who in turn will deeply impact and improve the lives of their local communities in the world. Nayia is the co-author of the #1 international bestseller, She Rises for Tomorrow, Female Entrepreneurs Who Brought Ideas to Life and Inspire the World. To date, she has purchased and sold more than $30 million of residential real estate and recently profited more than $1.86 million in less than 24 months. Her biggest accomplishment is being a mom of 3 amazing boys, Giorgio, Vasily, and Aristotle. She wants to set a good example and make them proud so that they can create their best life.
Thank you.
You are welcome. So I've got some questions for you, Nayia. Are you ready to be in the hot seat?
Okay, I'm ready. Hit me.
You ready? You want to like shake it off a little bit?
Take it off.
Okay, so Nayia, tell us, what do you think is the best way for people to learn the business?
The best way to learn the business, is finding someone, that is already doing the business and approach them. Learn from them, whether it's a mentor, whether it's someone that you know or a friend of yours. One of my first mentors, actually, my very first real estate mentor was someone who was rehabbing houses an hour away from me where I lived. I would drive 1 hour each way once a week for a whole year to learn from him. Now, I learned a lot. It took away the fear because I've seen houses with termite damage, mold, fire damage, you name it. And I know it can all get fixed. But one of the biggest things that I learned was learning from his mistakes, okay, and what I didn't want to do. So that's someone that I didn't pay to mentor me, but I knew my other mentors after Dave, my very first mentor, over 10 years ago, my other mentors were more strategic, and I paid for those mentors because they had systems in place and methodologies that helped me scale and grow without the mistakes that I had to deal with when I was learning from Dave. Does that make sense?
Yeah, our mistakes, I mean, they are our greatest teachers, aren't they?
Correct. I mean, it's great. We will always make mistakes.
Yeah.
But it's going back to your advisory boards, right? Or your mentors, picking people who have made the mistakes that can help you on your learning curve. Okay. If you're one of those people that wants to go and fall on their face, to figure out on their own, go ahead. I would rather, I want to go there a little quicker.
Yeah. Most definitely. And you and I share the same passion for helping people leapfrog over the mistakes that we've made and the pain that we've had, because the deeper the pain, right?
Yeah.
The bigger the mistake, and the more you will remember what to do to avoid that pain again.
Absolutely.
So yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
So if you have the right mentor, Nayia, how much time should investors spend in their real estate business on a weekly basis?
Well, first of all, once you've already set your business up, right, and you have to put the systems in place that you need, you don't need more than 10 to 20 hours a week on your real estate business. Okay? We're talking about leverage, right? Once you leverage the systems, whether you've automated certain things. One of the things I leverage in my real estate business is I have VAs in the Philippines, and they talk to sellers for me. Okay, they pre-screen certain things. I have my marketing automated. Okay, have an acquisitions manager going out on appointments. So I don't really have to do all those aspects.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. So if I'm thinking about going in, as a real estate investor, which, as you know, I am, what is the most important activity I should be doing as a real estate investor?
Well, once you've made a decision and you're an investor,
and I'm there,
and you're there, okay,
and you're my teacher,
and I am, okay. What do we talk about all the time? Everything is marketing. The more offers you put out there, okay. Alton, right before you came on, he was saying that they were putting 6 offers today, 6 or 8 offers. He said something like that.
What a slacker! Oh,
what a slacker! He does. Alton, I love you. He does a phenomenal job. He's probably he said that I'm one of the hardest working people he knows. Actually, I'm like, compared to him, I think, yeah, he surpasses me.
Yeah, his energy, man.
Yes, I love it. I'm like, Alton, you're like 10 of me. He put out 6 offers today.
No Red Bull for him.
No, that's true. That's true. So offers is a key. And in order to you have to generate leads, right? Generating leads, doing marketing, that's the most important activity. Okay. That's it. Going out there, putting offers and creative deals where you can leverage. Okay. That means you leverage loans. You can leverage anything you want. You can leverage time. You can leverage someone's circumstance. Okay. Yeah. Putting offers out there.
Awesome.
Is the most important one.
Okay, so for everyone who's still on this show, this is why you hung out. I hung on here. I'm going to ask maybe one of the most
There's
important,
Alton.
right, I see him. I'm going to ask one of the most important questions that probably has been asked, and only the people who are here with us are going to be able to hear it. What is one of your favorite personal real estate strategies, Nayia? What is your secret sauce?
My secret sauce, okay, and it got talked about a little bit today. Some of the other speakers threw it out, is subject to strategies. Okay, that is where I leverage an existing loan, because people that have loans, sellers that have loans right now, are at such a low interest rate, whether it's 3.5%. I don't usually see anything over 4. Okay, even if the loan has been around for 10, 15 years, we have had such low interest rates. Okay, since the last crash in 2008, 2009, we've had such low interest rates, and I love leveraging existing loans. And 8 times out of 10, okay, if not more, every house that I buy that has a loan on it, I buy it by taking over that loan that is already there for like 3% or 3.5%. And then that way I don't even have to use private money where I would have to pay someone 8%. You know, Jay Connor was saying how he pays his private lenders 8%. Okay. There are people out there with hard money that charge 10 or 12 or 14%. I don't like going there. Okay. I don't want to pay that much for money. What if I can leverage a 3.5% loan? Okay. And solve the seller's problem so they can move on with their life. Because at the end of the day, it's solving the problem. If I have a solution for them, and if they have an existing loan in place that I can take over, I'm like, yay, 3.5%. Fantastic. I have purchased houses all the way up to like 600,000, 700,000 doing that. I've even purchased a house from a former federal judge. Okay, structured this way. So that's my favorite strategy, and I've even had sellers pay me to buy their house using that strategy.
Love that. Love that.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
why are you so passionate about helping people become financially free? I mean, this is really your driver behind why you do. Where's that come from?
It is probably, I don't know, 12, 13 years ago, when I was at an event, and mentor, someone mentioned that they said this to me that stuck. They said, it is our obligation to become financially wealthy, because only then do we have the ability to help other people. Like, when I heard that, I wrote that down. I had chills. Like, I even got chills now. And I said, wow, I have to. Like, I have to make it. I have to make it in this business because I want to help other people.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, how can I make the impact that I want to make if I can't take care of my own, if I can't take care of my family? Right?
Yeah.
And that stuck to me. It's our obligation. Okay? Because it's not about the money. Okay? Or the lifestyle is, it's all of that. Okay? But I can get to help. I can get to build a village in Haiti, right? I can get to give scholarships. I get to help anyone I want. All right. And I'm passionate about it because I truly believe in my heart, anyone can do this. Okay. We can all do this business. Okay. If a mom with 3 kids who's come from another country, okay, can do this business. I didn't even know what shoe molding was. Okay. I didn't even know the words of certain things around the house. I had to write things down. I learned from my contractors. Okay. If I could do this, anyone could do this. And I just want to show them that, you know, financial wealth is a piece. is only a piece of the pie to creating wealth and abundance in your whole life, right? But it's a piece that we all need. And that's why I'm passionate, and because I believe we can all do this.
I love that. I love that. So you touched on the work-life integration, I'll call it. I like to avoid the word balance because balance is a myth.
Yeah.
Okay. Balance means that every day, you're putting equal effort into certain things, and it never happens. And as someone, my kids are 21 and 24, and I've been an entrepreneur for 30 years. So I have done that balance, my entire life. And we've talked about this a lot. I have 2 boys, you have 3 boys, and I'm a little ahead of you, in the age game and in the parenting game. But we share, both the delight and enjoyment as well as the frustrations of how we find that balance. There's no time, we have so many days where we're like, I just can't get everything done, or I feel like I've neglected my kids, or I can't get my work done. Like, it's a universal feeling in every parent that
Right.
they feel that they just can't get that balance right. So I always use the word integration. What are some of your secrets or strategies for managing the work-life integration, especially when you've got 3 boys? What are they, 17? How old are they now? 17?
Yeah. Aristotle, 12, 14, and 16.
12, 14, and 16, right? So they're keeping you running around.
Oh, yeah.
And eating a lot.
Yeah, they're eating a whole lot right
A
now.
lot, right? Right. And then they've got the whole toilet seat thing, keeping the lid up and down, right? I mean, we're juggling so much stuff as moms, right?
Yeah. But when I first started, they were little. And the reason I picked real estate because I couldn't get a 9-to-5 job.
Mm-hmm.
Because any money I made in a 9-to-5, okay, would end up paying for daycare.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was thinking, how can I help my family financially? Okay. Because I can't afford daycare I can't put 2 kids in daycare. Okay. My youngest one was like 18 months old when after the crash. Okay. I made like in 2010, 2009, I got really into real estate. Investing, even though I bought my first property at 23, right? But right after the crash, my family and I were going through such financial hardships that I had to do something. And real estate was the only career that I could think of that would give me the flexibility where I could work, like I could be on the phone in the evenings, or I could go on appointments in the evenings. Okay. When my ex-husband at the time would come home and be with the kids, or I could go on appointments on the weekends when I took them to Greek school or on Saturday. Like I found ways to do it. And like you said, there's no really balance. Okay. I had times where I would get up in the middle of my night at 3:00 to look at leads that came through from my VA in the Philippines, okay, to analyze deals, and still be up at 8 taking the kids to school or whatever they were doing. So I've had points in my life where the scale has been off, okay. I am more balanced now than I've ever been before, because one of the things that I learned is self-care has been key. Okay. So the more self-care I do, I realize that I have more energy, and I have the power and ability to create, okay, to focus actually where I want my time to go on. And I'm actually enjoying my kids more now. Okay. I'm enjoying work a lot more now, and I don't get the burnt out effect. Okay. Because I do more self-care. So I love meditating. I love going on walks. And when I can feel anxiety rising in my body, I'm like, okay, Nayia, snap out of it. What can we do? What skills? We all have tools in our tool belt. Okay. So I have a bunch of tools in my tool belt that I know that I never had before. So for me, self-care has helped me with that more of a balance, but that scale is always moving like this.
I love that. And, you and I are so aligned and all of that. And, when I started my first company 30 years ago, and like I said, my oldest is going to be 25 in July. The reason that I started the company was because first of all, my boss undervalued me. But secondly, back then, 30 years ago, there was no really working at home. I mean, it's not like today. There was no Zoom, that's for sure, right? There was no virtual meetings. There was AOL for email. There was like nothing, right?
Right.
So, and it killed me to have to leave my kids at home with a babysitter or an au pair while I went to work fulfilling someone else's dream. And so that is what inspired me to quit my first job and start my own company, build my first company. And I'm with you. My secrets for the last 30 years have been relentless self-care. Again, meditating multiple times a day for decades, and making sure that I'm going to the gym 5 to 6 times a week in the morning, and just really nurturing mind, body, heart, and spirit. Because when I always say that we can't pour from an empty cup.
Correct.
And so when we take care of ourselves, that is what allows us to show up in our best light, not only for our family, right, which is the most important, and our friends, but for our customers and our employees and our partners. And as business owners, as we do grow our businesses, right, whether you have 1 employee or 3 or 5, it doesn't matter. They're always watching you. And so if you model self-care and you model, where you're regulating yourself and modulating, your cadence of how you work, they're going to replicate that. And that becomes a core value. Like for me, quality of life was one of the core values of my first company. And it all starts from the leader. So all the decisions that you make in your life about how you run your business, they trickle down into how we end up engaging with everybody associated with our business, our employees, our vendors, our partners, our customers. It's all interconnected.
Correct. Yeah, I agree. One of the things, so many women think that real estate is more for men. I've come across even real estate agents who think the investing side of real estate is male dominated, which it is, but more and more women are coming into it. Okay. And I just want to let them know that I feel there's an advantage, okay, to it in a way, because as women, we're compassionate when it comes to being rapport with sellers. It comes natural to us. So I would like to invite, okay, women who are watching this and who may have not have thought about real estate investing before, to be open and see the opportunity.
Sure.
That it can come.
Excellent.
From this. Yeah. But Marissa, thank you so much for being here with me. Thank you for asking me the questions so people can get to know me a little bit better. This has been such an amazing event for me and my team. It's been an honor and a pleasure to host this summit today for the first time, with the intention of bringing as much value to everyone attending and everyone also who's presented as well. Thank you to my amazing guest speakers who helped make this event a success, okay, and to my wonderful team. I would not be able to have done this without your help, Michael, Michelle, Diana, Brandon, Dana, Dara, and Migma. Now, let's all go out and make 2022 our best year yet. Before we go, here is my free gift that you can download. My 3 misconceptions about real estate investing and a little secret that I have in this package. Also, I would love for you, if you want to get these recordings and get all these gifts all in one place, please go to the registration link and upgrade. If you can upgrade the package, it's here on the screen. You will get every speaker broken down with a video and everything, and their free gift, along with more gifts from me and my team, along with a 30-minute kickoff consultation to help you get 2022 started on a great start and making this your best year yet. Thank you all for being here and attending. It's been a pleasure. I wish you all the best and have a good night. Thank you.